Welcome to one of the most anticipated events of the year. It's the 24 Hours of Nürburgring presented by Ringfreaks. Welcome to the legendary circuit in the Eifel Mountains. This one will be a true test of driver and machine. GT3s and GT4s, and we're on Assetto Corsa Competizione, I believe the only 24-hour event we've had this year. We've got 36 cars starting the race, and we'll see how many we get to the checkered flag. This will be a difficult one for sure. You can see the views of the track, and every true sim racer knows this place inside and out. As we head to the live pictures from the circuit, it's Jan Nims at the top of the GT4 standings. He's, well, only 4/10 of a second, and only because how long the circuit is, 8 minutes 46.0. He's going to take the shortcut at the final turn to start a new lap. And he is on provisional pole in GT4. In GT3, it's the Dream to Drive car of Tadas Juknavicius on pole position. And Sean Clark Racing in GT4. And I'm joined, as always, by Lodi.
Hi Gustas, and welcome everyone to this first of the year 24 hours event on the World Sim Series platform. Nordschleife, you cannot get a better track for the 24 hours racing. 36 teams will start this race. There's gonna be more battles for top places because we have several categories here representing the field. Two categories, GT3 Pro and GT3 Pro M, and two categories in the GT3 class and three categories in the GT4 class, GT4 Pro, GT4 Pro M, and the GT4 M. So it's now more battles on the racetrack for the podium places, so hopefully that's going to give more motivation for the teams that are set for this battle. You can follow up the live results and see all the categories in action if you go to the World Sim Series website. Find the link or find the event, and the live results will be in front of you. Here on the live stream, we'll see two classes separated. The GT3 class on top on the timing tower has no sign near the position, and the GT4 class has that blue triangle. That's how you can separate the classes. And well, for the teams, we have the drivers that are currently sitting in the cars representing their teams. Jan Nims on provisional pole position, but only 3/10 ahead of Mattia Zampedri, both for the GT4 Pro class. Sean Clark Racing versus Tatum Restek. He's safe. Well, he can feel himself pretty comfortable with the provisional pole, 4.5 seconds ahead of Gediminas Krikštolaitis, who represents the Beaver Grease Racing team.
Yep, and he's already taken the checkered flag, and I think this is going to be improvement actually for P3. Domantas Kniven, the Mach 1 kart racing team. It is an improvement, and up to second at the very end of the session. It gets in front of the Beaver Grease Racing team, but still almost 4 seconds off the top of the standings. That's a huge gap, because after that the gaps get much smaller. But well, Tadas Juknavicius, he's shown his pace previously, and clearly he's still got it. A huge margin, and if I'm his teammate, I'm pretty worried here. Oh, Silverio goes to second for the International Racing Team. That's at the very end of the session. Huge change again for second position. This is Zagorat's, and he is about 3 seconds up on his last lap time that he did. This could be an improvement of at least 2 positions. Let's see what can he do once he crosses the line. And it is an improvement, 2 places up. Nuber behind is improving as well. He's almost 2 seconds up. He can look to maybe move up a spot or 2, maybe even 3. So big improvement still at the very end of this session. They had 40 minutes to set their lap times. You can now just set his quite early, and well, got that pole position even with Silverio improving. He's put himself 2/10 ahead of Kniva, but that is still 3.7 seconds from the lead. So still that huge margin, nobody even getting close. So almost at, you can have it just, it's almost like he's running in a different category here.
Yeah, as always, I'm not sure if there's gonna be anyone who will have the speed, the pace to challenge the current qualifying session leaders, but this is a 24 hours race. A lot of things happen underway, and well, it's half of the job to win the qualifying session, but it's still 24 hours ahead. As Marco Nuber is approaching the Döttinger Höhe straight, he's currently 2.7 seconds up his fastest lap time, and that should be close, and it's possible to climb up a couple of spots, well, at least one spot. They are currently challenging P9, the MDPH racing team, with Thierry Gires, who set up the qualifying lap time, but still Marco Nuber needs to nail that final chicane to keep up with his, well, better position for the qualifying session. Most of the teams are already back in the pit lane. We have some GT4s on the racetrack. Well, the third-placed GT4 with Adrian Seifert, they might still improve as Marco Nuber will cross the line. That's going to be a pretty decent lap time.
A decent improvement. Unfortunately, it's actually that lap did not count, did it?
I think it didn't. It looks like
actually,
it didn't.
It wasn't even quicker. It said it's his last lap was an 8:16, so maybe something wrong with the timing screens showing how drivers are improving. This is Seifert on an improvement, and if that is a true improvement, like we hope it is, this might be, well, it wouldn't be an improvement for position. He would just be clear of a few guys behind. That's another big gap, because Zampedri on pole in GT4. He's got Nims 3/10 behind, and then it's a 4-second gap to Seifert there. And that is another GT4 Pro car, GT4 Pro Am of Kovosnidze down in 16th overall and 4th in the GT4 class. It is an improvement, and he puts himself a little bit closer to those 2 in front of him, but that's still not enough to get an extra position. Do we have anybody else still running for lap time?
I don't think so, because most of the drivers that are currently on the racetrack, they are running invalid lap times. So 4 cars on the track, just trying themselves to get ready for what's going to be a hell of a race in the upcoming 24 hours. There's going to be no improvement, but we still have to wait till these drivers cross the start and finish line. All of them almost at the very end of the lap. That's Vytautas Šerelis. He's the last car on the racetrack in a Porsche GT4.
Yep, but again, he has an invalid lap time, I believe, so.
Well, at least regarding the timing tower sometimes gives false information, and well, we still have to let the drivers finish what they started. Everyone can go through the setups, prepare for the race, chill a bit, have some coffee or whatever. There's going to be a 5 minutes break after the qualifying session until we'll start with the 24 hours race with a short lap before the flags go green on the Nordschleife circuit. ACC platform, full Nordschleife configuration without the Mercedes arena. Chadal is enjoying his last run in this session.
And comes into that final chicane, and I think once he crosses the line, that should put our session to an end. Any sort of extra practice is good. That is the official end of the session. And again, it's Dream to Drive ahead of International Racing Team and Mach 1 kart racing team at the top of the GT3 Pros and the GT3s overall. Then looking at GT3 Pro Am, it's IRT number 2 ahead of Sim Racing Team Serbia and Dokpovirot GT. In GT4 Pro, it's Tatum Restech ahead of Sean Clark Racing and Race Spot Sim Racing Team. AOR Racing Team at the front of the GT4 Pro Ams ahead of Team Blue Flag Racing and Team Blue Flag. And then in GT4 Am, it's Grikuveshe ahead of Shedalis and Viennas Aklas Kitajoplas and SRT Fanye in P3 in GT4 Am. You're seeing the full grid of cars, a nice selection of different cars out on track. We're always happy to see many different brands. It's a lot of AMGs in GT4 at the front, but looking further down, you'll see many more different cars like the Aston Martin here, another AMG. You'll see an Alpine, a Porsche GT4. We saw that before. It's a nice diverse grid of cars, many different engine types, many different places where the engine is on the car as well.
Yep, so 36 cars on the grid. As usual, we'll try to wait how many cars, we will see how many cars will cross the start and finish line tomorrow at around 11 a.m. I believe, GMT time, if I'm not mistaken, or it's gonna be 10 a.m. How does the time work?
No. 11 GMT, we're gonna start the race.
Okay.
Well, a little bit before 11, I think.
Okay, so let's take a short break and we will be back with the start of the 24 hours race in a couple of minutes.
Welcome back to the track here at the Nordschleife. We're about to get rolling for the, well, you could say formation lap. It's more about formation corner. Here, a few cars still stationary further back. They're lucky that the cars are ghosted because we would have already had an incident even before the race got underway. But we're almost ready to go. This is your pole sitter in GT4 Cardinale, and they've actually switched drivers from what they had in qualifying. So that is a switch.
This is also a switch. The Dream to Drive team switched drivers for the race start also. Huge responsibility for Justinas Soldukas. He needs to stay calm now and try to avoid troubles. But Anastasio is on the inside for the first turn. It's gonna turn into the outside corner for the second one, but they have to be cautious and careful.
Yep, you can't win this race in the first turn, but I'm sure we'll see a couple of cars try to do that. Here we go, 24 hours of racing are underway here at the Nürburgring. It's the Ringfreaks 24 Hours of Nürburgring, and Solduka's brilliant start from the front of the field in the McLaren. And a big move down into turn one by Papanastasiou, but can't get through. He's going to be on the outside for the left. A little bit of contact and a spin in the middle of the field. Another spin. And the GT4s are going to have to try to avoid this. They can't. More incidents.
Wow.
More crashing, and the cars, well, once one guy... Oh, and more crashing going on. Once one guy spins... you're blinded, completely blind coming in to that one. This is Vlasis Galunas in the Lexus, and he was the one that got spun around, and well, then everything else went on. Still, they're lucky that the damage is not too bad. The car is still drivable. It's got 4 wheels on it. And he now has to get through all of this GT4 traffic. He'll have to do it many times this race. He lost about 20 seconds, maybe. Not the end of the world, but he'll have damage that he'll need to fix at some point. Here's Krikštolaitis, maybe thinking of making a move on Papanastasiou for P2 here, but Soldukas is gone already, 1.2 seconds ahead. We've not even gone out on to the Nordschleife yet. So we saw Juknavich as being super fast. Soldukas looks to be fast as well. A little bit of a mistake from the Lexus in front, and Krikštolaitis putting pressure on the Lexus, very slidey there.
It's actually Tadas Juknavich behind the wheel. I've just received the information. There's something with the telemetry. So after the drivers will cross the line, we will see the real drivers driving the race cars. But it looks like it's Tadas Juknavich who did the start for this race, as he did the qualifying session.
Okay, so might be differences in other classes as well. We'll see what happens once they cross the line. And that's when our World Sim Series timing will update as well on worldsimseries.com if you want to have a look at the live timing. This is a P13 Nims. He's dropped a position behind Cardinale and Jaromski. Jaromski's gone to the front of the field in the GT4s.
Let's try and take a look at the replay, what happened in the first corner. Not sure where we will be teleported, but and to the GT4 class. So looks like this Leandro Amaral, he was involved. And he's...
Well, he would have been involved in whatever happened here, yep. Yeah, well, sure, he made contact, but I think it's harsh to tell it to say that he's very much at fault there. Sure he is, but just how cars were checking up, I think quite a few of them didn't expect this to happen. Oh, actually, I'm getting updates on who's driving, and I think, yep, once we crossed one of the sectors, it's updated. So it's Seifert at the top of the field, ahead of Zampedri, ahead of Nims. So the Nims and Zampedri did stay in the car. Zampedri did stay in the car. That was the one we didn't know about.
Yep, and
it
Daniel
doesn't have
Spon
it.
is driving the number 2 car, who's in second position now, not Papanastasio. So telemetry showed us I think it showed us the primary drivers, not the drivers who started the race. Now, as the drivers crossed the first sector line, the results have been. Well, the result naming has been reverted to the original state. Who is behind the wheel? It's now on the timing tower. It looked like Jan Nims was right close on the tail of Zampedri, as we have Guillermo Rivas trying to recover. Still a couple of GT4 cars left for him. But I think he did a nice job overtaking the slower GT4 field after that second corner crash. He'll still have a long way to go, and question is how much of a damage he's got on his Lexus here, and well, he'll have a slightly longer pit stop.
You know, it doesn't look too bad, at least visually, and well, he's obviously in traffic of battling GT4s. It's not going to be easy to get through. And I think that some of the GT4s maybe didn't even expect to see this car coming, and they're quite surprised seeing somebody overtake them at that rate of speed. But Guillermo gets past everyone, and he's now back with the pack. Not too bad. He's only about 10 seconds back from the last car in the GT3 field. At the moment, Seifert being put under pressure here. That GT3 really changed things for this battle for the lead in GT4. Zampedri trying to look for a way past. Seifert, well, maybe lucky in lap 1, but got to the front of the field. And leading GT4, it's Mercedes, Mercedes, Mercedes. Your top 3, well, no, actually, that's an Aston Martin at the front. So Aston Martin, Mercedes, Mercedes at the front of the GT4 field. Here's on board with Zampedri. Look at how close he's getting. He's thinking of the inside there. You're not really going to make a move unless the guy ahead makes a mistake. And looks like Seifert's doing pretty well to not make any major ones yet. But I think he'll be very, very vulnerable once they get to Dottingerø. But we've seen the drivers able to be overtaken on the Dottingerø and then overtake again a little bit wide from Seifert. And as we're watching Krikstolaitis, I have the Seifert battle on the other screen. This one is really heating up because Seifert went wide just a few corners back. He went on the grass, lost a little bit more time, and now Nims wants to get past. Nims wants to get past Zampedri. Zampedri wants to get past Seifert, and Seifert has no interest of letting anyone get past him. So this 24-hour race has really started like a sprint for these guys up in front of the GT4 field. They've gapped everybody else. Amaral almost 3 seconds back, then another 2.5 back for Kombosnidze. And here we go, on to the Dottingerø for the GT3s. Krikstolaitis has lost that position.
Yep, I think he made a mistake.
In the Ford?
I think he made a mistake, but we don't have a replay for that, so the system didn't catch what happened with Gediminas Krikstolaitis. He lost to Kniva, and he's now he can now be overtaken by Dominykas Rimdeika. Not sure if that's going to happen. He's 0.3 of a second behind, as we still have warnings and penalties being issued. It's now for car number 17 a warning. That's a GT4 car driven by Arturs Edvards Gavars. Let's get back to the GT4 as they are really close now to each other. Jan Nims trying to have a go on Zampedri as Seifert feels a little bit more calmer at front, 0.3 of a second gap. as these two...
Zyfer doesn't know who to give the draft to, so he's kind of in the middle of them and didn't really give a draft to anybody. And when we thought he was going to be the one vulnerable, it's more about Zampedri and Nims, but couldn't get past. That is interesting. I thought it would have been a much easier move, but I guess Zampedri had some draft from the car in front as Nims moves out early. I don't think he might have issues with cooling. So interesting that he moved so early. A little bit of a defense from Zyfert up in front. If he holds on for the... Oh! A little bit of contact. Zampedri saying keep going. If he can hold on here through the GP circuit, there's not much the others can do around the rest of the lap to get past him unless he makes a mistake. That's the magic of the Nordschleife. If you stay in front through the GP circuit, well, the guy behind, he's going to have to put in some crazy move. But here we go. To the outside comes Zampedri. He's going to try and outbrake him on the outside. That's not going to work. Is there an opportunity for Nims? No. But that was close, and that was tight. As we keep going through the GP circuit. Again, your best overtaking opportunity. Zyfert, he went on the grass on the inside. Now Zampedri has found the space, and Nims needs to get past as well. ASAP, he goes to the inside. As a super wide from Zampedri. I'm not sure that was planned from him. A little bit of contact from Zyfert, and he just about gets back in front of Nims. Nims wants to get that position soon because clearly they're quicker than Zyfert, and Zampedri is going to go away if he doesn't get past him coming on to the Nordschleife, and I don't think he's going to be able to do it. Oh, he goes to the inside. Almost desperate move there because he knows that once they get past the Sabine Schmitz curve here, he's pretty much out of luck. He might try something into Schwedenkreuz, but that would be a dangerous move. So really, he's behind, and I'm not sure where he might try and overtake.
Yeah, nice GP track battles we had. Now on to the narrow road, which well, is quite long here and really difficult to overtake. And Nims is in a slightly uncomfortable position here. He needs to go around Zampedri as Krikštolaitis had a moment.
Oh, wow, he's become a very expensive lawnmower. How did that happen?
We can go and check out the replay. It's on our screens now.
Nice to have a replay, finally.
Yes.
Compared to races on AC1. Oh, that's a big mistake there. Very big mistake.
He didn't touch anything on the racetrack. Almost hit
that's a very, very strange mistake as well. You can make it at the bottom of the foxhole. It's a very big compression there, but you don't have that new curb that you do in real life, I believe, here, so you can touch the inside curb. Very strange to be making that mistake this early on as well. You could say in hour 18, early in the morning, you make mistakes like that. Not on lap, we're on lap 2 only of the race. So fireworks expected if this is how big the mistakes are on lap 2. Here we go for Nims. He's still stuck, but I think he's happy to see that Zampedri really hasn't made that big of a gap over Zyfert. So Zyfert keeping very, very good pace. Probably better than he expected, or that we expected. So good for him. Obviously losing time to Zampedri, sure, but we probably expected him to lose more than he did up until this point. Pressure from behind from Nims, and he's gonna think about making an overtake somewhere. But really, that's so difficult around this place. He's super close, and really, if he can't make that move, maybe it's better to just be a few car lengths back, because you can see once Nim started to put that huge pressure on Seifert, he started losing time because he's now looking more in the mirrors than looking at the road ahead. And if he's not able, well, he can still try to make a move into Mutkurve if he can have a great exit from here, which it doesn't look like he has. Maybe, sorta, kinda. Let's see if that draft is going to be good enough, because Zampedri's going away. If I was Nims, if I can't make a move, to not be putting that crazy pressure on, but here he comes, the draft, working well, he's gonna go to the outside of the Mut curve. He'd have to be real brave to do that, and backs out of it. Now, if I was him, I'd go back a little bit, because you saw Seifert was good when he wasn't being put under this massive pressure. Ooh. When he's having to look in the mirrors, he's losing more and more time to Zampedri. So in Nims's case, it's probably more smart to give him a little bit of breathing room, give him a little bit of space, and catch back up once they get to the Kleine carousel, and contact through the big one, the Caracciola carousel. And it's more of a push of, hey buddy, let's get going. I've rarely seen somebody get hit at the carousel, especially in the dry. So clearly not enough pace from Seifert, at least to Nims's liking. As Seifert goes wide, this is going to be an opportunity for Nims, not really, again being blocked in. And Nims clearly getting impatient and thinking of how he can make that move, but really through all of this section, you have no chance again. Seifert really putting it all on the line, losing more and more time. He's now 3.2 back from the race leader. Nims does not like this. He's got his AMG right up to the tail of the Aston Martin in front, and if you're the driver in that Aston Martin, all you're seeing is that 3-pointed star in your mirror. That's how close he's getting. You have the whole mirror full of that grill of the AMG.
Yeah, Nims is getting frustrated. He would like to leave that gap.
He's giving a push. Wow, coming down into the Beloff S here. He's still so close. Actually, I don't know if you even want to be that close coming onto the Dottinger, but he's going to go to the inside again, not able to make the move. I think you want to be at least 2 car lengths back, or at least 1 car length back. If you're right on the tail, you're not really going to have the benefit of the slipstream coming onto the Dottinger, and look how close he is. If he's smart here, he's going to lift out of it. And then have nice momentum coming onto the straight, because the car ahead of him is braking and braking and braking. And really here, it's going to be difficult. He's going to have the benefit of the draft coming onto the straight here. And if he can start closing up, let's see how much momentum he carries once he gets out of the slipstream. But the Aston Martin looked good on the straight last time out. Is it going to be good this time? Yep, looks like it's very good. Nims can't do anything, and just what I said, you don't have the momentum if you're too close to the car behind. You don't have the momentum to make a move. But also Aston Martin, wow, that thing is a beast down the straight. Look, he's pulled the gap. He's pulled the gap down the straight. He's gapped Nims by half a second while Nims was in his slipstream. That's got to be even more frustrating for Jan Nims. And now on to the GP track, Nims has to think of a way to make a move here.
Yep, he'll have to find a gap on the GP circuit. I think that's the only possibility for Jan Nims, as both of the drivers are losing out to the current GT4 class leader. Oh, Jan Nims brakes a little bit too late. That's frustration, I think. You can see from the body language of that AMG GT4 Mercedes, and he's a bit too far behind now. A full second gap after that small mistake into turn 1, which makes us believe that Jan Nims is definitely struggling And we'll see his main rival pulling out a gap which is closing to 5 seconds. Doesn't look good, but it's only the first stint for all of the teams. You just need to be patient, drive smart, as Gustav said, maybe leave a gap at the Nordschleife part of the racetrack. Don't put too much pressure on Seifert. He can be quite fast on his pace. He kept the lead for 1.5 laps, so you can trust him and think about the long distance into this race. It's not over. You are not losing too much at this moment. 20 minutes into the race as we've started the third lap. Nemts has to come up with some sort of a strategy if he cannot overtake Seifert here. They need to think about the long run in this race. Maybe save some fuel. I'm not sure if it's possible here to save anything, as Seifert, well, under pressure makes small mistakes. Nims was definitely faster here, playing smart.
Finally, he's going to get past into Sabine Schmidt's curve, gets past, and now he can start his chase to Zampedri, but already lost 6 seconds. That's how important it is to make a move on the GP track. If you don't, you've just lost 6 seconds, because even with the pace differential they have, you can't overtake on the Nordschleife.
Yep, good news for Jan Nemts. Finally managed to overtake Seifert. Now that bigger gap, but I think now what Jan Nemts can do is just handle that gap. It's 6 seconds at this moment. No car in front. Finally clean air. He can think about his tires, his race, and, well, basically create another scenario as he runs a little bit wide here, still fast. He will try and match the pace of Zampedri, at least to hold on to that gap. Maybe he'll find something and will be able to reduce it. Yeah, the race goes on in a different scenario for Jan Nemts.
Yep, race keeps going for him. And, you know, we're talking about him losing 6 seconds here. Still, 23 hours and 38 minutes to go. So you can make back 6 seconds. But if he does lose the race by 6 seconds, well, he'll know what to blame. But yeah, it's such a long way to go still. All of these battles at the end of the race might be completely inconsequential. You might see these cars separated not by tenths of a second, not by seconds. You might see them separated by 10 laps. Could be over an hour gap, depending on how many issues you run into during the whole race. By the way, race leader, 12 seconds ahead of P2, with 2.5 laps completed or so. This is the battle between Koposnidze and Abdel Hadi. Now, what position are we looking at here? We have to check. So this is actually this battle means nothing, because this is a GT4 Pro Am in Koposnidze and a GT4 Pro in Abdel Hadi. But Amaral in front is actually the Pro Am leader well, the leader in GT4 Pro Am. So behind him, Koposnidze, that's a battle for position. In class, behind them is just a battle for honors, which is still important in a race like this. You want to be ahead. Doesn't matter if it's if it doesn't make a difference for your class position, but it's nice to be in front. This is Zagarats, and we have to always keep checking for positions in class. This is second place in GT3 Pro Am, Sim Racing Team Serbia, and Alexa Zagarats.
Yep,
on
they are.
front.
Yep, they are 2.5 seconds in front of their rivals. Just had a moment for Zagorac. I'm not sure if it was a big one. There was a yellow flag situation for car number 10 a couple of corners ago. Marco Nuber getting a little bit closer. That's a driver from the young driver team trying to battle for P2 in the Pro M class. Remdeka sitting tight in P4 overall, P1 in the GT3 Pro M category, where the next spots are trying to be figured it out. We have a yellow flag situation. That's Harel Hansford. He already had an warning for causing an accident, I believe, and he just had a bigger moment, lost quite a lot of places. Did he had a warning? Yep, he had a warning for causing an incident. Let's try and catch up with what happened for Daryl. This is gonna be a replay on his own on a very
Got
clear
a warning
track.
for incident on his own?
No, that's a replay, and he that's a replay of what happened to him. So a little bit wide.
Oh no! That is a big one, and that's one of the higher speed sections of the circuit. Really, really big mistake there. And again, early on in the race, we didn't really, well, I didn't at least, expect to see these huge mistakes so early on. You expect to see them tomorrow morning, but not in the first half hour of the race. Drivers making big mistakes.
Everyone's excited here about this race, I believe. Sometimes the mistakes might happen, which, well, definitely should not happen, especially when you're on yourself on the racetrack. Oh, that's Abdelhadi running a little bit wide in that white Aston Martin. Again, wide on the exit. He's clipping those apexes a bit too early, I believe, and risks to put two wheels on the grass, which can send the car spinning as they head over to the Döttinger Höhe straight. What about the speed of the McLaren? We have already seen that the Aston Martin GT4s are really fast on the straights. The McLaren seems to be nice and tidy. That's a position swap between Kobosnidze and Amaral. And for position, this is for P1.
Yep, this is for the lead in the GT4 Pro-Ams. And we'll see if there are any other position switches. At any other point in the race. I'm sure we'll see many of those. Pierre Van Espen against Chandalis for position in GT4 AM, and tries to go down the inside at that final chicane. You don't often see that. They're gonna go out side by side. They have a GT3 approaching them. That's for position overall. That's one of the recovering cars from those early accidents, I guess, who made a pit stop already.
Ooh.
And Pierre Van Espen is going to take that position. It looked like he was slow on entry, but I guess fast enough to get that place. A little bit of contact, but Rubbin's racing. That's a switch for P2? No.
Actually, P1 in
P1, yep. Because something happened to Kvadravichus and Kuvigier, I guess, because they were leading the class. And they've lost something in this lap, so I'm not sure what exactly happened to them.
Don't have anything on the tower reporting about an accident for car number 26, which seems to have been the leaders of the GT4 M class. So no replay for that. They dropped to P3 in the GT4 class. 1 second behind now. Behind Van Espen, that's Shiralis. No, actually 10 seconds behind Shiralis. That's Lukas Kvedravicius, car number 26. Penalty. It was a drive-through penalty. There you go. They
Drive-through penalty.
Yep, they made a drive-through.
4?
I'll try to figure out, was it issued by ACC or something with our referees? I don't see anything coming from our referees, so that might have been track limits, maybe?
I'm trying to look. I don't see anything, so... track limits, where, I mean, if you're getting track limits around the Nordschleife, you're in the wall most of the time.
Oh, okay. So 2 warnings. Okay, that came. Yep, actually, I didn't look up the list at the very top of the list. So they have received a warning during the qualifying session for causing an incident, and then they caused another incident at the very beginning of this race. So 2 incidents became a drive-through penalty, which came from our referee. So that was the case. And they did the drive-through a couple of laps into the race. So that was for warnings for causing accidents.
Interesting. I didn't even know they were racing against anyone, so because they were quite calm at the front of the AM field. But maybe they wanted more. They wanted to get in front of the AMs and in front of some pro-AMs or even pro cars, and that's how you get into issues. So you got to be smart, because we've got this new class system. There's no point in fighting anybody that's not in your class. Either you get in front, or you just stay behind. And for them, really, they could have stayed behind, because they were much, much quicker than anybody else in their class. Now, they'll have to recover. Sure, their pace is good enough to do that, but any more of those, and you keep collecting those drive-throughs, you keep collecting those penalties, that's how you get into trouble. Race leader, by the way, 15 seconds in front.
Yeah, we totally forgot the GT3 class. Actually, we have more GT4s here in this race. And it's very calm in the GT3 class at this moment. Krikštolaitis is down in 4th, trying to chase down Kniva, but he's 12 seconds, almost 12 seconds behind car number 4 at this moment. So things are not going well for Gediminas Krikštolaitis.
Actually, I'm just watching the GT3s on my screen. Spon just made a mistake coming out of the Kleine Carousel, but kept position. But he's, under a second now in front of Kniva. He was about 2 in front. So this battle, they've stayed close. But clearly, Kniva maybe just doesn't have that ultimate pace to get past, which isn't a big issue, because you can't just stay behind. Especially at this early point in the race.
Nice
engine
sounds.
First gear. Down into first gear. I didn't expect to see that. Let's see if, I guess turn 1 would be down into first, but couldn't believe that he's going down to first in that final chicane. It's a much quicker part of the track. Normally this is Zagarats, and behind Nuber.
They've swapped. They swapped positions.
Positions.
This is for P2 in the GT Pro M class. And Nuber just made a move, put his team in front of, so basically put young drivers in front of Sim Racing Team Serbia, and pulling out a gap is Nuber here. I wonder if Zagorac has some sort of issues maybe with his tires.
Would be pretty early to have any issues with tires. I think normally you can take a single set quite a long way. I'm interested if I want to see the weather forecast. Right now for the next half hour we're not going to be seeing any rain, but looking at how the session was set up, there might be some rain incoming, as the weather's pretty dynamic. So we'll see if anything changes. Here's on board with Zagorac, who's losing time to the car in front. So that position switch was warranted. Amaral's thing, something happened. Amaral is number 20.
They had yep, Amaral and Seifert. Let's go. Let's try and figure out what happened here. This is the replay. Amaral and that's Abdelhadi behind.
Yep, that's Abdelhadi, who's gonna make contact right here. Lucky for both of them to get away with it, but clearly some issues. And I believe Abdelhadi is in a different category.
Yep, he's GT4 Pro driver. Fourth now in his class, trying to deal with Amaral. He wants to get ahead. I think at this stage he feels a little bit faster, so that small tap was not a big of an issue. Tries to overtake him. Wants to be just a little bit closer to the drivers in his own class. Not gonna happen. Still side by side battling in the GP track configuration. Oh, Amaral runs wide. I think it happened on his own. Oh, and he spun. There was no contact. He just ran a little bit wide, clipped that gravel, and that was enough to lose traction and spin that car number 20 around. So more troubles happening on the racetrack. I think we have the privilege to look at the replay, so small bumps here and there, not too big. I think there was no contact here as the track will turn to the right. Yep. Just a bit wide, clipped the gravel, and here he goes, spinning around. A big thank you comes from Abdelhadi. He can now focus himself of trying to chase down Kobosnidze, which is also in a different category, GT4 Pro M leader.
Again, this is what happens sometimes when you're trying to battle too much. He could have stayed behind, and it, you know, clearly Abdelhadi looks quicker. Could have just stayed behind and tried to follow him through. He tried to battle, and well, ended up losing so much more time. And Abdelhadi, now watching him, it looks like he's closing up on Kobosnidze in front. So could have stayed behind to use the draft and gain places. Now he's lost an extra 8 seconds, and he'll keep losing more.
Good point. Drivers need to be smart sometimes. You don't have to put yourself into unnecessary battles, especially when you see a car that might be quicker, always on your tail from a different class. You see him go, just go with him.
With 23 hours to go, even if it's from the same class, I mean, you're not gonna hold that car behind for 23 hours.
Yeah, and
You're not gonna defend for 23 hours non-stop. It's just not gonna happen. Somebody's gonna make a mistake, either you or the car behind. Maybe somebody will get a drive through. Something will happen in traffic, especially at this early stage. You see somebody quick coming through, give them the space, and you're better off following them because it's your total race time. I think some drivers really get caught up in trying to battle for these positions at a very early point. Of course, when you've got 2 hours left in the race or 4 hours left in the race, then you can start thinking of how can I hold this guy up. But here, in this case, really no chance. Some traffic for the leaders. They're getting past a couple of GT4s. That's how spread out the GT4 field is as well. I'm watching the GT3s at the moment, and I can see them coming through traffic. So ahead of Kniva is Spawn, who's got 2 GT4s in front of him. They've just passed another GT4, and Spawn is going to get stuck here. Big opportunity for Kniva, and he's going to have the momentum coming out of the battle off S. He might try and make a move here, but just a little bit too far away. Smart from Spawn, I think, to stay behind. It's the more cautious approach. You can try and make a move there, but it is the smarter and more cautious approach as the Porsche goes off to the outside. Let him through, and Kniva is going to take the position because Spawn didn't expect it. He went in, I think, a bit too fast into the Kleines carousel, went too wide, lost the position. This is how quickly things change in traffic. Kniva now up into P2.
Nice racing action on the Nordschleife circuit. There you go. You had a almost 3-second lead a couple of corners ago. You run into traffic, make a small mistake, miscommunication here and there, and you see your rival 1 second ahead of you. These cars run in the GT3 Pro category, so this is for position, not only the overall standings, also in the class the drivers are battling for. Nice prizes, by the way, and every winner, every top 3 places in all the categories will be rewarded with vouchers to test your skills on the real Nordschleife circuit. The biggest difference between second and third position is that while finishing second, you will get that €400 voucher. For third place, you'll get a 3 months World Sim Series Premium subscription. So I think everyone wants to be second, and that's what Kniva has achieved for this moment being. He's a little bit slower as Spawn. As soon as he's seen Kniva up ahead, he'll be giving him quite a lot of pressure as we receive further penalties. Car number 19 drive through for second warning. This is a GT4 car, I believe, driven by Daryl Hansford. He is currently 28th overall. What about Daniel Spawn? What's his smart strategy here? Is there a smart strategy, or just try and get that position back? Be a little bit more aggressive?
Probably. I don't think being more aggressive here. I think it's enough. He can stay behind for the whole lap unless he can make a move right here. But he'll probably stay behind for the whole lap, either wait for a mistake from Kniva or wait for the Dottingoa where he can try and make a move. Both the Ford and the Lexus quick down the straights, big powerful V8s. So I think both of them will have enough straight line speed, and I think Spawn should have enough straight line speed in the slipstream. So just be patient here. Again, 23 hours and 17 minutes to go. Try and make something crazy, and you're going to get a drive-through, and that's going to cost you more time, or you're going to get damage. That's going to cost you even more time. So really, it makes sense to just stay behind and make a move when the time presents itself. Here's Zagarats, who's been losing spots quite quickly here. He
Yep.
was with he was in P6 ahead of Nuber, and now he had Innerhofer get past him and Gir as well.
So he lost third place here as Gires managed to overtake him in the GT3 Pro M class. First he lost that position to Nuber, now to Gires. Something's not right with that Ferrari. Or maybe the driver kind of fell out of the rhythm. He was running second for the first part of the first hour. He's now down to fourth, and look at the lap time. He's 5 seconds slower than Gires on the previous lap time. So something is not working for this car, and he keeps on losing quite a lot of time here. As Gires is pulling away, 1.5 seconds now ahead of Zagorac. He's gaining on Innerhofer. Well, the last lap he was slower than Innerhofer, but maybe with making that move he found a little bit more pace. This is not for position in class. This is for the overall place. P7 is the position that these drivers are battling for, but that would not make any change in the standings in the classes. Daniel Spahn making himself a little bit more distance as they are getting through the Nordschleife part of the circuit. I think it's about 20 kilometers or so, the Nordschleife part.
Yep, it should be over that. Oh, spin for Pierre Van Espen. We saw him gain positions before, and now
he lost the lead. Yep, he was in the lead of the GT4 M class, and he's now running into the pit lane a little bit early. The drivers have They have 65 minutes of stint time. Let's look at the replay. What happened here? Did it happen on his own? Was chased down by another AMG? Just clipped the curb. These cameras, they don't work. They don't work well. But it looked like he just clipped the curb. Car went up a bit and lost the traction underneath him. I didn't see a contact, but he went straight into the pit lane.
Maybe was struggling with something before. That's why he had to go into the pits. That's why he spun, maybe. That was maybe part of the reason he did. Yep. Could have been some contact with a barrier earlier on in the lap. Here's your battle for P2 overall. Kniva versus Spahn.
Yep, I think this is again the replay of Pierre Van Espen. Maybe something happened for him at the very beginning of the lap. System has caught up with some sort of an accident.
This is the move for the lead in the AM class.
Yep.
We saw it live, but that's not really that's not the contact that puts you into going into the pits. It's just a rub side by side. Wouldn't really change anything. In terms of the handling characteristics of the car. But here is the battle for P2 leader, by the way, 25 seconds ahead already. And we're not even an hour into this one. Catching up to some GT4 traffic in front. Can that be helping to switch positions? It might, because the GT4... Oh, more contact as Kniva went off the road because the GT4 went wide. He touched the grass, and speared across the circuit right into Spawn. I thought that was going to be a position switch. It didn't happen because Spawn actually probably came out worse from that. Don't see much damage on his car. Here we go. So this is, and I think an onboard view would show this the best. So here they go into the braking zone. Kniva decides to go to the outside, and that GT4, he clipped the curb. As Spawn has actually gone past Kniva.
I think Kniva has damage. Car doesn't look fast down the straight. It was an easy pass for Spawn. So yeah, he had that big hit into the barriers. Let's see what the team will decide here by the end of this lap. Will they pit the car because it doesn't look in one piece? Definitely way slower than it was before. Yep, driving straight into the pit lane. Lots of damage here for Kniva. A very unlucky moment. Spawn was also involved in that accident, but it looks like he managed to avoid those bigger damage consequences for his Lexus. The damage model on the ACC platform quite different for different contacts, but it looks like Spawn managed to get away with this one, so he's back into P2. His main rival, Domantas Kniva, is now in pits, and he might spend a little bit more time stationary because that damage will need to get fixed. Not sure how much damage Spawn car has. He also had a contact with that GT4 car. I don't think it was huge, but still. There goes some time edge in the hands of Spawn, as they'll stay out for, I believe, at least one lap here. That's going to be tight. I think Spawn will pit by the end of this lap. 14 minutes of
next one. Oh right, you're limited by the stint time. I completely forgot.
Yep, it's 65 minutes.
You're limited by stint time. If you were limited by fuel, I think he could go one more. So.
Yep. By the end of this one, a lot of drivers will be heading into the pit lane. The ones that haven't stopped yet, as Kniva still stationary. That's gonna be a very long stationary time. It's already more than 100 seconds. We are approaching 2 minutes time for Kniva. Being spent in the pit lane. He's now dropping places to the very last in the GT3 field. Well, he's down in 11 and getting out of the pit lane, so he spent 80 seconds being stationary, and that's gonna be a lot of time on the track itself, as Spawn will head over to the pit lane, I believe, by the end of this lap.
Will Yuknavicius pit on this lap? I don't think he will. So stint time is 65 minutes, I believe.
I think Yuknavicius will have the slight edge of staying out for yet another lap, or it's very close. It's actually very close. Yuknavicius might also pit by the end of this lap. So he has roughly 5 minutes to finish this lap, so a little bit less, and he has 12 minutes of stint time. I don't think they'll risk it, if they even have a chance. Oh, Yuknavicius running wide, so maybe he's pushing to trying with that strategy, but that would not work.
I don't know, to me it does look like he's got enough time here. We'll see what happens once they cross the line. He's got 4 minutes left in this lap. So he'll be fine. And I think Spawn might be too. Maybe a bit more tight for him, but I think Tadeusz Ignatius will be fine. Because he'll finish this lap with, I think, 9 minutes still on the clock for him.
Around 8. I'd say it's
yeah,
really tight.
He'll be at 8, yep.
It's gonna be tight. Let's ride on board with Tadeusz Ignatius.
As he approaches some traffic wide from the GT4 there. Again, race leader hasn't really been involved in any sort of incident. So still a very beautiful and clean car. Goes around the outside of the GT4. And seen a bit of traffic before. He'll have some more ahead as well. But I think it's nice for a race leader that's so far in front to finally get some traffic. Because then you don't feel like you're running alone on the track. That's how big the difference really is between these guys.
I think he's gonna go to the pit lane. There's not enough time here for him to go for another lap. He doesn't need to risk it. And after the driver's change, well, now he has 35 seconds lead against Spawn. Looks like Ignatius had no issues. Spawn had definitely issues and some mistakes, so the gap is not huge. And when we'll see the driver changes in the teams, things might go a little bit different. Ignatius shares the car with Justinas Saldukas and Matas Mendelis, so we know that Ignatius is fast.
I would just keep Ignatius to the end.
For all the 24 hours?
Yeah, I wouldn't even do the driver change. I think he's quick enough.
He is definitely quick enough. You can have just a couple of names in your team, but just do the job yourself.
You can actually give the other guys like an hour, each of them an hour, while he has something to eat.
Maybe sleep a bit, like for 20 minutes, a quick nap, a power nap. Fast drivers don't sleep.
I think it's more difficult if you do go to sleep. It then becomes more difficult to get back to racing. So I think he doesn't need to sleep. He'll be fine.
Yeah, he's so tight with his lap, but that's not gonna be enough. So 8 minutes and 20 of stint time remaining, and he's doing around 8 minutes 10 of a lap time. So very, very close to the edge of the 65 minutes stint time to put another lap, but that's it. They have passed the time, and that's gonna be pit entry for Tadeusz Ignatius, and we'll figure out if that's gonna be a driver change here for the Dream to Drive team. And there you go, as predicted. All the cars behind that haven't stopped yet will be heading towards the pit lane by the end of this lap. So maybe we'll see.
The question for them is, how much faster does he need to go to get himself another lap, and can he go that much faster? If he can,
he can. I think it's possible because it's right on the edge of the limit. So he needs to do like 3 second faster lap times on average, which might work for him. 7 completed laps. He missed like maybe 15 seconds or so.
Maybe once the temperature comes down at night, you might have faster lap times. Because if they can also save a pit stop in this race, then it would be massive. But actually, you can have it just gets going right in front of Spawn. So that was a nice statement from him. And Yuknav just gets back out onto the track with 23 hours and 1 minute to go.
Innerhofer trying to find a bit of space on racetrack. On Nürburgring, both of the cars approaching the pit lanes, going slowly, and our GT4 cars also will have to do the same by the end of this lap. They are more safe on the driver's stint time, a little bit slower on the racetrack, a little bit nicer with the stint time that they have to comply to, 65 minutes for one stint. Zampedri is gonna be the first GT4 car that will enter the pit stops of the ones that hadn't stopped yet. We have Kvedravicius and Amaral who have already made a visit to the pit lane a bit earlier than the foreseen strategy. Sherel is very slow on the racetrack. What happened to Sherel is they already had one pit stop, which was 60 seconds long. They had to go into the pit lane to fix some damage. What happened to Sherel is here. He was in a battle with an Alpine. Just running a little bit.
Oh no! I still can't believe how early these mistakes are coming in.
So Spon had some damage. Spon had damage, 18 seconds longer stationary time for Daniel Spon, which has cost him the second position. So Beaver Grease Racing Team, they have gained one spot. Well, they've gained a couple of spots before Kniva had that accident. They dropped down to 5 overall and 4th in the GT Pro class, I believe. Need to figure out, so we'll cross the line the next time. Kniva is now 5th overall. Spon down to 3rd, Krikštolaitis up into 2nd with a 8-second lead against Spon, and that made the gap for the race leaders even bigger. It's now 48 seconds. It was 35 when Juknavicius entered the pit lane. All seems nice and tidy for car number 1, which is leading the race. And looks like Juknavicius stays behind the wheel for yet another stint, as we've completed the first hour of the 24 hours Ringfreaks event on the World Sim Series platform.
Yep. 1 down, 23 to go. Yellow, oh no, that Porsche, it's been having issues, and this is the latest one. And a driver change as well, I think, on that car.
Yep.
Recently.
So that's the same car we've named as Sherel is behind the wheel, I think.
Oh no. Oh, but this is looking bad, even coming into here. Oh wow. It looked bad when even when it was coming through the other turns. Maybe it's got so much damage. We have an onboard look at that car. By the way, car number 32, drive-through penalty for, no, stop and go 10-second penalty for causing a collision. That is, trying to have a look, that's Ismail well, that's causing a collision with the wall.
Unsafely
no, that's
here we go.
Okay. That one was fair. I saw him causing a collision with the wall, and I didn't think that was fair to give a penalty for, but clearly that one is definitely fair. As I'm watching Ismail now, he almost had contact with the race leader. And a couple of times, actually, as the race leader's coming through traffic. And this
What's
is
happening
Mackenzie
here?
Thompson and Smart. That's the right thing to do. This car was almost hit by the race leader as well. I was just watching Juknavicius on my screen, and he was trying to get past Ismail and then trying to get past that Porsche. Almost had contact with both of them. So the Porsche of Nordschleife has a BMW behind. The BMW is going to go around the outside at the carousel, and he's going to make that move. That was for position, actually.
Yeah, but the 33rd Porsche is badly damaged. They just try to make it back to the pit lane. I'm pretty sure they will head over to the pit lane. You can fix the car no matter how badly damaged it is on the ACC platform. You basically can get a replacement with a new fresh car. So I think they are now on a mission to bring that car in, fix it completely, and rejoin the race. Doesn't look so good at this point, but they will keep running, I believe, by the looks of it, by the trying of the driver to get back that car to the pit lane. This is a long race. Sometimes it's a battle for yourself, not only the rivals, not only for position, but you just try to compete with the track itself. Nordschleife, one of the biggest challenges for the drivers, even running on them on their own. On the track, it's really easy to make a small mistake, which can have huge consequences afterwards. So this is a very nice experience for everyone competing here. Just driving on that track, challenging whatever challenges you can come across during the 24 hours, and always constantly learning something new. Okay, so Krikštolaitis has been changed by Stevenas Katkos as they climbed up to P2, but it looks like Daniel Spahn is now chasing down Katkos. The gap is down to 5.6 seconds as we have more yellow flags on the racetrack, as Spahn is approaching a spot where car number 34 was standing stationary, I believe. Yep, running slow. There's Daniel Spahn coming through. Yep. Managed to get through safely. Maybe lift it a little bit just to avoid unnecessary contacts. Try to be a little bit more cautious, as we still have 36 cars on this track. Some of them having huge issues, as Nordschleife is ahead of Spahn, trying to limp back to the pit lane. Lifting to let that Lexus through to not cause any more issues, and Nordschleife is gonna be heading into the pit lane. Not a lot of meters left for him on this racetrack, as he'll achieve what he's trying to do now. Spahn yellow. Spahn made a mistake. What happened to Spahn here?
I think maybe
straight into
damage.
the pit lane.
Huge damage. And I think that Porsche might be involved in... Nope.
Nope.
Nope, it won't be involved, because unless it teleported in front. Oh, touched the curb. No, that wasn't it. Oh, maybe it was.
Oh.
That curb really unsettled him, and then tried to catch the car, but couldn't do it. I'd like to see an onboard view of that as well. The heli cam got obstructed by the trees there. I think the issue will be him touching that curb. This one. Yep, he touched that one. He was offline, and then once he went on the brakes, the car just started sliding. So big drama for one of the favorites of the race, the international racing team. And while Stint 1 had a few issues for them, and that's nothing. Seifert into the wall.
What's happening here with our leaders? Well, a lot of them are facing issues. What happened to Seifert here? Also running on himself.
I think he's going to go wide at the next turn there and clip the grass on the exit. Yep. That is unfortunate. Rechmitage pits, but I think that's scheduled for him just because he pitted on lap 1 to fix damage, so he's a lap ahead of everyone in that pit strategy.
Yep, he's that was a timed pit stop for him. Only 6 minutes of stint time has been left on the clock before he entered the pit lane, so out of sync strategy due to the first lap accident, but they are doing good at this moment. Though
all of this drama, by the way, benefits the race leader, who's now almost a minute in front. 53.2 seconds ahead of Stevenas Katkus is Tadas Juknevicius. And good for Juknevicius and everybody in the team. He makes this huge gap when his teammates get in. They don't need to take such huge risks. They don't need to take risks in traffic. They don't need to take risks with curbs, and especially if it starts raining. Because they have such a quick teammate, you can essentially carry them around the racetrack. When you've got that big of a gap, it's a much more calm experience driving on the Nordschleife.
That's Milos Tomic trying to chase down Guillermo Rivas. Looks like Tomic was a bit slower on the last lap. What's happening here between these two drivers? I'd say Rivas has overtaken Tomic, and that's why they are pretty close to each other at this point of this race, both running in different categories. Rivas for Customs GT team in the GT3 Pro class, as Tomic runs for the Sim Racing Team Serbia. They are 15 class. Tomic 15 class, while Rivas is 6th in class, both 8 and 9 respectively on the track in the overall standings. Swiderskis, what's happening with Swiderskis? Suddenly a lot of contacts, a lot of drama started happening on the racetrack. This is a badly damaged car for Swiderskis, car number 7, Daug Pavairuoti. They are still 4th, but the car is badly damaged.
For long.
Happened at the first part of the racetrack.
This is down into the foxhole. Oh no, another touch of the grass, and wow. Well, I think a lot of these are the second drivers getting into the cars. But he's going to have a long way to go here. Thierry Gier into P5. He's going to go up to P4.
Actually, yeah, P1 in the GT3 Pro M class should be at this moment. Yeah, looking at the overall standings. Yep, so this car, driven by Swiderskis, they are still in the lead of the GT3 Pro M class. That's not gonna take too long because this car is badly damaged. Still half of the lap to go. That's not gonna be a planned pit stop. They still have 52 minutes of stint time remaining, so that's gonna be strategy destroyed for car number 7. They definitely had a very good go here in the class. I'm pretty sure they will still have a lot of chances to battle it out. We have 11 GT3 cars, so plenty of opportunities to reach the finish line being on a podium place. Just make no mistakes, make no similar mistakes here, as that's Tomic and Rivas actually. So Tomic managed to get a little bit closer to Rivas. This is not a battle for position. Both cars are in different classes. The traffic does its own thing.
Yep, traffic is, well, it's not that big of an issue around this track, really, because we've only got 36 cars out on track. With how long the track is, really, that doesn't make a very big difference. Gir now, we saw yellow next to him, but I guess that was only because of the slowing down for traffic.
Oh, that's Swiderski's having issues.
No more issues. He's going to try and stay off the road. Gir gets up into P4, and that's going to be Innerhofer through as well. Big issues for that car, which was running well, staying out of trouble. And, well, this track bites you if you lose concentration for even 1 millisecond. You're going to be in trouble. So, more trouble for more competitors, and never want to see it. But adds drama for us and for you, the viewers. Still a very long way to go. And I'm sure other cars will have issues.
This is driver's view. This is driver's view. That's what they have to face now. How on earth do you drive a car that has damage like this? Full lock to the left side while going straight. How do you even turn the car to the left side? By releasing the throttle and make the car rotate, but
at least it turns well to the right. Look at that. Great. If you only needed to turn to the right, this would be a pretty optimal setup. When you're having to turn to the left, not so
double yellow, Innerhofer in front.
Innerhofer's in trouble. He was catching up, and now was it contact? I'm sure we'll see a replay of that. Here we go. It will be into the small carousel. Yep, he was sideways a little bit too fast on entry, and it just got worse. But, importantly, no damage, or at least no major damage from that. So, compared to other incidents we saw, he got away with it. Swiderski is being overtaken by a GT4. Oh, a GT3 Porsche getting past Crackton. We haven't seen that car at all today. At least I haven't. That's the... Let me see. That is Crackton Racing. And up to P6. Say a very good job so far. Started down in 12th. So started in last in class. That's a GT3 Pro Am car. And after starting last overall and last in his category, he has now moved into 6th overall and 2nd in the GT3 Pro-Ams in just an hour and 20 minutes. That is pretty exceptional. I wasn't expecting to see that much attrition in the first few hours, but Crackton has got a good strategy here. Stay out of trouble. And if you look at the lap times for Crackton, running in the 8-minute 23s, just for comparison, the race leader is running at an 8-minute 7. If you look at Katkus, 8 minute 14, 8 minute 11 for Kniva. Leader in GT3 Pro Am, which is Gir, now running 8 minutes 16. Racing Team Serbia running 8:18, so much slower than anybody else on track in the GT3s, but has stayed out of trouble. And even those that were faster, like Spawn, for example, he's behind. Obviously, he'll catch up soon and overtake, but this is a strategy that can definitely work in the long term here. If you can keep going like this, in this exact same way for the next 24 hours, this would be a top 5 for sure. And I think a class podium. Just because if you stay out of trouble, if you don't have anything happen to you, you'll be golden, because you can see any slight mistake like what happened to Swiderskis, who's still in the pits. That car is still in the pits, and you lose so much.
I wonder if Krakten, they might be sharing one rig, because there's only one driver for the team Krakten Racing. The name suggests that it's Krakten Racing. Is this car trying to do the impossible? Finish the 24 hours race with one driver? We have also the MDPH Racing team, only with Gears behind the wheel as a driver. You have the possibility to share the rig with your teammates if you are racing from one spot. You just physically change the drivers driving behind the simulator, but the name of the Krakten Racing kind of suggests that this might be a mission for one driver. Is it possible? Is it doable? We've seen drivers compete in 12-hour racing, in 12-hour races with no drivers change. What about 24?
I think we've seen that before. I think we've seen somebody do it. I don't remember who, but we've definitely seen somebody try and do a 24-hour race alone. It's sometimes hard to tell as well, because we don't know if they're racing alone or if they're just sharing a sim rig. So could just be sharing a sim rig, could be racing alone. But Krakten Racing, either he's racing with his brother's father's sons or some kind of family. Maybe he's just running alone. Could be a good strategy if you don't trust your teammates.
Yep.
If you don't have any, you might say, okay, I'll try and do this alone. Less pressure on you, maybe, as well. Because if you ruin your own race, you ruined your own race. But if you also ruin the race for your team, that's a tougher pill to swallow.
You have the Döttinger Höhe straight where you can definitely eat some sandwiches, have something to drink. You have those pit stops where you can go and make your business in the toilet if needed. It's possible, not sure if it's physically possible to endure the 24 hours for yourself, but you can try and prepare for that. You couldn't do that in real life, definitely, but well, behind the wheel of a simulator, who knows? Anyways, Krakten's up to 6th, and he's up to 2nd in the GT3 Pro M class. What about the GT4s? We've had plenty of action in the GT4 at the beginning. We still have Zampedri in the lead. We still have Jan Nimtz in P2nd. The gap between the drivers is around 10 seconds, so even after the pit stops, the gap kind of stabilized and is very, very similar. So this is a very nice battle in the GT4 Pro class. anything might happen. We've seen issues with Spon, we've seen issues with Kniva, we've seen issues with Swiderskis. Things can go out of hand quite fast here on the racetrack. So this is definitely a battle on. Zampedri seems to be slightly faster, but look at the difference. It's just hundredths of a second, well, 1/10 of a second separated the pace of both of the drivers on the final lap. Both of them actually managed to put in their personal fastest lap times, with Zampedri putting in a fastest lap. In the GT4 class, Theory Gears, here you go again. One of the top runners having huge issues. Now he's facing the wrong direction. Tries to turn over the car, turn around the car to face the right direction. Not going to plan, and he lost here plenty of time. He lost a position on track from P4 to P5. This is your GT3 Pro-Am leader. I have a recipe for the drivers. Don't get into the lead of the GT3 Pro-Am class. Otherwise, you'll face issues. Let's look at what happened to Terry Gears now. Curse of a curb, maybe? Or touching the grass? Nope.
Nope. Just started to slide on entry. Maybe a little bit too much brake. Had a lot of rotation in that car, and things happen sometimes. This is Milos Tomic against Guillermo Rivas for P7 overall. Here we go. Down the Dottingo. Right in front, you can see the Crackton car. And because Thierry Gier is running slowly, let's see if we'll see Crackton get into the top 10 and the lead of the Pro-Am class after starting dead last.
Gears into the pit lane with 40 minutes of stint time, so huge damage to that car. Crackton goes into the lead of the GT3 Pro-Am class.
Started dead last. It actually sets his fastest lap of the race. Started dead last, and has just gotten into the top 5. Well, dead last in the GT3s, obviously, but gotten into the top 5 by just avoiding any sort of incidents. Good job, really. And this is that battle continuing on.
Yep.
And Spawn is approaching it now. So, just as a comparison, so Crackton running an 8-minute 22.6, Rivas 8:21.4, Tomic 8:20.2, and then Spawn behind 8:11.8. So 9 seconds gained on the last lap. This is almost going to be like passing traffic at this point. The pace difference is incredible as Tomic goes a little bit wide. If I was these cars in front, I'd probably just let Spawn go. Once he gets close enough, I think he can make a move on the Nordschleife.
Let's wait and see how smart the drivers are, how strategically thinking they are on the racetrack. Spawn already right on the tail of Tomic.
I don't know how many options for strategy they have here. You have a car going so much quicker than you. I don't know if you have any options here other than be overtaken or let him pass in a place where you might have an advantage later on.
That's the strategy I'm talking about. Well, whether you try and go defensive and lose time, or just think strategically with the faster car approaching.
There's no option of being defensive. It's more either you're gonna make him overtake you, or you lift and you let him overtake you. But I don't think you can go defensive. If you're gonna go defensive, with the pace difference he has here, I think he'd just go around the outside. But issues once he gets close enough to overtake once again. Let's see. He should be much quicker here through Flugplatz. But the front washes away, and he can't do anything into Schwedenkreuz, so he'll have to wait an even longer time here to do anything. Oh, and there's battling up in front. That's not what Spawn wants to see. Oh, wide, very wide, and a spin. Spawn on the brakes. And gets past one of them. He'll get past the other soon, I think, as well. And Spawn, well, he was already collected once when Kniva made that mistake. He didn't want to be collected twice as Guillermo Rivas went off the road, spun it round. Here we go. Here's a replay. So he defended from the attack from behind and was a little bit wide, then probably got on power as he would always, jumped off the curb and collects the Ferrari.
Ferrari with a big hit into the barrier, so I wonder if that caused some damage to the car. You always wonder with the ACC platform and the damage model. Sometimes you can get away even with these contacts with the barriers by avoiding damage. Sometimes it's unavoidable, but the car looks pretty okay to me now. Let's drive on board with the driver. Wheel is straight, so I think it was a head-on collision with the barriers, so avoiding damage to the suspension, which might only influence the speed of the car running down the straights. So you could say Tomic is pretty safe on that. They already fixed the car on the previous stop. They are now 30 minutes into their stint time. So I think Milos Tomic will stay out on the racetrack, especially when he overtook Rivas on the track and now carrying 9 seconds of a advantage, and they are up to P2 in the GT3 Pro M class. So, as we usually do see in the endurance races, gaps start to pan out between the cars, and not a lot of close on-track battles remain on the circuit. Still, huge battles on the track as Guillermo Rivas, again, another mistake, another spin, so one was not enough. He tried and made a second one. What about this one? Let's try and see the replay. This is the wrong one. We still have to go through this. Let's do it in an onboard camera. This is the first mistake that Rivas made. It was a run off the track, hit the barrier or a kink, jump the car into the air, small contact with Tomic. Looks like damage was avoided, but then the second mistake came, which cost him another 10 seconds. Krachten did have a moment recently. What's happening with the drivers? Sometimes they kind of find he just lost the back end of the car. A little bit bigger contact with the barriers this time. That cost him 10 seconds. I wonder if that did cost him some damage. He's now got company, another Lexus behind him, driven by Rechmatage. The same category. No, actually it is not. Nope, this Rivas is GT3 Pro driver, Rechmatage is GT3 Pro Am, so looks like Rivas either has some damage or just tries to be a little bit more cautious. What about our P5 overall driver Krachten? I think he had a moment because he has Spawn now right on his tail. He had a bigger gap now, so this is the replay of what happened to Krachten. gained on... Oh, there was a car off the racetrack. I think he just needed to take avoidsive action. That's how you go through the 24 hours event. He's just running very cautious, a little bit slower, but to this point he managed to avoid most of the unnecessary problems. Here comes Daniel Spon for 5th overall. Krakten still will keep his lead in the GT3 Pro M category, now down to P5, P6. We have 5 GT3 Pro cars leading this race. As Daniel Spon will try to gain on Innerhofer, which will be the next car, and the car for position in class for Daniel Spon. Crossing the line is way faster than Dominic Innerhofer, 32 seconds to eliminate from the lead as we slowly approach the second stint, the second wave of the planned pit stops. It's 40 minutes on the clock for Daniel Spon, around 30 minutes for Innerhofer, and a little bit less for the cars in front who are on a planned strategy and had no problems during their stints. Rivas into the pit lane. He definitely had damage to his car, so decided to pit it and fix that damage to try and continue the race. As it continues, 1.5 hour done, 22.5 to go. Still a long race up ahead, still 36 cars on the racetrack. So even though the drivers make mistakes, damage their cars, they try to stay here and battle for position. We have 5 categories here, so you have a very healthy chance to finish on podium places, receive those fabulous prizes. This is the Ringfreaks Nordschleife 24 hours event. The top 2 finishers in every category will be rewarded by vouchers to go and visit the real Nordschleife track and experience it, not from a sim, not from a sim experience, not from sim perspective. You'll get the chance to drive a real car on the racetrack. Good news for the virtual drivers, well, for sim racers. The track is gonna look different when you're sitting in a real car, but you'll definitely have the knowledge of the track, the speed that you can carry through the corners. You'll definitely know which way the track is gonna turn on you, and so even if they have no experience of driving a car on a real track, they will definitely know where the track is gonna go and gonna turn. As we hit over
5, Guillermo Rivas, drive-through penalty for speeding in the pit lane.
Can it get worse?
It's not a great situation for them.
This is Ahmed Mahmoud, car number 32, position 33. Touch of a curb, send 2 wheels into the air, lose traction, try to deal with that car, but didn't happen. At the end, hit the barriers and...
Yep, we've seen that car in the barriers a few times already, so yep, more issues. That's sometimes just how this race goes.
Seifert already 45 seconds behind. Jan Nimtz still 3rd in the GT4 Pro Plus, GT4 Pro class. Was very nice at the beginning of this race for car number 14. Kept the lead for one full lap, was very racy. Did pick up nice lines to defend the positions. Kept Jan Nimtz a bit longer behind himself. Now Nimtz is 10 seconds behind Zampedri, but running very similar lap times as the race leader. Seifert 13 seconds ahead of Abdelhadi. Abdelhadi running for the same category, the GT4 Pro class. On a very similar pace, Abdelhadi being a slightly slower driver, well, by a couple of seconds. The fastest lap time by Abdelhadi is a couple of seconds slower than the fastest lap time by Seifert. So was the previous laps by both of the drivers. So Seifert holding strong for P3, hoping for a clean race ahead of him.
I think the big changes will come in once we see driver swaps.
Yep.
That's when we'll see how the pace of the car changes. More mistakes as well possible, because you saw with some of the other cars when they had the driver change, everything fell apart.
Oh yes, and car number 16, currently driven by Jan Nimtz, is a team which shares the seat between 5 drivers. So it's Jan Nimtz, Dressel, Alex Leaf, Simonas Urbonas, and Simon Speth. Car number 13 is a team of 3 drivers, so Cardinale, Yetzi, and Zamperdi. What about car number 14? That's Seifert and Jaromski. Seifert was the faster driver in the pre-qualifying session. Zamperdi was the slowest driver. Wow, Zampedri was the slowest driver in the pre-qualifying session in the Tatum Res Tech team. Yetzi was slightly faster, and Cardinale was the fastest driver in that car, so looking promising. What about the Sean Clark Racing team and the pre-qualifying lap times? Jan Nimtz was way faster than Dressel, Leaf, Urbanas, and Speth. Looks like the other drivers just put in valid lap times to go into this race. Nimtz was 10 seconds faster than Jan Nimtz. I'm pretty sure Nimtz was 10 seconds faster than Simon Speth, his teammate, but I'm pretty sure Simon Speth just did a lap time to put in a valid result onto the table. He's definitely not 10 seconds slower than Jan Nimtz, but good point. Things will change. Well, the pace of the teams will change as soon as we'll see those driver swaps happening throughout the whole grid. Ignavicius will need to hand over the car to Soldukas or Matas Mendelis. Katkos already took over the wheel from Krikstalaitis, and it looks like it's a 2-drivers team, which is currently second. Kniva shares the track with Strubas and Adomavicius. Is it Strubas or Shrubas? Can't figure this out. It looks like it's Strubas. Yep. So driver changes are still a thing here. Only a bit less than 2 hours into this race, the dynamics might change quite a lot, and we've already seen a lot of crashes, a lot of accidents on this race, and we might see much more of this action as soon as we'll have the other drivers taking over the wheels of the cars.
Yep, and we'll see how much it affects the pace of the overall race leader, who is almost a minute and a half ahead. 1 minute and 18 seconds at the front of the field is Tadeusz Knevic. So huge, huge difference. We'll see how that changes throughout this race. And we'll see if they can manage to put a lap on everybody. That would be a good target to have. We'll see if it's possible. But obviously still 22 hours to go. Car 27 still has that. Still has a speeding in the pit lane penalty. That's Pierre Van Espen. Remember him running well in GT4, but had a couple of those issues, and issues just compounding for him. Race has really calmed down now. Langrand closest to Balnavicius, I guess that's your closest battle out on track, but that's still over 2 seconds.
Balnavicius has a bit of a damage on his front.
Yep, we saw that car going off once, but it's not too bad. Doesn't look like it's too bad, at least, because managing to stay out on track at a decent pace. Let's see if he takes to the pit lane here. Nope, so probably happy with how the car's behaving, as into the pits goes Langrand behind. This is 25th overall, somewhere around P2. Jota had some issue because it was yellow, but into the pits. Marzola now. And that's definitely not into the pits. This was a spin. Not too much damage on that car. I'd be interested to see what exactly happened. Here we go. Marzola comes in, curb. That's fine. Nope, just too quick. And if he would have held the brakes, he would have actually not even hit the second. He wouldn't have even hit the barrier with the rear, but got away with it. That's probably the best kind of incident you can hope for. Moyano now, yellow for him, down in P34. And running slowly as well. That does not look like a healthy car to me.
These accidents, they look to come in packs. Like one car crashes on the racetrack, and then the other cars think something similar.
Oh. Oh, no, just went
Oh,
off
and
the
it's
road.
Juknavicius who had overtaken him during that accident, so good thing it ended
Something
up.
happened to Van Espen as well. Just lost a position to Eller.
Eller is a GT3 car, Van Espen is GT4.
Oh, okay, because I saw the gap change extremely quickly. Thought maybe there was an issue. Okay. So Eller, still within the GT4s?
Already 3 pit stops completed. The last one was to fix the car. So facing troubles throughout the journey.
That's not great to still be within the GT4s at this point in the race. So he's got to be a lap, maybe even 2 behind the race leader already.
Yep, I think he's 2 laps behind the race leader.
So, yeah, a start of the race like that Not very promising for the rest of it. But I'm sure we'll keep seeing cars have issues, and I guess that they're hoping they're not going to have any more issues. But it's not a good sign when you have so many incidents in the first couple of hours. Here's Kobos needs in. This is P1, 2, 3, 4, 5 overall in GT4. The Georgian team. Car in the colors of the Georgian flag, but also reminds us of a certain tobacco brand as well, associated with McLaren, I think. It's the color scheme, kind of.
Yep.
I guess the flag is on the top, but it's a nice looking McLaren. Pretty simple, but I like the look of this one. So watching Kobusnze getting caught. Oh, Kniva into the pits early, because remember that he pitted 1 lap early anyway.
Yep, so he had only 6 minutes of stint time on his clock, and by the end of next lap I think we'll see more drivers entering the pit lane. What about... Oh, wow! A nice moment to put in this view. That was Langrad right in front of Juknavicius, going off the racetrack. That's actually Kapucha behind the wheel of this car. Car number 29. Let's take a look at the replay, and maybe we'll have the chance to look at it from the view of Juknavicius. There we go. This is the replay. Sees the car running wide. Gonna be close. Watch. Yeah, that was close.
Wow. Okay. Well, it's not enough to be quickest out on track. Mahmoud now in trouble. P33. Oh, big trouble here. Oh no. You're not gonna go through that wall. I'm not sure what's happening here.
Stuck? Not what? What?
But it looks like the car's trying to go forward.
There comes the fun part of the 24-hour racing.
I mean, this car against that wall is not.
No,
it's
stuck. So it's stuck on. It's basically stuck on the curb, I believe. He has. Yeah, look, he's trying to get out of that. He needs to teleport now.
I mean, to be fair, he put himself in this situation. He really didn't need to hit this wall and get beached on that curb. Now he's got two options here, I guess. Either tow the car back to the pits, or wait for somebody to hit him. And with the way this race has been going, I wouldn't be surprised if we would see a car very soon come in and hit him and dislodge him from being stuck here. Maybe somebody can help them out.
He's just stuck. Yep. I don't know why they are not trying to teleport to the pit lane. That's not going anywhere. That's done. As long as you keep standing here, you'll lose a lot of time.
I mean, unless you can get pushed.
Is he waiting for someone to push him? Maybe.
I guess the guys who are down in those positions. Why not? Help a guy out?
Yeah, that. I don't know. That would be at least a double yellow situation, slow zone situation. If we'd be on the real track, let's drive on board with Yuknavicius, who'll pass Mahmoud shortly.
It's
Yep.
you can see double
Single.
yellow.
Was it
No.
double yellow? I think it was single yellow. Maybe it was double yellow. He's on the inside, like not too dangerous on the racetrack as Krakten has been chased down by Tomic. This is 4th position.
This is for the lead.
Yep, it is
Yep,
for the
it
lead.
is for the lead. Lead in GT3 Pro-Am. Now, Krakten has been running slower, but he's been the one to stay out of trouble and has gained those positions by doing so. Looking at how he's been racing so far, I don't think he'll mind that Tomic will get past. I think he lets him go, says good luck to you, buddy, and we'll meet again, because unless Tomic doesn't make a mistake for the rest of the race, well, obviously Krakten can make a mistake as well, but I like this car's style so far. They maybe don't have that ultimate pace, but they're trying to stay out of trouble, and sometimes that's what gets you positions, especially in races like this. And actually, this whole gaggle of cars, they are almost 4 minutes back from the race leader already. Now behind them is Rekmetaj catching up, and while Tomic is quicker than Krakten, Rekmetaj is about 10 seconds quicker than both of them. At least some of the laps. He was 7 faster than Tomic and 10 faster than Krakten, who goes off the road and kisses the barrier. Hopefully not too much damage for him as he loses 2 spots. Felt the pressure from behind and made what's probably his first mistake of the race. Now, Ricard Rekmetaj trying to go side by side. That Ferrari went in real quick there, and it's gonna have trouble on the exit as the Lexus goes to overtake. Is he gonna be boxed in traffic? No, it's actually the Ferrari that gets boxed in as Thierry Gier, yellow flag. He's definitely stationary somewhere. Oh no. Well, don't get stuck. Oh no.
Yeah, back to the pit lane. This is what happened to Terry Gears.
Thierry coming through. Oh no. Well, we've seen cars have issues there, and that's the latest one.
Did he got stuck there on that
I
curb?
think so. It looked like it, and I think he realized he got stuck and immediately went back to the pits. Yuknavicius in pit lane. That's a planned stop. Stop number 2, and I guess we expect him to get out of the car.
Well, I'd say so. Well, he did 2 stints now. There should be a driver change.
He's out of the car, and Mendeles behind the wheel now.
The next car to pit is gonna be Steven Askatkos. There might also be a driver's change. Krikštolaitis started the race, did only 1 stint, and handle over the car to Steven Askatkos as we see a BMW GT4 car. Steven Askatkos needs to go to the pit lane. Wow, this was close. I'm not sure if it was a safe entry into the pit lane. So he crossed that line on the
Crossed
entry.
the white line for sure. The question is, can you cross the white line on ACC? I don't know.
Well, I think you
I don't
are
know
not.
if World Sim Series penalizes for that.
I guess we'll
If they
figure
do,
this out.
That's very clear cut. I mean, it's not even a question, but let's see if that is actually something that does get penalized. And I don't know why it takes such crazy risk. I mean, the max you'll lose is a second, maybe, if you lift out of it. He took a lot of risk for really not a lot of reward here. he could have smacked that wall on pit entry and probably spent the next 10 minutes repairing his car.
Yep.
Here's Innerhofer coming through the final section of the lap. As Katkus moves out. And stop and go, 30 seconds for speeding in the pit lane.
Innerhofer for whom?
For Katkus.
Oh, for Katkus for speeding.
Car number 3 speeding in the pit lane. Stop and go, 30 seconds. That's a huge penalty.
Wow. They definitely gonna lose quite a lot here. So Daniel Spahn, 5th, entering the pit lane. This might change after the huge penalty for Steven Katkus.
Yep, could be big, well, will be big trouble. He'll lose the position, that's for sure. As Strubas into the Ford now. Huge. Oh no, Swiderskis with another mistake in that Ferrari. Oh, well, he didn't need to smack it again. But I guess probably won't make much of a difference now. This Ferrari was doing great with the first driver on board. Second driver gets on board and, well, second smack of the race.
This is the replay of what happened to Swiderskis.
Oh no, you can't touch the curb there. And he looked already out of control when he approached Mudkurva. He was super wide. I think he even touched the grass on entry on the on the outside, and then hit the curb. You can't hit the curb. Everybody knows you can't hit the curb there, or you're going into the wall. And well, it goes into the wall, but I don't think that changes anything there really. Probably maybe even wants to straighten his wheel out. If it's bent to one side, maybe he can hit the other side and get the wheel back to straight. But yeah, difficult situation for this car, which was running decent. They'll pit in any case, and this will actually promote Zampedri into a top 10 overall place.
There you go, a GT4 car running in the top 10.
Well, obviously we only have 12 GT3s, so it's not that surprising, but have we ever had a lower class car finish top 5 of an event?
That's a good question. Possibly?
I think here, because the damage model is not as punishing as on some other simulators, you don't have cars stationary in the pits for half an hour or something. So these guys are kind of getting lucky in some senses. And I think that's why we haven't yet seen, or at least I don't remember, seeing a lower class car finish top 5 or a podium or something. Because with a more punishing damage model, I wouldn't be surprised at seeing a GT4 finish on the podium. With how big some of these accidents are, you'd be repairing for an hour more maybe.
Krakten just lost another position to Tomic, I believe. Yeah, let's try and take a look at the replay.
But Tomic overtook him before.
No, again, this is a replay. So there's more troubles on the racetrack. This is the replay of how Krakten was overtaken by Tomic. recently. Swiderski is still stationary on the racetrack. We have 5 seconds of the replay remaining, as Swiderski is facing much more bigger issues this time. Well, maybe that's... Yeah, the car is way more damaged now. Oh, Flora yellow flags. I feel like Spy, who's trying to catch up with all the accidents happening on the racetrack. Now Flora has had a moment here. They are running 6th. They've already fixed the car in the pit lane by the looks of how long it was stationary in the pits. And this is an outlap.
No issue is that?
It was an issue. I don't think
maybe wheel or pedal, something technical on the driver's side.
Yep.
Because he just stopped next to the track. Good thing he didn't get beached on the curb. So Swiderski is still stationary in the pits. Pedri, we'll see if I think he should get in front. Race leader in GT4 overall and GT4 Pro. That's the Tatum Restec car. And out the final turn. Nope, into the pits comes Pedri.
Yep, this is definitely a planned pit stop. Jan Nims will also head over into the pit lane, and we might see some driver changes now. You can see Nims in the background also entering the pit lane. Zampedri overtook Swiderskis in the pit lane, so he's up into P10.
Well, into P10 because pit box is further down the pit lane.
Yeah.
And Nims takes the position.
Yeah, this is a change.
Great move. We'll see if I don't think he'll be able to hold this position though, but you never know. Pedri and driver change. Cardinale gets into that one and takes back the lead in GT4. Yes. Oh, and stops on pit exit. Cardinale is just stopped on pit exit. Something's wrong here. Something's very, very wrong. And now Nims is actually gonna take the lead in GT4 as Cardinale. It says Pedri, but now it's Cardinale behind the wheel, is stopped at pit exit, tried to move, but can't move again. Something is very, very wrong. And
out of the race.
Yep.
That's a disconnect. They have disconnected. So big issues for our GT4 Pro previous leader status, Tatum Restek. Something happening with Cardinale.
Yep. Steven Laskutkus did not come into the pits to serve that penalty yet. We'll have to do it in the next 2 laps. But huge issue for Cardinale. We'll see if that car returns to the track. But wow, I didn't really even understand what was happening. It looked normal. It looked like he'd moved out. Everything was normal, but stopped at pit exit and didn't go out. So looking at your new leader in GT4. Yanims. Actually, who's behind the wheel? It's Alex Leaf now behind the wheel of that car. So driver change completed. And very, very interesting situation. I'm still not seeing.
They're back.
Oh, here we
Cardinale
go.
is back, yes.
So Cardinale is behind the wheel, that's for sure. That car is still stationary. Smart thing, I guess, they did is they didn't go out of the pits. It probably then takes a lot longer to tow the car back, because it's probably the whole lap. I'm guessing if you tow while still in the pits, it's kind of just counts as you getting your mechanics to push you back. I don't know though. I don't know how it works here.
Still stationary. This is a very long pit stop, so something's wrong maybe with the gear. Finally gets moving. Cardinale gets moving. Hopefully everything works this time, though they lost huge amount of time. We'll have to wait till these cars cross the line the next time to figure out what position the Tatum Restec team has got back into this race. Only 2 hours completed, so still 22 hours on the clock. They had similar pace, well, Zampedri had identical pace with Jan Nimtz. Now the other drivers took over, so things can change regarding the pace on the racetrack. So they decided to continue here even with this big issue. We'll have to figure out how it's gonna go further in this race for the Tatum Restec team. Car number 13, that's Noreika. Car number 33 going slow again as more accidents happened for this car. Unfortunately, quite a lot of yellow flags for this car in the previous lap. I think they had a bigger contact again somewhere on the racetrack, damaging the car. And this is one very difficult race for this Porsche.
Yep, this car has been in a lot of trouble. Here's Crackton behind traffic. GT4 AMG up in front and gets past him. And actually, Ferrari in front will be lapped. Might be Thierry Gier. No, that would be the car of Eller, 16th overall. Now, we do remember that. Did you say Cardinale was fastest in the pre-qualifying? Or Yetzi, maybe, but. Here's your new leader, and leader by almost a minute to Uromsky behind, who's taken over from Seifert. And that number 14 car, which moves up into second place. Lars Blumke now in P13. Good improvement from that car as well. So watching the GT4 leader, Alex Leaf, will come round to complete his first lap. Many, many more to go. We'll see what that actual gap to Cardinale is. Cardinale running in P19. Has been overtaken by... we haven't actually looked who's leading. So Pro is obviously led by Nims. Now Kobosnidze leads.
GT4 Pro M.
Leading Pro M.
Yep, it is Kobosnidze. Well, at least the last time the cars crossed the line, we had pit stops.
So now it's Jibgashvili behind the wheel. Top of the AMs is Grikovic. They've had a driver change as well.
Yep, Minuto's behind the wheel now.
And Katkus serving his penalty. Strubas gets in front. That's the Ford back into the top two, sorry, second place. Gap to the leader is now over 2 minutes.
There you go. A calm race for car number 1. Managed to avoid those troubles. Juknevich just carried nice pace throughout the whole 2 hours.
Managed to avoid trouble, sure, but I think running about 5-6 seconds every lap quicker than the rest of the competition also helped.
Definitely it did.
It wasn't only avoiding incidents. The pace this car has while avoiding incidents is something else, really. But the battle for P2 is heating up. Everybody about separated by, well, under 30 seconds between each other. But pace differentials there, definitely. Silverio in the number 2 Lexus, he's running very quick. Last time round, okay, we can't compare to Kutkus, who went into the pits, but Strubas, for example, in the Ford, was 7 seconds slower last time round. So Silverio, big gains here. Wow, almost 8 seconds. That's something else. So these gaps will come down. And we'll see how the field shapes up.
Those curbs, they are not friendly to traction. Clip it a little bit at higher speeds and you'll have to play with your wheel and right foot to catch up the slides. Silverio managed to do that beautiful as he continues to chase down on Katkus and Strubas. Around 1 minute between himself and Strubas in the battle for P2.
Car 25 has just been disqualified. Moyano for speeding in the pit lane. So, approached with huge speed and DQ'd. We've seen that in a couple of other races, but we're now down to 34, I think, running cars.
Yep, something like that.
Unfortunate, but happens sometimes, and I'm sure the team will learn from their mistake, not make it again, but yeah. Have to come in with quite a speed to be DQ'd.
Looks calm for most of the GT3 class drivers. Still plenty of battles. We have these orders shuffled up around a bit in the field, with faster drivers being a bit further behind after some issues. Like the car from Silverio, they are currently 4th, but are very fast on the racetrack. They were 12 seconds faster than Steven Askatkos after serving that penalty, so definitely some chasing down things happening on the racetrack. Also, Cardinale, well, they will try to recover after that connection or some sort of issues, maybe issues with the hardware. For Cardinale, we've seen him stopping by the end of the pit lane, having to disconnect and reconnect. That took plenty of time, ages of time. They didn't lose a lap, so they are still on the same lap as Alex Leaf in the lead. I should take out my calculator to figure out the gap, but it should be something around 2, maybe 3 minutes. Gustas is usually better at those quick calculations. I just try to pinpoint, but I'd say it's between 2 and 3 minutes, which is not even a half lap on the Nordschleife circuit. So still, plenty of a lot of a good chance, healthy chance for the team.
At the line, it was about 3 minutes 15, something like that.
Yep. So
it's still a big gap. When you're looking at drivers that are very similarly paced, I think that's the big question mark here. How much quicker can you actually run? I think to get back up to second is a possibility for sure. But to catch 3 minutes, Strong Clock Racing have to run into trouble for them to catch. I think that's pretty simple.
Yep, so the next
unless they can run 3-4 seconds quicker every lap. That's then also a possibility. But you know, this track, because of its length, you do so few laps, you have a bit less time you have a bit less laps to gain.
This Tomic against Flora. This is not a battle for position in the class. It is battle for position in the top 10 overall standings. Tomic, GT3 Pro M driver, trying to overtake Flora from Steer team. Flora is representing a GT3 Pro team. It looks like Tomic finding a bit more pace around this track. Wow, he was 12 seconds faster on the previous lap time. Maybe Flora was in the pit lane or something like that. Swiderskis. Oh, more troubles for this car. That's definitely not looking good. Car still stationary. Trying to find reverse or trying to figure out if that's game over. Oh! You have to move here.
I mean, when you're standing at that point, you can move. You don't need to wait because you're in the middle of the track. It's better to go. Yeah, actually, he even wasn't in the middle of the track. He was on the apex, so just go and stay on the inside. Let's see. Oh, no. Oh, no. Those curbs are very, very deadly. And an issue once again. So Milos Tomic behind Flora. This is for P6 overall. Ferrari v Ferrari. And we somehow didn't notice this gap coming down. Huge pace difference between them last time. Tomek 12 seconds quicker than Flora. So, massive difference. I think Tomek will wait here for the straight. And trying to follow in the slipstream.
Flora doesn't want to give him slipstream battling. Again, not a battle in class. Not sure if you need to go over defensive, especially if the car behind is faster, gaining on that slipstream. Yep, and leaving nice space on the inside of the kink into that corner, and this is a move done by Tomic. Needs to nail the final SS to avoid mistakes. We've seen Spawn making a huge mistake here earlier in the race. The team now running fourth, 22 seconds behind. Katkus trying to chase down, so the gaps from position 2 up to 4 are shrinking. Also, Rakhmatash is doing a very nice job. He was very fast on the previous lap. It was 8 minutes 11 seconds, so 3 seconds faster than Silverio and 10 seconds faster than Struba. So even P5 in the GT3 class at this stage is gaining on the cars in front, except for car number 1. Matas Mendel is doing a nice job. Actually, he was also 5 seconds slower than Rakhmatash. He doesn't need to be fast. Mendelis just needs to take care of that car, avoid damage, and just continue his work. I've seen some yellow flag flashing again. Maybe that was someone entering or exiting the pit lane as we'll look at Rakhmatash. Nice car. The previous pit stop was also clean without any damage. So car number 8 looks pretty strong at this stage.
Yep, this is one of those cars recovering from the lap 1 incidents and having to pit on lap 1 as well. So this one, a good recovery so far. We'll see how far that takes them. Now, Cardinale on your screens up to P18. Let's see what lap time.
Wow.
That is 8:52.6. Well, maybe he can catch those 3 minutes because he's just gone 10 seconds quicker than Alex Leaf.
Did he just overtake a GT3 car?
I think he's battling with one.
Yeah. That's how determined these guys are. I'm not sure. Is that
well, Jaromsky as well.
No.
Jaromsky 8:58.8 from Jaromsky. So really, Leaf running slow, to be honest. Minotas as well now 8:56.7.
Leaf made a mistake, I believe. Leaf had
for an M car. Well, for Minotas in M, he's just gone about 10 seconds quicker than anybody else in his class, running second on pace in the GT4 overall category, so very good job.
Looks like Minitas knows the way around the Nordschleife circuit, doing a fabulous job. Currently 5th in the GT4 class overall, 1st in the M class.
And I think first by a long way. His closest rival hasn't even crossed the line yet. That's Yasukianas.
He'll cross the line shortly.
First overall. Crosses the line. I'm trying to wait for... Well, the gap for the lead in the M class is 2 minutes and 43 seconds. That's quite a lot.
It is a lot. Yeah, so anyways, car number 13 is gonna be the car that we will try to look at. That should be a recovery drive. Doesn't look too bad, so they are 6th overall in the GT4 class. They are...
What's very strange is that they are somehow first in, second in, on the World Sim Series website live timing.
Oh, yep, indeed. Good catch. Yep, they are being registered as running second.
Running about only 40 seconds behind Leaf, which really doesn't make any sense.
How do you figure out that one? The disconnect? Both system caught it differently somehow? ACC sees it differently?
Unless World Sim Series live timing didn't count when the car was off.
You know, I see a strange... I see a strange number now. I see the pit times from every car. The car number 13 had a stationary time of 171 minutes. But the pit time taking the car through the pit lane, it's minus 42 seconds. So it's kind of paying back, like a minus 42 seconds. So that might be something.
R27 stop and go 30 seconds for speeding in the pits. That's Van Espen, and well, can it get much worse for them? They had a good start, but it's just been going downhill.
Doesn't look too good.
But just issue definitely was stopped somewhere. At least something happened because it was yellow. Right. Car 19 now. Car 19 now drive-through penalty.
And this is the replay of that exit. I wanted to catch up with Balavicius and caught up with Ansi. Can I? No, it was actually for Balavicius also. It was for the exit from the pit lane. That's why we had a yellow flag at that moment for that car.
Yep, and a totally normal pit exit. Well, except for the fact he crossed the white line, but for the rest, a totally normal pit exit. So very strange, again, that we saw a yellow there. Okay, Leaf crosses the line. Really want to see what World Sim Series timing will do here, because you'll have Jaromski cross the line before. And Blumka as well. So I'm excited to see what happens now and how the system is calculating it so strangely. So Jaromski crosses the line.
Yep, goes to second.
Goes to second. We'll see what happens when Cardinale crosses the line again. Does it just promote him up to second for some reason? It's really, really strange what we're seeing here. Leaf improves his pace, 8:57.9. Here's Blumke, crosses the line, 9:01.
And Cardinale is way behind, still has to deal with some of the corners on the Nordschleife section, approaching the small carousel, and further it will lead him into the Döttinger Höhe straight, as we can stay with Cardinale to figure out the position that World Sim Series is registering for that team. They are now down into P5, where they should be. They should be 6th in the GT4 class. They are currently registered ahead of Miniotas, but as Gustas speculates, we might see promotion of this car into P2 as it crosses the line. 26 seconds behind Miniotas on the racetrack.
And I wonder when the system will catch up on it as well. At this 8:58.9. Just a little bit slower than Alex Leaf, which is positive lap time from that car once again. Here comes Cardinale. And he's been going quick. Continues to do so. 8:51.5. He's really going at it. And yep, he goes back to second in class on the World Sim Series timing page. Even his total time is strange here. I think the issue is that because they disconnected,
yeah,
and they were in the pits, I think World Sim Series don't see that time when the car was disconnected as quote-unquote existing, and it only counts the time of the car being in the pit lane and being connected to the server. Now, how will World Sim Series solve it? Oh, I don't know. But actually, what might happen, so right now it says the gap is about 35 seconds. So if Cardinale gets that gap down to by 35 seconds, he'll actually be in the lead on the timing screen and be about 2 minutes behind on track.
That's going to be strange, definitely, and they are gaining on Leaf. So after some time, they will be registered as
the amount that they're gaining now. It's about 5 or 6 laps. They'll gain back those 35 seconds because Cardinale is really showing everybody how to drive. He's running quicker than anybody else in class. Not only that, he's running quicker by about 7 seconds a lap compared to Leaf, the race leader. Very, very impressive run. So far, at least. Kind of similar to our overall race leader, which we haven't talked about much this race. Matas Mendel is 137 seconds ahead, so 2 minutes and 17 seconds to the good at the front of the field. Desche Polonio, P9, overall. Spun round. This is at the beginning of the lap. Oh, going alone. And I'm going to guess curb.
The previous lap also was very slow for Polonio, 8 minutes 35, so the driver's struggling with something. He's not able to keep that car safely on the racetrack. As the battle in the GT3 class, the second, third and fourth place are coming much closer to each other, so Silverio is gaining on Katkus. He's also gaining on Srubas. Katkus also gaining on Srubas. So it's getting tighter. So I wonder if we'll see Katkus the first to be on the back end of Srubas, or is it going to be Silverio on the back end of both of the drivers? Yeah, Srubas is not going to be too long out there on the racetrack. Katkus has the longest stint time on his clock, 40 minutes to go after that penalty they served. They shouldn't have a lot of fuel on the fuel tank also, trying to figure out how that goes. Silverio also 24 minutes on the clock, so pit stops are incoming. And I think the next time Srubas will cross the line, he'll have to go into the pit lane. So that should be the last lap for Srubas before he heads over to the pit lane. That is the last lap for Srubas, definitely. Not enough time on the stint clock.
Yep, but everybody in a similar strategy. Nobody's been able to really find a different strategy and maybe even go long on a stint, for example. So interesting. Here's the Ford, which had troubles early on with that GT4 car going wide and having to fix the damage. No, 140 seconds back from the overall race leader, who's been dominant all the way through. The question is, how long can it continue for? Will there be a mistake at some point? But with the way they're driving here, they'll, I think they'll have a mistake-proof gap at some point where they would be able to have a crash and still stay out in front.
Everyone is hoping for a crash-free race, definitely, but you never know what can happen on a track like Nordschleife. That's why it is called Green Hell. No matter how much you enjoy it, still has some risky corners. And we've already seen taking those curves a little bit too fast or a little bit too tight can send you spinning, which can happen to anyone on this racetrack. Of course, with the leaders being a little bit calmer here, they can allow themselves to not take such risks. But Katkus and Silverio, they are definitely pushing. Srubas just trying to hold on to P2 now.
Let's see what other lap times can be done. Not this as well at the end of the lap, so we'll see Cardinale cross it soon as well. We'll see if Cardinale can find some more pace, even more pace, but actually fastest lap of the race was a 8:49.0 by his teammate. Though how big the tire wear is here, and are you running quicker at the beginning or the end of the stint? $52.0 as Leaf has sped up.
Rehmataj had a moment. He was very fast, also a very fast GT3 car. Something happened to him here as we look at the replay. Car 23 also having issues.
Oh, wow.
That was clean.
I think he used up all the luck he had remaining in this race to only come away with a tiny scrape on the rear of the car. That could have been a 10-minute time loss with how much time he would have taken to get back to the pits if he would have smacked the wall. So, I guess try not to do that again. So he got lucky this time. I don't know if he'll get lucky again.
Well, he just needs to avoid mistakes like that. And he'll not have to be lucky.
Here's Cardinale. Having a great stint so far. We'll see if he can find the pace to catch back up. But still, yep, a long, long way to go. 21 hours and 11 minutes to go in this race. And many things can still change. We'll see what changes, if anything, at the front of the field. As well, that GT3 battle we hope will get closer at some point. Big pace difference there. And P4 running quickest right now. Rehmataj in 5th is running super quick also. So he'll be closing up on that group. As Strubas into the pits, and yep, that's the car that's pitting a lap early because of that early pit stop. And here comes the Ford. 20 laps completed.
Yep, so Katkus and Silverio up a couple of places. The longest stint time is calculated for Katkus. Mendelis should pit by the end of this lap. Silverio will be very tight. I think Silverio will also pit by the end of this lap. Wonder what Katko's gonna do. So
Well, he's gonna have to pit this lap, I believe.
warning, car 27 received warning for blocking. Where do I have Katkus? So they went through the pit lane 17 minutes into their original stint. I think they did that 30 seconds stop and go penalty, or no, it was.
All right, yep, they had a stop and go, and that would have reset the stint time as well. So I think they might be able to go longer here. If they've got the fuel in the car, that's another big thing. Have you got enough fuel in it to go longer? Normally you wouldn't fuel up that much, but maybe he's got that little bit extra. Because you can make it to 8 laps.
Mendel is on his way to his first pit stop. I assume he'll stay in the car. You know, Tadas did 2 stints run. I think that's going to be a similar strategy for Mendelis. Cardinale chasing down Miniotas, already 13 seconds between these two cars, so it's been melting every lap. What about the stint times for the GT4 cars? Not plenty of time on the clock, so we'll start seeing the GT4s entering the pit lane shortly also. Cardinale has 22 minutes on the clock, so he should be safe with a couple of laps. Minotas has 20 minutes on the clock, so most of the GT4s should do another 2 laps of their stints. Alex Leaf has almost 18 minutes. That's also a couple of laps, so all the GT4s will stay on the racetrack for 2 more laps. As we look at Alex Leaf, he's in a gaggle of cars. This is a bit dangerous and stressy situation for the GT4 class leaders. Leaf needs to deal with lapped traffic. Krachten was very close to the GT4 Porsche car.
can get past here. No, he's gonna have to wait. But Leaf still in the lead here. Maybe let's run through what we have with 21 hours still to go. It's Dream to Drive at the top of the field as they come into the pits. Ahead of Katkus and Silverio at the moment, but that's still a battle with the Mach 1 kart racing team. As well, GT3 Pro-Am led by Rechmetage ahead of Tomic and Crackton in P3. GT4 Pro, it's Sean Clark Racing ahead of Jaromski in the Race Spot Sim Racing team and ATC in P3, but big chase still going on by the Tatum Restec car of Cardinale. Pro-Am led by AOR Racing team ahead of Team Blue Flag Racing and Muffler Shop Racing. GT4M, that's Griku Veger ahead of Alos Itrasa and SRT Fanya. That's your top three in those categories, and many more cars still circulating out on track with opportunities to get into podium spots. We'll be taking a break for the next hour or so, and we'll be back with more racing action. The live stream will keep on going, and we'll have our AI cameraman looking at the most exciting action out on track. And we'll see you in about an hour's time. welcome back to the track here at the Nürburgring for the Ringfreaks 24 hours of the Nürburgring. We've still got Dream to Drive at the top of the standings. Justinas Soldukas now leads the pack, but there's a big battle going on for P2, 3, and 4. Kashoni, Katkus, and Kniva. Your battle for second position overall, and those are all GT3 Pro cars as well. And they're separated by just 6/10 of a 6 seconds, sorry. So GT3 Pro, it's Dream to Drive ahead of International Racing Team, Beaver Grease Racing, Mach 1 Kart Racing Team, and Steer are running in last place. In that class, Pro-Am, led by International Racing Team number 2, Sim Racing Team Serbia in P2, and Crackton Racing in P3. GT4 Pro, it's Sean Clark Racing ahead of Tatum Restec and ATAC. We still got that question mark with how the results are counted on the World Sim Series timing page. So sometimes Tatum Restec jumps up into P1, but we can say that they're still running in P2, but closing the gap to the lead. GT4 Pro-Am, AOR Racing Team ahead of Team Blue Flag Racing and Muffler Shop Racing 2, your top 3. And coming to GT4-Am, it's Grikivije at the top, Alos Iritras in P2, and Dok Povirot in P3. Gaps, let's have a look at the gaps. So in GT4, the gap is almost a lap. GT4-Am, the gap is almost a lap at the top. 6 minutes the gap from the lead in GT4 Pro-Am. GT4 Pro, we have to actually look at the gap, but that is on track, and actually Cardinale just pitted, and Rahmanian will be, well, he's in the ATC car. So we don't see a true gap. We'll come back to that a bit later. GT3 Pro-Am. Gap at the top is 1 minute 2 seconds, and then P3 is 2 minutes 4 seconds behind the lead. In GT3 Pro, the very top of the field, the gap is 148 seconds. But this is the big battle for P2 in class. Kashoni with Katkus behind, and this is a proper battle for position. Just a couple of tenths separate them. And these guys have been on it for a while. And welcome back to Murilas as well.
Yeah, hi everyone, welcome back. 3 hours and 20 minutes completed. I was looking at the time, 5 hours and 20 minutes are completed, 18 hours and 40 minutes to go. We have this really nice battle for position. This is battle for P2 in the overall standings in GT3 Pro Plus, with Kniva actually being quite close to these drivers. He's being held up a little bit now by a GT4 car, so the gap extended a bit. It was down to 4 seconds. As soon as these drivers will start some action, Kniva might get back closer on him again. It looks like Kashoni is a little bit faster on the pace, but at some points of the racetrack, Katkus gets really close to the back end of the Lexus of Kashoni. Kniva is a little bit behind, but with a clear track. He was faster on the last occasion by almost 2 seconds. This time he was held by a GT4 car, and the gap extended a bit. Now Katkus does not have the pace advantage even while running in the slipstream, so we have different tuned cars or achieving different speeds down this very long straight. Even with the slipstream, Katkus is unable to do something. It looks like he's...
look at how much he catches up in the braking zone. That's the difference between cars. Some of them quicker down the straights, some of them quicker through the turns. But it's nice that the top 4 is all different brands. And you'll see Katkus gain a lot again into the braking zone. Then loses time down the straight, so makes overtaking maybe a little bit more difficult.
Yep, so our current leaders are still in the lead, 186 seconds ahead, so even extended the lead, but to my knowledge we had some sort of an accident, so I think I'll wait till these two cars get out of the GP track and try to play the replay of what happened. To the records, a curb was clipped and a barrier was met. So, familiar scenario from this evening, from the race that has been going on for the past 5 hours and a bit. We'll have to check out how it looked for our current race leaders that basically up until now are running without any issues, except that one little hit to the barriers, and I think they will need to be stationary for a slightly longer time than expected due to the damages needing to be repaired. 35 minutes of stint time for Justinas Soldukas, so still some laps to do for the driver. Let's try and take a look at the replay as we've entered the Nordschleife circuit with Kajoni and Katkus. This is Justinas Soldukas behind the wheel, and there might be... Yep.
Oh. Clip the curb there on the inside and clip the grass. Big smack into the barrier, but again, lucky that the damage model allows them to do this.
Oh yes, that would be game over actually if the damage model was a proper one, and not 22 seconds would have needed to be spent stationary in the pit lane if the car would have made it back.
10 minutes plus probably
spent
in the pit lane to repair something like that, so got away with it. Still, this battle for second is raging on. Kniva pulling down the gap bit by bit, running a little bit quicker. Oh,
yep, this is... Yep, it is.
Yeah, I had a look and I thought he did it again, but no, same replay. Yeah, just clip that inside curb. Not really the biggest issue in the world, but still. That's not something you want to do. So the gap at the front is 3 minutes and 10 seconds. So they can smack the wall a couple of more times and still be in the lead. So here's Katkus trying to get closer and closer. But Kniva as well lurking in the background. 4.7 off the back of Katkus.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, down the inside here. I wasn't even expecting it. I was trying to look at the timing screens. And that was a very, very big surprise. Went down the inside and got the move done. That was unexpected. But now, I think Ashoni will want to take that one back if he can, if he's got the pace. Even it looked like Katkus was quicker, able to catch up. And goes up into second place. Yellow flag somewhere. Spielman had some sort of incident. And running slowly. This is a replay?
Yep, it is a replay of Spielman having that accident.
That is a strange one.
It is. It looked like the car caught oil or something after it hit that curb. It just slid away from him. There was not much. It didn't look that there was much that he could do to catch that slide. Just kept
now look
spinning.
at this. Look at this. The Lexus is going to use all of its power and going to go round the outside, and he might actually get the move done before the left-hand king. He does. Look at the power that the Lexus has. That is some move that he was able to make. Really, really incredible. And Kotkus, he really couldn't do anything here.
You know who enjoys this battle the most?
It's Kniva behind.
Yep, it is Kniva behind. He just enjoys and loves this battle. There could be more overtakes happening. That's his chance to gain on these guys. If not that traffic on previous lap, Kniva would have been already on the tail of Kotkus at this point as we enter the carousel corner. Yeah, Lexus has more power, so it looks like Stevenas Kotkus is he can trust his brakes much more than Kajoni can, but when running those long straights, Kajoni is just running away and keeps pulling away from Kotkus. It's going to be a difficult stint for these drivers. I'm pretty sure Kniva would like to see it even for a slightly longer time, but Kniva is going to be the first driver of these three to enter the pit lane. There is a slightly outsing strategy. Kashoni running a little bit wide. That was optimistic from Kotkus. Oh, wow, that was... I'd say it was a bit too optimistic now from Kotkus. As Rahmanian has some sort of issues. He's third in the GT4 class. He already lost a position as we are looking at this battle. Car number 15, huge issues now, dropping places, falling down the order, almost being overtaken by... No, it's not almost being over... Oh, Kotkus into the barrier! Oh. What is happening?
Off the road. Probably getting frustrated, and that gives Kniva now that position. And Kotkus, not only does he lose a position, he's going to get damage. And anyway, that Ford is just as quick as the Lexus down the straight. Here's a replay. So we go down the hill here, coming up to the jump. And I think he was so close behind. He lost a little bit of front end downforce. The front lifted as they went into the jump, and he just lost it.
This is a replay of Rahmanian. Was running third.
Oh, I thought he was going to go off there. He's going to stay to the outside and stayed too much to the outside. And, well, that probably won't be too much damage. He'll be happy that that was it, but yep, interesting. He was just going too wide. He really tried to give that Porsche so much space when overtaking him, and I think he was looking more at the Porsche than where he was actually going on the track, and that's what happens sometimes. You get into these kind of issues.
Yeah, what's next for Stevenas Kotkus now and the Beaver Grease Racing team? They've been up and down. Oh, looks like they have damage from the contact, or something's wrong because they still have 32 minutes of stint time on the clock, so this is an early stop. We can see a bit of a damage on the front end of that Ferrari, but maybe it's
also
influencing.
Rear end. I can see rear end damage as well. He had some damage beforehand, so maybe it is connected. Could have just been the damage got worse and they decided it's better to stop.
Yeah, maybe. They have phenomenal pace. We're always in the battle with Kashoni. Now they have an outsing strategy. I don't think it's still very dramatic for the Beaver Grease Racing team. They still have plenty of time on the clock. They have the pace. Well, they will fix the car. We'll figure it out what is the new strategy, what it's gonna be about with this earlier stop, but they decided that it's better and safer to fix the car now rather than to run with a damaged car for another, well, at least 25 minutes. We'll see how much longer that they had to spend in the pit lane after they exit it. A usual stop takes around 32 to 36 seconds. When you have some damage to be fixed, it takes roughly 70 seconds. So we'll figure this out, how big the damage is or was after the car gets released. Good news for the drivers, ACC Fix Your Car. It makes the car basically new, a brand new one, even with those harsh contacts with the barriers. You can run away after a pit stop. So Kniva now 3.3 seconds behind Koscielny. Does he have the pace to gain on his direct rival here on his own? When it was Katko's round, the car slowed down a bit when they swapped places or found themselves in a battle. This time both cars are in clean air. No traffic ahead for a little bit of time. They will battle it out in a head-to-head battle. Last lap of Kniva was much faster, but remember Koscielny had that battle with Katkos. It cost him around 4 seconds. So after the drivers cross the line, after this one, we'll be able to figure out the pace of this duel. It's 3.3 seconds between Koscielny and Kniva.
Yep.
And Katkos is out of the pit lane, so it took them 71.5 seconds. So basically around 40 seconds of damage.
Yeah, but an extra pit stop putting them off sequence. I think that's the bigger loss that they had, not the actual extra time in pit lane.
Yep.
I'm happy to still see the car of Cragton in the top 10, running 7th and in a podium position for GT3 Pro-Am. That's the Porsche. Car sounds great. Here's Katkus in the Ferrari. Out of the pits and trying to chase down those in front. Even when others pit, he won't be getting forward, unfortunately for him. As now he's catching up to, I think that's a Alpine in front. Not a Porsche.
It is a Porsche, I believe.
Yep, which moves out of the way. And Katkus on a charge. So this battle for the final step of the podium, well, the second step and the final step of the podium, has now opened up. I wonder how will Kniva deal with this? Can he catch up?
Well, he's a little bit faster now. Just a tiny bit at this part of the racetrack. It went down from 3.3 to 3.1, so basically same pace by both the second and third place runners in the GT3 and overall standings. And as the chase is taking place, let's look at our GT4 class. So Mattia Zampedri back behind the wheel, trying to chase down Simon Speth. And, well, looking at the lap times, it has been with the pit stops, but on the previous lap time, they gained 5 seconds. I wonder why both of the lap times are so slow. No, they are okay. No, they were in the pits, right?
Yeah, but they were both in the pits.
No, but they haven't been.
Lap, yeah, they were. I was looking at it. Last lap, they were in the pits.
Okay.
Zampedri was definitely in the pits, so I'm guessing Speth was.
But I'm looking at the driver lap, at the driver's stint times. It's 47 and 48 minutes for both.
Yes, because they're
coming
to the.
Oh yeah, that's the second. Yep, this is the second lap after the.
Yeah. Yep, this
stops.
is the second lap after the pit stop, so the last lap it's still short.
Wow,
that's the problem with a lap this long. You're almost 20 minutes into a stint, and you've only completed one full lap. And you're going fast, you know. You can do that on another track, but you'll be stationary somewhere next to the track normally. Here, these guys are running at race-winning pace, but losing this much, well, having such a long lap. Remember, they were 3 minutes behind at one point, we're looking at a gap of 65 seconds.
Something went really good for the Tatum Restek team, and maybe something went
Well, they were
wrong.
crazy fast.
Yeah, but I mean, 2 minutes. Are they 2 minutes faster in 2 hours time or something?
A minute, an hour. You know, he was gaining at one point 10 seconds a lap. I'm sure that, I'm guessing that Sean Clark Racing had some minor issue.
Yeah, look, 7 seconds faster on pure pace. That's your question answered.
That's how they gain. Still, that wouldn't be enough for 2 minutes in 2 hours, but they've been very, very fast. Maybe some small issues as well for Sean Clark Racing. Maybe some damage that they wanted fixed. But Tatum Restek, they have decided to turn on beast mode and have demolished the GT4 field. They were behind the GT4 AM leader at one point. They were last in class. 2 hours later, they're back within touching distance of the leader. This is Kniva, and catching up quick to Adam Kashoni up in front.
Yeah, being a bit faster than the car ahead. Nice pace, nice driving by Domantas Kniva here. Looks like he's avoiding any mistakes. He didn't take too much risk when he went, when he chased down the lapped field of a GT4 car. So just he's on a very nice pace of trying to avoid mistakes and chasing down Kashone from that point on when Steven Askatkus made a mistake. Yep, 2 seconds gain per lap. If he continues on this pace, he'll be right on the tail of Kashone by the end of this lap, though driver's time, so he's 30 seconds, well, 40 seconds into his lap time, 15 minutes on the clock. I think Kniva will have to enter the pit lane by the end of this lap, and that's gonna hurt quite badly because there's gonna be around 8 minutes on his driving time still remaining, while Kashone will stay out for at least one more lap, maybe even 2 laps. Definitely 2 laps. Yep, Kashone will stay out on track for definitely 2 laps. If there is no damage on the Kniva car, he'll be staying stationary much shorter than Steven Askatkus did. And the gap between Kniva and Katkus should be around 30 seconds or so when Kniva gets back on to the racetrack. It should be like that. Looking at the gap, Katkus... oh yeah, he's 111 seconds behind. Looking at the timetable, it gives me complete nonsense. So yeah, Kniva will be definitely ahead of Katkus as soon as he gets back onto the racetrack. Katkus just entered the old part of the Nordschleife track. Oh, traffic! That's the chance for Kniva.
Getting traffic, but there wasn't really a chance for him because the track is so tight at that point. There's nowhere really to go. It's only 2 cars at the best of times if everybody cooperates. So here, didn't really have an option to do it any differently. And actually, I would say Kniva lost time here.
Well, he was about 2 seconds behind. He's now 1.3. He was 0.3 behind at one point as they gained on that GT4 car. So I'd say he still gained a bit from this situation, and he continues to get even closer to the back end of Kashone. I wonder what he's gonna decide to do if he gets even closer. Will he try to be a little bit more aggressive and gain that spot before entering the pit lane, or he'll just wait it out and play no crazy games here in this battle?
I think he's got a good opportunity down the Dottinga. And this is Thierry Gier. against Daniel Percher on the GP track. Ferrari v Ferrari. So can't say anything about BOP straight line speed. It's all about the driver here. Well, setup as well, but mostly about the driver. And Percher defends. Again, I really don't get that. We've got 18 hours to go here. I don't understand what are you really fighting for? Here's
maybe just having fun, you know. Maybe the battles bring fun and excitement and joy for the drivers. Why not give it a little of a battle to entertain yourself during these 24 hours of Nordschleife racing?
Yeah, I guess you don't have many other options when running that far back in the field.
Oh. How did Percher lose the position? I was looking at the overall standings. Actually, Girs was in front of Percher at the end, at the beginning of this lap. Then the positions swapped, and they swapped back again. As we get back to the battle for this second position.
That side was traffic and contact, and that Aston Martin survives it just about.
Kniva was extra cautious. Yeah. Kniva was super cautious, avoid any possible contacts to avoid damage. So good job by Kniva, just avoided what could have bad consequences here. So better a slightly bigger gap between yourself and your rival than a damaged car or a very bad race. I wonder which GT4 Aston Martin was that. Really difficult to figure out. Was it maybe the car of one of the leaders in the GT4 class? Whatever. Things ended up quite good. They could have ended a little bit worse. 9 minutes and 20 seconds for Kniva as Percher does some more pirouettes. Lost the car. Let's take a quick look at the replay.
Oh no. No, and that's going to be a big smack. Oh yes. That's one place you don't want to go off, and you saw it even on entry. Beautiful turnaround though. You saw it even on entry. He was going in so quick. There was no chance he was going to make the turn. And he didn't. And when you go off there, you're in trouble. You're going to hit the wall 9 times out of 10 just because there's no real alternative there. Here we go. This is a replay of what Kashoni did into Woodcurva. He goes in side by side, and I think he maybe anticipated the Aston Martin to completely back out of it. It didn't, rightfully so. A little bit of contact, and the Aston Martin skillfully actually saved it from being a much worse situation. So Kniva catches back up. He's clearly running quicker.
But he's gonna go straight into the pit lane by the end of this lap.
Does Kashoni have to pit?
No, not yet. Kashoni has 15 minutes. So Kashoni will stay on the racetrack for 1 more lap, not 2. So he'll be pitting by the end of next one. Together with Justinas Saldukas, we might see some driver changes. I think Tadas Juknevičius should take over the wheel from Justinas Saldukas, 190 seconds. That's 3 minutes and 10 seconds, basically, the gap between P1 and P2. And theoretically, I'm pretty sure practically, the gap will extend as soon as Juknevičius takes over the wheel. Matas Mendelis and Justinas Saldukas, they managed to extend the gap also by roughly 40 seconds. I believe it was about 150 seconds when Tadas Juknevičius gave the car over to Matas Mendelis. So no matter which driver is driving that number 1 McLaren, they all are extending the gap nicely. Now back to Stevenas Katkos. He'll be definitely behind Domantas Knyva when Knyva returns on the racetrack, unless Knyva has some damage, which I doubt. We've seen how careful he is driving, how smart he's choosing the positions to be at the racetrack in case something happens. Katkos will head over to the Döttinger Höhe straight. Domantas Knyva is about to finish with his pit stop. It takes around 70 to 80 seconds stationary. Well, not stationary, spending in the pit lane. It takes around 32 to maybe 40 seconds to remain stationary. It took 37 seconds, let's say, for Domantas Knyva. For stationary time, 34 seconds to enter and exit the pit lane, so that gives us 70 seconds in total. And we'll be able to figure out the gap now between Katkos and Knyva. I think it should be around 30 to 40 seconds. Or is it 20 already? No, it's still extending. The system tries to calculate the distance.
I think we need to wait maybe until they come past the sector or something. The gap is still going up. I wonder if it stops on the right gap, or I think it just did, because they just crossed safety car line 2 there at the exit of the pit lane, and the gap has gone to 38 seconds. And now the question is, does Knyva, with a free track ahead of him, but a heavy fuel load, can he go quicker than Khashoggi here?
Yep, this is a possibility, an opportunity for Knyva for an undercut.
And Khashoggi just had contact. I was watching him. He just had contact with that Aston Martin GT4 car. It lost him time, probably not a huge amount, but he lost a second there at least. And if you remember the gap when they were coming into the pits, a second would be a position change. I wonder if we have a replay for that.
Let me figure out if that's the 22 car of Spielmann. Yep, indeed it is. So I think we have a replay. So no, it is not.
Yeah, it's the same car. Yeah, it's another replay. I seen that. This car changes color depending on whether it's a replay or not.
Wow.
So here we go. In, out of Flugplatz. He's going to go to the outside. The GT4 doesn't see him. They make contact. He smacks the wall, but just a little bit. It's more of a scrape of the wall. But actually, Knyva has lost time to him somehow. So I don't really understand that. But okay, that's the way it goes sometimes.
Well, it wasn't huge. The question is, will have Khashoggi remain stationary for a bit longer than usual? We've seen Knyva with basically no problems in the pit lane. That means Khashoggi might stay stationary for a little bit longer. That might give the edge for Knyva. Knyva stayed in the car by the looks of it. We've completed plenty of splits now, and Knyva remains as the driver. I wonder if Khashoggi will be swapped out with Silverio Spon or Papanastasio, and that might be a different driver's battle for the same second position. What about Katkos? Katkos stayed in the car and he managed to put in a very nice lap, so gained 5 seconds on Khashoggi on the previous lap. Now, okay, it's actually Julius Adomavicius in the car now, so it changed as soon as the car reached the split. So maybe this is the reason why the time keeps melting, keeps extending. Maybe Adomavicius is just a tiny bit slower. I should try and find the results of Adomavicius in the pre-qualifying session. So Kniva did a 8 minutes 6 seconds 5/10 lap time. Strubas made a 8 minutes 13.0 lap time, and Adomavicius was 8 minutes 14 seconds .5 fast. It's enough for a race pace. It would be good if Adomavicius would manage to put in like 8 minute 14 to 8 minute 18 lap times. That would still work in
the pits. Race leader in the pits, and I'm guessing it's a driver change incoming.
It should be. Cajoni will go into the pit lane by the end of this lap. Looking at the gap between Cajoni and Adomavicius, it stays calm. It's around 73 seconds, so there's still a chance for Julius Adomavicius to end up in front of Cajoni. Cajoni might have a slightly longer stationary time. It took around 70 seconds for Kniva and Adomavicius to complete their pit stop. It's gonna be tight, especially if Cajoni will have no damage, though he's hit that barrier. So it's highly possible. Look at Stevenas Katkus, 33 seconds now. It was 38. Katkus did a very fast lap time. Adomavicius, did he just clip? He clipped the gravel, I believe. I was looking at the results and suddenly saw yellow flag flashing by the name of Julius Adomavicius. Gap went up to 74.5 seconds. We have a replay. It was not huge, just a moment of running wide, I believe. Yep.
Oh, yep, very fast in. Oh, and a smack. It's not gonna help.
Yep, and he keeps on losing time now to Adam Cajoni. So good news. Cajoni can relax a little bit now while being in the car. Noticing the gap going up a little bit between himself and Julius Adomavicius. So he can remain focused as he enters the Döttinger Höhe straight. He will be entering the pit lane by the end of this straight as he completes the final chicane. It's up into the hands for Julius Adomavicius. I think he might end up behind Cajoni unless Cajoni has 10 or maybe 15 seconds of repair time. That would give the edge for Adomavicius. That would give the edge for Katkus. We might see a battle again for P2 on the racetrack. That usually slows the drivers down a bit, and that's always the best news for the driver who is trying to gain on the cars in front. The next question is, will there be a driver change? So Cajoni should he stay in the car? Will he hand over the car to one of his colleagues? We're about to figure this out as Adam Cajoni enters the pit lane. And I think Juknavicius stays out of the car, but it's possible that Matas Mendelis took over the wheel from Justinas Soldukas. I think it was the second stint of Justinas Soldukas. Yeah.
So Mendel is now behind the wheel.
Yep, okay, so Mendel is hopping into the car. Are they saving Juknavicius for the night time?
Maybe they'll leave him out to do the entire night.
Would you accept such an? Would you accept a challenge like this? Do the whole night stint on the Nordschleife circuit?
If I was running 5 seconds quicker than everyone, I would.
Okay.
Just to dominate the whole night, and when my teammates wake up, be a lap ahead of everyone. That would be nice.
Still stationary. There's gonna be a position change. There's definitely damage to the car of Cajoni. Yep, it was not too long.
I don't know if there's gonna be a position change. It's gonna be super tight. I'm watching Cajoni here. They're gonna go in side by side into the braking zone, down into turn 1, and it's just a about gonna be a position switch, but I don't think this is over. Papanastasiou now behind the wheel of the Lexus and goes out on track, and the first thing he sees, he loses the position. Now he has to get it back.
Good news for Katkus. He'll be definitely enjoying this battle. It's gonna take place, I'm pretty sure about it. Domavic is already warm behind the wheel. Let's see what Papanastasiou can do. He's fresh into the car, and he's already all in that battle. Doesn't want to get out of it and wants to get that position straight away. I think he feels that he has a slight edge, at least at this time of being. Their stationary time was 42 seconds, so it was roughly 5 seconds longer than the stationary time by Kniva and Adomavicius as they run into traffic. Those GT4 cars, you have to be careful. They are doing their own race. Of course, they see the blue flags, but sometimes they just want to lose not so many precious seconds, and it gives headache for the GT3 car drivers. They've gained on wrong corners. That gave a slight edge to Julius Adomavicius. He's now about 1 second ahead of Papanastasiou, and the battle continues. I'm pretty sure Steven Askatkos, if he has ATV, he's looking at this battle as Julius Adomavicius looked like to make a small mistake, and there's another mistake, and I think there's gonna be position change right now when we enter the old track of the Nürburgring.
Gonna wanna give this up. They were still side by side, but Papanastasiou gets the position back, and he's done a great job. Jumps in the car and was completely fresh. Doesn't know the exact grip conditions out on track, but gets that place. Is back up into P2 ahead of Adomavicius behind. I think it was to be expected. Adomavicius was looking a little bit slower than a couple of his teammates and looked slower definitely than Papanastasiou as soon as he came out the pits. Got him around the outside down turn 1, but cold brakes, coldish tires out of the box, and once Papanastasiou got up to temperature, both him and the car, he's now flying away. Let's see if he can build that gap, but this is good for Adomavicius. He can now follow a quicker driver. Just try to copy what he's doing in front. Now, we're approaching 6 hours completed. And we'll have another 18 to go. It's 8:05 p.m. virtual time in the game, in Assetto Corsa Competizione. And still, the sun is out.
Not for long. It will not last too long. 14 degrees of Celsius, the air temperature, 14 degrees asphalt temperature, so it's not that harsh on the tires. You can put in faster lap times, and look at this little battle. Should I call it little? It's a big battle for the lead in the GT4 class. It's already less than 50 seconds between Simon Speth and Zampedri. They keep chasing and chasing on the number 16 car after the issue that they had. Looking at the clock, 18 hours to go. I think they will get that lead of the GT4 class unless some issues reappear.
The problem is that Sean Clark Racing, they've got Jan Nims there, who's on pace with everybody in the Tadam Restek car. The problem is that the next drivers that jump in to the Sean Clark Racing car are definitely slower. When there's a driver change in the Tadam Restek car, you don't see a difference in pace. That's the big thing here. Whenever Jan Nims is back in the car, you'll see the gap stabilize. Whenever somebody else is in the car, well, you can see the issues coming. So I don't really know of a solution here for Sean Clark Racing. Maybe they should keep Jan Nims in until the end.
Looking at the times, looks like there are this and 2 more laps on the clock. Similar for Zampedri. I think Alex Leaf is ready to jump into the car for Sean Clark Racing, so it might not be Jan Nimtz yet.
Do you see him in the pit lane with his helmet on?
Yeah, you can say so. I can see him being live on the racetrack. Maybe he's just a spotter at this moment, but he's connected to the server. So I assume he might be the driver who will take over the car from Simon Speth as they make that stop. So 21 minutes on the clock as they enter the Döttinger Höhe straight. They take around 9 minutes, so it should be 2 more laps for Simon Speth and Mattia Zampedri until they enter the pit lane for what might have a driver change. Zampedri is also welcomed by Cardinale in the pit lane at this moment. Maybe it's just spotting. It doesn't mean that it might be a driver's change by the next stop, but we'll figure this out.
It doesn't have to be a driver change, but I believe they were changing drivers at the same time. So I'm guessing if one is changing, it will probably be both changing.
Yep, so crossing the line with 20 and a bit minutes to go for the stint time.
So 2 laps should be.
Yep, it should be 2 laps. Oh, yep, I was thinking about it. Papanastasio has caught up with some traffic, losing precious time. He had 4 seconds advantage, and he's stuck.
The problem was he got behind him after the jump, and then just stayed behind. And I really didn't get it, because you can definitely make a move after the Beloff S in a GT3 car quite easily. And he was just staying behind, being too careful, I'd say, and has lost precious time. Because even if he's not worried about Adomavic's behind, who's definitely slower, it's losing precious race time. And whenever Niva gets back in, he might be able to close that gap down. See what changes can the teams do, what kind of driver strategies they can implement to be quick around here.
At the raw pace of Julius Adomavicius, as he'll cross the line, we'll see the full time of the driver, 8 minutes 20 seconds. It's 8 minutes 16 seconds for Steven Askatkos. Might be a bit quicker this time around.
Adomavicius did have a battle there at the beginning of the lap, so let's give him
another go.
2 seconds, let's say, grace period. So about, let's say, 8:18. I would have said that lap would have been without the battle. And that's pretty generous, I'd say.
It is.
But let's say an 8:18. That's still slower, much slower.
Katkos did a 8 minutes 16, so it is slower, but it's still manageable. You know, it's still doable. So if you do a 2 stint run, you manage to complete how many laps? Never noticed that. Yep, maybe more.
No, I think
yeah, maybe 7. It might be 7. Yeah, so 7 laps. So that's roughly. Well, if you lose out 2 to 4 seconds, so let's say it's 3, so 21 seconds, double stint. It's about 42 seconds. It is a lot. It definitely is a lot. So the faster drivers might not gain the lost time. So Adomavicius will try to be a little bit faster. He's currently about 2 seconds faster than his previous attempt at this stage of the racetrack. So, yeah, he lost about 2 seconds in that battle. which at this moment he's looking to gain back. Papanastasio should put in a very fabulous lap time. He's already 4 seconds ahead of Radomavicius, so he just lost those 3 seconds while being stuck behind the GT4 car. And he found it again. Julius Radomavicius, small mistakes, getting the Ford Mustang GT3 car a bit twitchy. Still gaining on himself while looking at the timing table. He's still about 2.5 seconds faster than his previous attempt. That would bring him to a lap time of 8 minutes 18 seconds. As gears again issues. Oh, stationary, what's that about? And they are still, yep, connection issues or something. They are out of the racetrack, I believe. They have disconnected, did they? It's a very interesting place for, yep, they just came to a halt. Did they Nope, they are safe on driver's time. It was 56, so it was around 9 minutes. So this was an out lap for Thierry Giers.
And is he? No, he's back to the pits. Maybe some hardware failure, because it was a very abrupt stop that he had to do.
Yeah, it looked like the in-car caught fire and the driver just went quickly to a full stop to jump out of the car. Hopefully nothing similar happened to Giers. As we still have all the GT3 cars. Yep, we still have all the GT3 cars, and all the GT3 cars are ahead of the GT4 cars.
Do we? Because we had 12 at the start.
Did we have 12? Well, I don't see them. We missed two GT4s, but looking at the results, Giers again has disconnected. Yep, everyone has jumped a place. So issues continue, just about as we speak. Yep, we had 12 GT3s. Yep, we did have 12 GT3s, and we still had them.
Yeah, we still do have 12, because we had somebody that was, again, disconnected.
It's Giers.
Eller is the last car, but he's at... No, but it wasn't a disconnect issue. It's just that Eller is behind Speth on track. So he's... you can see him in the results there.
Eller, yep, Eller is there, but Giers is not there anymore.
Yep, we'll see if they can reconnect, but that was the one we were missing. So actually not all GT3 cars were in line, because we had a GT4, the GT4 leader was in front of the last car.
I think there are more issues on the World Sim Series platform, because I was reading the information from World Sim Series, and there you can see that all the GT3s are in front of the GT4s. While looking at the results, I can see that Eller is behind Simon Speth, so there's definitely something wrong with the results, either on the World Sim Series page. Well, I'm pretty sure it has to do something with the World Sim Series webpage, because we have Zampedri in the lead there, and on the racetrack we have Simon Speth leading. So something is out of sync with the results on the World Sim Series platform.
Yep, I think it's to do with all of these disconnects. And maybe some bug in the system that's not counting the time that they've spent in that disconnect limbo.
Yep, we'll need to figure this out. And I'm pretty sure it's gonna be figured out, as Gears is still disconnected. As we just thought that every GT3 car remains on the racetrack, I think it changed, and it might not get back to normal. It was really abrupt stop by Gears, running down the main straight. It doesn't look good now. Adomavicius 7.5 seconds behind Papanastasiou. Katkus not being so much faster now, as the gap went crazy again, but it was around 26 seconds, so he's gaining, but not by much, and doing such mistakes. Lost back end traction on the small carousel, which definitely cost him a little bit of time.
There's definitely an issue with the timing, because Eller has now gone up to 11th on the World Sim Series page. You'll see now Rimdeke and the Dorpoviro GT car. They'll go up a place, and because when Simon Speff crossed the line, he did go in front of Eller like it is on track. Now Zampedri has gone in front of Speff, so a few issues on the timing screen. We'll see if somebody can solve these.
Yep, as Julius Adomavicius has put in a 8 minutes 17.0 lap time. Papanastasiou is very quick, and he is the fastest car on the racetrack at this moment being. Still 4 seconds off pace that has been shown by Tadas Juknevicius. What about Stevenas Katkus crossing the line? Well, he was 1.5 seconds faster than Julius Adomavicius. So the pace of Julius is definitely there. It's respectable, but it is slower. So there's going to be some work for the next drivers that will take over the wheel from Julius Adomavicius if they want to at least keep that position, because, well, Beaver Grease Racing Team are definitely gaining and looking for that last step of the podium. And actually, well, that small contact with the barriers for Stevenas Katkus cost them the battle for P2, but it's not over. It's only 34 seconds now between the drivers. It's growing now, but it's still manageable. Linus Eller, did he have some issues in the traffic? I've seen yellow flags flashing by his name. We can have a quick look at the replay. I think there's going to be some contact with Pierre van Espen. The Aston Martin in front. Oh no, yeah. Some sort of small miscommunication. One driver slows down to let you through, the other one doesn't realize it, and coming into a small contact. Eller is 9 seconds behind Simon Speff, so it's not gonna take long him to get back into the GT3 car field. As Thierry Giers is back in the pit lane. Good news for the GT3 car fans. We have our last GT3 car back on the racetrack, MDPH Racing Team, so they lost a lot of time now while being disconnected. Still decided to get back onto the track to finish what they started. There are 17 hours and 14 minutes on the clock, so there's definitely some work to do. And even if you don't battle for a position, why not just enjoy the racetrack, enjoy the show, wait for it to get dark around the track located in Germany. I'm not sure what year time it is now on the virtual server. We have 20.
I think we are in summer here. We're looking at 8:21 p.m. and it's still light out.
Early in the summer, quite possibly, because it's quite chilly to be a summer evening. 13 degrees outside. The track is also quite cool.
You sometimes have late spring snow here at the Nordschleife, so 14 degrees is quite a nice day.
Good point.
I remember, well, I was there this year in May, and it was about 3 degrees and rain the whole day.
I trust
the track
you.
was almost flooded, so 14 degrees sounds like a very nice day at the Nürburgring, and no rain. We haven't seen any for this whole race so far, so maybe not super realistic.
Yeah. Maybe the rain will
have
come.
Some rain, fog, and then a red flag. How about that? And then we can get back to it tomorrow morning.
Yeah. Sounds interesting, and that would be definitely very close to what happens on the real Nordschleife circuit during these events, especially if it's spring. Gustas already explained that it cannot be spring. We would have snow here, so that definitely has to be summer, maybe an early summer, because it's still quite bright.
The question is, which date have they picked? Because it's either June or May. Depending on which year the race was modeled on, because the weekend kept shifting. This year it was June. I think a few years back we had it in May, so depending on when they looked at the event, that will be how it is scanned and portrayed here in ECC. That's why the sun can probably even figure out the sunset sunrise times.
Yep.
I don't know if it's modeled accurately on that, actually.
Let's say it is. Let's assume it is modeled very accurately as Simon Speth comes into a contact with the lap GT4 car. The GT4 car runs out of the way. It was a very small contact, but as a race leader you want to avoid any contacts at all, especially when you're being chased down by Mattia Zampedri, and we are still waiting for the pit stops of both of the drivers, both of the cars. Actually, all three GT4 class leaders will enter the pit lane by the end of this lap. Rahmanian is 94 seconds behind Zampedri, and these three cars will go into the pit lane, maybe for some driver change. Simon Speth is still joined by his teammate Alex Leaf. There might be a driver's change. Cardinale is also on the circuit somewhere in the pit lane talking to his teammate. Driving cautiously but driving fast. I don't think they have anything to care about. They are looking into their own race now. I'm pretty sure they are counting on a win. Imagine if they would have not faced that connection issue at one of the pit stops. They would be way in the front leading the GT4 car pack, which Jan Nims would have not liked, but it is what it is. Jean-Claude Racing is currently in the lead. They are trying everything to defend that position. The second position seems safe, so they are also kind of not stressing about it too much. I mean, you cannot jump higher than you actually can, so there's nothing you can do about it. If you cannot go around Nordschleife in 8 minutes 49 seconds, the fastest you can do 8 minutes 52, so it's where you focus your driving on, and you're just doing your race. This is endurance racing. You don't have to be too fast, you don't need to try crazy things. And you are just doing your job, and at the end you know the reward for the job that you have done through the past 24 hours. That's going to happen tomorrow around 11 a.m. GMT time.
So looking at the date, I had to look at the sunset sunrise times, but they're way too similar. The DLC released in early 2024, so it's either the 2024 event that they're modeling here or the 2023 one. 2023 was May 20th, and 2024 was, I think, the first weekend of June, so pretty much the same date. So very late May and very early June is somewhere around the time we have here in game. And if you look throughout the history of the race, looking at temperature, it's been very varied. Like I said, you saw snow sometimes, This year it was incredibly hot, and last year it was the rain and fog affected race where the event only ran for about 7 hours of racing time before it was red flagged and then stopped for good.
Oh, Matas Mendelis. What happened here? I'm sorry to interrupt you. Something happened for our race leaders. Quite a nice reaction I gave here. But when you see the yellow flag by the side of number 1, you get worried.
Did go off.
Did go off? Did he hit something? No. That's how.
Did he?
Nope,
I
nope.
think he got close.
Yeah, he got close, but I'm pretty sure he did avoid hitting any barriers. That was a brown moment situation for Matas Mendelis. Losing a bit of time. I think he might feel a bit of pressure from behind, though the last lap by Papanastasio was also quite slow. He did do 8 minutes 11 seconds lap times, but the previous lap was a bit slower, so maybe the pressure on the shoulders of Matas Mendelis were a little bit too high. Back to Rahmanian. This is a nice battle for P3 in the GT4 class. Outsync strategy for these cars, car number 15 and 14. So as soon as Rahmanian will enter the pit lane, by the time he'll get out of it, Seifert will be in front. But Seifert is already 25 minutes into his stint time. So these...
Oh, we have Gir back on track.
Yep, we do. I've announced it earlier on. Congratulated.
Daydreaming.
You were looking at the summer. You were thinking about the summer and the...
I was thinking about the nice summer months.
Yep. You cannot blame one who is thinking about summer in this almost winter time. I've already missed summer and we still have 6 months to live through. So let's have it in this simulator, at least. Nice to look at and feel the chilly evening.
I would still like rain to come in the race.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Nice.
Do we have a hacker who could change the code somehow during this event? Bring at least some big raindrops onto the racetrack?
I remember in it was an old event. I think it was Mugello on Assetto Corsa. We had the bug with the grip change, the random grip change, where the track would go to about, I think it was 40% grip or like 20% grip, and cars would start sliding off the road. I'd like to see that here. Would create some action, but rain would be nice. Would put a wrench in some strategies. I think it could, depending on when it would come, it could put everybody back on the same strategy. It could put some cars that were running longer or shorter on a good strategy. Oh, yellow for Rimdik, and this car, well, it's been damaged many times today. Somehow still runs 10th. But we've seen this car get destroyed many times.
I wonder what happened to Steven Askatkus. He went into the pit lane and it looks like it was almost the time for the planned pit stop a bit earlier.
Because he pitted early, remember?
Yeah, but this stint that he did, while he pitted on this lap, and the stint was let me do the math quickly. It was 53 minutes, 51 minutes, around 51 minutes. So he's 15 minutes short of his, well, let's say 10 minutes short of his normal stint time.
That doesn't sound correct. How do 10
Yep,
minutes?
like one. I mean, he's one lap short. So he made that pit stop. He could have stayed out for definitely one more lap, but he didn't stay out, and he made that pit stop.
I don't get how he can be 10 minutes short. because if you remember, oh, that's still that car crashing. If you remember, we were looking at it during the first stint for Dream to Drive. They crossed the line with about 8 minutes to go in the drive time, and that's when they had to pit.
Yeah, something about something like that. But I see the last stint of Katkus was a bit shorter. They usually stay out for around 1 hour for a normal stint, and that's Remdeka with I assume heavy damage. Yep, suspension gone. Suspension gone. There's another car crawling around the racetrack. This is a GT4 by Matthew Anstie. We have a lot of cars with damaged suspension, and it's not not very pleasant to drive, and it's far from safe. Remdeka still trying to crawl back to the pit lane as Eller is caught back by a GT4 car. Yep, and there was a driver change. So Katkus went into the pit lane. They did do a driver's change. Maybe Katkus was already tired. Maybe there was some issue with the race car. You always want to extend your stint to the maximum time to avoid issues at the end of the race. It didn't happen, so it doesn't look too good for this car. That contact, if it had been avoided, would be a different scenario now. You have to deal with this, and well, they're still in the battle for P2, even though Papanastasio is very fast behind the wheel, but also making some mistakes. His last lap was 8 minutes 19. He's not on a clean lap this time by. I see the timings of being red on the timing screen, meaning that they are running with a track limit issue on this lap. Still plenty of laps to go for Papanastasio on his stint. Well, not plenty of laps. We don't do a lot of laps on this racetrack per one stint. It's 7 laps maximum. I think you could extend to an 8-lap stint, but you have to be much faster to make it possible due to the 65 minutes stint limitation.
I don't like the stint limitation here at the Nordschleife. I think for next year's event, they should remove it just for this track.
I love it how I love it how we usually hate something about what's happening on the World Sim Series, but
look, the real event does not have a stint timer. There's a different pit stop length depending on how many laps you did, but even though the event is part of the GT World Challenge, it does not have a stint timer, and it's the only event that doesn't have a stint timer. So I'd be happy for it to be removed, because we'd be looking at 8-lap stints here. And that's normally what teams run at the Nordschleife. It's normally an 8-lap stint. So I'd like to see that. I think it would also open up the strategy a little bit more, because now the teams are kind of locked in and they can't really do much. I think the track is so long that the stint timer is maybe just a little bit overkill.
I agree with you on that one. Definitely would have been nice for some teams to be able to extend the stints to a little bit longer, to an 8-lap stint. That would shuffle the order maybe a little bit more, give more opportunities. You could try to go with a fuel saving strategy or whatever, always making the race a little bit more interesting.
I don't think there would even be a question of fuel for 8 laps. I think they've all got more than enough, because you see stints at Spa of 1 hour 5 minutes. Here they would be doing a stint of 1 hour and 6 minutes or so. but they can't do it because of the stint timer. So I don't think it would be a question of fuel, but it would just open up the strategy a little bit more. You could try to underfuel some stints to have a faster stint sometimes, because you'd be going over the hour anyway, because now everybody's going to be under the hour. They'll have a splash at the end, but everybody's going to have the same. So maybe an idea for next year, as we always like to give ideas to World Sim Series for the next event.
Yep, so Papanastasio still being the fastest car on the track at this moment, being still around 3 minutes behind the leading car. It came down a little bit, that gap, definitely because of Papanastasio goes a bit quicker. Mendelis and Saldukas made small mistakes. Still nothing too huge, still not a lot of chances for Papanastasio with the international racing team to have to enjoy it, to have a plan on winning the race. They just need to keep doing what they are doing. Not a lot of chances to take that spot away as it is now, but you never know, and you just need to keep pushing and driving your own race. We'll see the pace of Krikštolaitis, who's being stuck. Oh, that's Simon Speth. That's Alex Leaf, actually, after the pit stop. So Zampedri stayed behind the wheel by the looks of it. Alex Leaf took over the wheel of the Mercedes, and this is being stuck for Krikštolaitis. This is not good news for Leaf. Small bumping and rubbing happening. Now Leaf leaving the door open for Krikštolaitis to overtake. The gap went to around 25 seconds now between Zampedri and Alex Leaf. Both cars out from the pit lane. 6 seconds lost on the in-lap. Pit stops were basically identical for both of the cars. Rahmanian took slightly longer stationary, but just by a couple of seconds. Maybe some damage was being fixed on the race car. And Rahmanian got back on the track in P4 in the GT4 Pro class, as Theory Gears is on a mission to get back onto the end of the line in the GT3 class. What about World Sim Series? They still show Traton Restek as the leaders. They show Gears and MDPH car in front of all the GT4 cars, which is definitely not the case. I'm not sure if these issues are easily resolvable when you have to track down the issues of a race which took place for 24 hours. Find the bugs, find the issues. Is it solvable, I wonder? Not sure what the tools that the team can use, and well, how easily noticeable it would be to chase down something that might be not correctly displayed on the results page on the World Sim Series platform. But I trust what the ACC platform is giving us as results a bit more than what we see on the web page.
And I think it will be a big question how this gets resolved. I think anyway the official standings will come from ACC. But I wonder how it will all be ordered. It's clear that those issues came from the cars that had disconnected and didn't get their race time counted. But I don't remember any other race where we had this sort of issue. So maybe some recent change to World Sim Series code or something changed.
Maybe due to the classes. Oh, there's a contact between Zampedri and I cannot see the number of that pink Aston Martin GT4 car, but it was a slight tap. There was definitely blue flags involved, so Zampedri was not happy about that car taking almost all the width of the road. He just wants the position. He's on a mission. He's trying to chase down now Alex Leaf, who's behind the wheel of that Mercedes ahead. Simon Speth was the driver behind the wheel during the previous stints. If there's going to be a difference of 6 or 7 seconds by the end these drivers cross the line, that means before the next pit stops, these positions should be already swapped around. It should take about 3 laps for Zampedri to gain on Alex Leaf. If that's the pace difference, and we still have 15 minutes for stint time for both of the drivers. So that's game on time now for Zampedri, and he doesn't want to spend too much time running behind lapped GT4 cars. Did we have Alex Leaf behind the wheel already this afternoon? I don't think so. There was Nemts, then it was Speth, and now it's Alex Leaf, though Alex Leaf has the most laps now completed for the Jean-Claude Racing team in this race. Simonas Urbanas is yet to enter the car. So they share the car by what any driver is able to do. Well, how every driver is able to do the stints, how he's available to do them. So it doesn't mean that you go like first driver, second driver, third driver, and fourth driver. We've already seen a different strategy with the World Sims, with the Dream to Drive team, and they share the car whenever they think it's best to be shared. I see 4 names behind the wheel of Jean-Claude Racing car here in this event, but I think there was more of them. There is Dressel, who made the pre-qualifying session, so I'm not sure if he'll be joining this race.
I think if he's in the list, he has to.
Well, he's in the pre-qualifying list. I don't think if we see a full list in the results page. But we see only 4 drivers. If you expand the Jean-Claude Racing team on the results page, you don't see Dressel name there.
Okay. Maybe pulled out of the team last minute?
Yeah, I think you have to register for the race like 3 hours to go or something.
Well, we'll see. I guess tomorrow we'll know for sure.
Yes. So Alex Leaf completed his first outlap. Well, not outlap, first clean lap after he got behind the wheel. It's 8 minutes 56 seconds and 9 tenths. That's not bad, but I think Mattia Zampedri will be slightly faster with this lap. Oh, it's not slightly faster. It's 8 seconds. Yep, it's 8 seconds faster. Wow. This is definitely also a dominant performance in the GT4 class by Tatum Restec team.
Oh, I had just lost pictures for a second. I'm still losing them for some reason. No idea why.
All good.
Yep, I think I can see it all again. Zampedri, well, it's been a great comeback drive from this team here. And I really have no idea how Sean Clark Racing can really challenge them. About 5 hours ago, these guys were 3 minutes back. Now, they're 17 seconds back. And I don't know how to stop them. If I was Sean Clark Racing, well, I'd be worried here, because looks like they're in big trouble. And we'll see how it changes, what happens. But right now, they're looking good. I think Sean Clark Racing will be thinking of putting Jan Nims back in the car. But maybe putting him in the car is just delaying the inevitable. Because clearly, when Jan Nims is in the car, they're running identical pace, pretty much. We saw it in the first stint. After Nims got past Seifert, it was. He was able to keep pace with the Tata Restec car in front, and he kept pace. Then the driver changed, and that's when Restec had their issue. So whenever Nims is back in the car, I think he'll stabilize the gap. The question is, well, what happens when he has to get out of the car? I don't think he'll run forever, and when he doesn't run, it's pretty clear that the rest of the team, at least right now, can't find that pace. The gap keeps going down, 16 seconds now in the battle for the lead of GT4 Pro.
I tell you, before the pit stops, the gap is gonna be closer to none between cars number 16 and 13 if the pace continues to be like so. Oh, Crackton had a moment. Our safest driver on the field had some sort of a moment. I want to take a look at the replay. That's Zach Crackton, minding his own business, entering the Duttinger Höhe straight, the final corner before we go straight.
That was fast into there. Did he? Oh, well, he scraped the wall, but probably got away with that one. He went in too hot into the right-hander there. You could see it. As the car washed out wide, he was kind of more of a passenger but managed to slow it down and managed to only scrape the wall with the rear right wheel. So not the worst outcome. So I think he can be happy-ish about that. He continues his pretty decent run. Started 12th, is now 7th, and on course for a Pro-Am podium, but obviously 17 hours to go. Many things can still change, but gaps opening up in a little bit wide, yep.
Same spot yep. Where Crackton lost his car. That's Julius Adomavich is on his way to the pit lane. There's gonna be a pit stop now. Well, regarding the strategy of this team, Julius Adomavich should stay in the car. They kept doing the 2 stints per driver program. Not sure if that's gonna stay as it is. Julius Adomavich is doing a pretty decent job. Well, he doesn't have the pace to match nor Krikštolaitis or Papanastasio. He's very close on the pace to Krikštolaitis. Still keeps losing a bit of time. I see all 3 drivers on the server. Kniva and Srubas, well, both are ready to take over that car, so maybe there will be a driver change. We are about to find that out as Julius Adomavich completes the final chicane before he'll enter the pit lane. The driver time is out. The next one to stop is going to be Mendelis and Papanastasio. Time keeps flying here this at this time of being. Krikštolaitis will stay on the racetrack with that outsynced strategy. They have 41 minutes of stint time, and that's gonna be close. Krikštolaitis should stay behind Adomavičius or whoever takes over this car if it's gonna be taken over. But it's gonna be a tight gap. It should be a tight gap. Should be around 35 seconds of stationary time. How do we figure out if there's a driver change? I think it was a driver change. Yep, I've just figured this out. The car disappeared and reappeared. So I think there was a driver change, and it's not going to be very close. It's going to be super close.
No driver change.
No?
No.
Why did the car disappear then? It disappeared and reappeared.
I
in the
think
pit lane.
it's just maybe a tire change or just the way it looks. Because on my screen I have I can see if the driver has changed when they're coming out the pits already. It updates quicker, and I still see Adomavičius behind the wheel, so no driver change here. I think that's just the car dropping down after service, after it's been up in the air. That's my guess.
Might be. It's definitely possible. It needs to disappear to get those new tires ready for the next stint. So it's 9 seconds between Adomavičius and Krikštolaitis. Krikštolaitis found himself stuck behind a lapped GT3 car, which barely fits on the racetrack, so doesn't wait too long as he makes that move. P11, so that's Linus Eller, one of the last of the GT3 runners. Again, different. We have different results on the World Sim Series platform. So we see that Eller is 11th on World Sim Series. He's 10th.
Yep, I think it's just that issue, and we heard that World Sim Series is trying to fix whatever is going on with that timing screen, and I think they'll get the fix done at some point, hopefully soon. Here's on board overall race leader, GT3 class leader, and GT3 Pro class leader. Stop and go for, I think that was car 27, speeding in the pit lane, but that's a second, well, they've crossed the line already once with that penalty, and it's smart to keep going, because when you do it later, your stint timer resets, you can go a little bit longer, so we'll see who decide who can stretch that out the longest after the pit lane speeding penalty. We've had quite a few of them today, maybe more than I expected. I feel like every single pit cycle we've seen at least one car get a pit lane speeding penalty. Every hour or so we kept seeing it, and it's different cars, it's not the same car, but we kept seeing these penalties, so strange, but also I guess understandable if drivers are trying to push into that pit entry. Oop, that's David Cambra, and a spin, but tried to get it spun back round, almost crashed again. This is the Porsche Cayman, down in 30th overall, so has had issues. Here is the chaser, Mattia Zampedri, now at 10.6 seconds back from the lead. And this recovery has been something incredible. Mendeles into the pits, so race leader takes his pit stop. I don't think there'll be a driver change there. Still watching Zampedri. 10 seconds that gap, and I think in just a couple of corners we'll be back to a single-digit gap for the lead in GT4. I was wrong when I first saw the gap. I thought no chance they were catching up, just because the pace between Nims and that team was so similar. Once other drivers started coming into that car, we can see how the situation has changed. And now Zampedri looking very, very good to be able to take the lead quite soon. Another fastest lap, at least I think, of his race. And what is it, 7 seconds quicker? 6?
Yeah, basically 7 seconds.
Yeah,
point.
7
Yeah.
seconds.
That's more than
Huge.
enough to catch up with the lead during this stint. 34 minutes on the clock. Papanastasio should be entering the pit lane anytime soon. He's on the Döttinger Höhe straight. Julius Adomaitis will not be able to overtake Papanastasios after he returns to the racetrack. And Gediminas Krikšelaitis is getting way closer to the back end of Julius Adomaitis' Ford Mustang GT3 car. It's gonna be another battle. Julius being a bit slower than his rivals should not be too big of a headache for Krikšelaitis, but you never know. We'll definitely witness this battle, and the GT4 battle. There's a bigger difference in pace between Zampedri and Leaf, so theoretically it should be an easier battle in the GT4 class, but we'll see. And the battles should take place at a very similar time. It's already 8 seconds between Zampedri and Leaf. Less than 3 seconds between Krikšelaitis and Adomaitis. Oh, and I think Adomaitis went a bit wide, losing even more time in this battle, clipping the grass. Thankfully he can stay driving forwards rather than backwards as they approach the small carousel corner, and they will enter the long Döttinger Höhe straight, where car driven by Julius Adomaitis should be a little bit faster. Krikšelaitis pushing it to the maximum, clipping the grass on the exit. Thierry Giers still trying to recover to the end of the line in the GT4 class. In the GT3 class, as both of the GT3s battling for P3 are now on the longest straight on this circuit. Is it the longest straight on any racetrack? I believe it is. How long is the Döttinger Höhe straight? Do you happen to know that?
Something like that too. I don't know, you could probably figure it out by looking at the boards at the side of the track where it says the how many kilometers you've done. I think it's around 3, something like that.
Yep, it's basically some racetracks are 3 kilometers in total, and that's only one straight on the Nordschleife circuit.
That's the big straight here. It's when it's dry, you've got a lot of time to relax on it. So it's a good thing to have on a track like this because the whole way through you're working. I mean, it's a pretty intense lap around the Nordschleife, and then you get to the straight, and it's a nice time to relax. So
Maybe
that's
have
the
a
good part.
maybe have a cup of tea, eat a sandwich before your next journey begins as you cross the line. That's Krikštolaitis, 1.3 seconds behind Adomavičius. It's inevitable. We will have a position change in the leading group.
Well, the last time this Ferrari tried to get by somebody, it was for P2. It drove into the wall, so let's see if things go better this time for the Beaver Grease car.
Yep.
Number 3 Ferrari, and if this position change happens, we'll be back to cars numbered 1, 2, 3, and 4 in exactly those positions, wide from the Adomavičius, and this is going to be opportunity for Krikštolaitis to go down the inside. Adomavičius tried to fight it, but I don't think he's going to have the grunt here, and had to go on the brakes just that little bit, but Krikštolaitis up into P3, and now we've got the cars ordered exactly as they were in pre-qualifying. So back to status quo.
Yep. Still one battle to go for the lead of the GT4 class. Again, 7 seconds difference per lap. So that's going to happen towards the end of this lap.
Was it 7 seconds ahead again this lap?
Yeah, yep.
It was. Yeah.
Yep, it was. We can double check it. It was 7.4 seconds basically.
It's something else. You don't see it. And if you were to, let's say, convert this to a normal lap by lap length, you'd be looking at a difference of about a second a lap more.
Yep.
On a 5-kilometer track, imagine something like Barcelona. Somebody gaining
yeah, roughly
second a lap.
More than 1 second. That would be 1.3 seconds or something.
That would be crazy. You'd see that gap and you'd think this guy is driving a rocket ship. And well, that's what's happening here. And this isn't you know, the guys who were P1 catching P10. This is the battle for the lead, and you've got such a huge pace advantage. It's a similar pace advantage actually to what Tadeusz Juknavicius had at the top in GT3 as well.
Yep, and he'll still get behind the wheel of that McLaren in the Dream to Drive car. And while the gap currently is melting, it should be going up again at some point during this race. You can see the car of Alex Leaf getting bigger and bigger through the windshield of Zampedri. 3.1 seconds, that's not gonna take too long as Rahmanian goes back into P3 after Adrian Seifert makes a pit stop. There's that other battle for podium places in the GT4 Pro class, and in the GT4 overall class, Zampedri running a little bit wide, not making a big issue out of it and still gaining on the car in front. That's how fast he tries to go around the Nordschleife circuit, just to make it work.
Yep, and just think of the gap that we had. So Thierry Gier is going to get past and should be back to having the top 12 being all GT3s. Zampedri gives him space, and a smart move there. Doesn't want to hold up the GT3, which just lose extra time for no reason. A gap down to 1 second. Oh, that's too...
there it is.
Yeah. It's like, wow, he really caught up through one section of the track. It was 3 seconds before, now it's 1. Nope. But I think actually Leaf is going to be more held up than Zampedri was, so this might even be a bit of a gain. Thierry getting very, very close to the back of Alex Leaf's AMG. Putting pressure on him. We'll see him go to the inside. Wow, that was close. And Leaf decides it's probably better to let him go than try and fight it. Innerhofer, yellow flag for him, and he's definitely stationary somewhere. Oh, no. I wonder what happened here.
There you go. We can figure this out easily.
Into Sabine Schmitz. And he's gonna crash somewhere. Oh, I fear this may be... Nope. Why would he do that?
He didn't want to do that. It just the way it went. Let's leave it like this.
Well, he had the spin. I mean, the GT4 allowed him in. There was no door banging or blocking or anything, and he just went straight.
Yeah, he miscalculated something definitely there. Misjudged it. Innerhofer again off racetrack.
Yep, he's definitely.
And
well,
this time
he smacked the wall, I think, again. I hope he didn't smack that same Aston Martin again. Yeah, he's got big trouble. He's now being overtaken by GT4s. Here we go, into Schwedenkreuz. I don't think he's close enough to the car ahead to hit that. Oh no. Oh no. Yep. That's not the way you want to drive. Touched the grass on entry. That's never going to end well. On board with Zampedri. That was Leaf being passed by one of the GT3s. Look at how the gap has gone down. This will be a showdown on the Dottinga, and both of them in the AMGs. So equal cars, equal opportunities, but clearly Zampedri has been on a charge. And he's got the opportunity. And making mistakes as Leaf ahead. Look at that. Off. Doesn't touch the apexes, goes on to the curbs, goes on to the grass on the exit as well. Let's see where this move is being made. He might not even need to wait for the Dottinga. Again, look how wide Leaf is. He's miles off the apex, and Zampedri putting pressure on him, and Leaf leaves him the space. This is going to be a switch for the lead. GT4 lead, welcome back. Tatum Restek, who just managed to take back the lead. By the way, Innerhofer, nope. Not Innerhofer. Car 8, I saw, was requested to... no, car 6 requested to tow to the pits. So race control just asked car number 6, Innerhofer,
yeah,
to go and tow that car back to the pits. Not safe to drive. That's what race control says. But Innerhofer... looks like he's not listening to that. Oh, another car off the road. On the outside there, one of the other GT4s. But yep, I don't think Alex Leaf can come back here, and I don't think he'll try. The question is, what happens when Jan Nims gets back behind the wheel of that car? Can he claw that gap back? But anyway, Tatum Restek, what a job they've done from 3 minutes back to now, leading the race once again. 16 hours and 54 minutes to go in this one. Still a lot of things can change. Let's have a look at what we've got in terms of standings and class leaders. Dream to Drive leads in GT3 Pro, IRT number 2. leads in GT3 Pro-Am, GT4 Pro. New leader, Tadam Restek and Griku Vijay lead in GT4 Am. Those are your results as we go past the 7-hour mark in the Ringfreaks 24 Hours of Nürburgring. We'll be back in about an hour's time to take you into the night. I think we'll have full darkness by then. welcome back to the track, and it's the Ringfreaks 24 hours of the Nürburgring. Final race of the World Sim Series special event, and it's Dream to Drive at the top of the leaderboard. Soldukas behind the wheel at the moment, ahead of International Racing Team and Daniel Spahn. Gitnas Krikštolaitis in the Beaver Grease car rounds out the podium, and that's the podium for GT3 Pro as well. In terms of the Pro-Ams, it's Sim Racing Team Serbia ahead of IRT number 2. And then you have to look at Crankton Racing, P8 overall and running 3rd in class. GT4 Pro, it's Tatum Restek ahead of Sean Clark Racing and RaceBot Sim Racing. We had them make that move at the very end of our commentary time just about an hour ago. AOR Racing Team leads GT4 Pro-Am ahead of Team Blue Flag Racing and Made to Race. Griquage lead in GT4-Am, huge margin there, over a lap. And then it comes Alos Iritrasa and Le Mans Pro Racing in P3. A lot more GT, I think the biggest class is actually GT4-Am. A lot of cars in that one, and big gaps there as well. So back to track action, and this is Julius Adomavicius on your screens. Remember, he had an issue at some point. We were away, but he was running in 4th. I think the last time we saw him fighting for a podium, and had an incident somewhere that has cost him a lot of time, down to P6 overall now, and behind 2 of the Pro-Am cars. As the night has set on the Nürburgring Nordschleife, it is under 16 hours to go, so we've made it a third of the way through, and 15 hours and 39 minutes to go. And we welcome back Lodinas as well.
Welcome everyone to this, as Gustav already mentioned, last special event on the World Sim Series in 2025. 24 hours of Nordschleife, presented to you by Ringfreaks with prizes for the winners in each of the classes, for the top 2 finishers. To test their skills on the real racetrack. Ringfreaks, as you know, have plenty to offer for you if you want to test your skills on the Nordschleife circuit, and so on. The Spa-Francorchamps recently has been made also available. You just go out, rent a car, and test your skills on the racetrack. That's what the winners of this special event will have a chance to do. That's why we see plenty of battles around the racetrack currently, with the Dream to Drive car still in the lead. Spahn, Papanastasio, the International Racing Team, they are constantly gaining on the Dream to Drive car, but not by much, by a small margin of time. It went down to 163 seconds now, making it 2 minutes and 40 seconds. And the night time came and caught up Gediminas Krikštolaitis. He just made a mistake. So the battles for the podium places are still kind of open. Let's take a look at the replay, maybe from an onboard view with Gediminas Krikštolaitis. Somebody has clipped the gravel in front of him. Doesn't matter. He's good here. A little bit of a curb. Cold tires. Remember, he just returned from the pit lane. Car snapped. No contacts with the barriers or the obstacles. So he's back on the track trying to chase down Daniel Spahn. So Daniel Spahn will go to the pit lane in around 30 minutes, and he should still stay ahead of Gediminas Krikštolaitis. So after that crash that Julius Adomavicius has had during the break, they fell down quite down low in the order, down to the 6th spot. They are currently 4th. Yep, they are still 4th in the GT Pro class. They're miles away from P3, and I'm not sure that they will be able to recover it on themselves. Maybe avoiding mistakes, further mistakes, just doing the best that they can, doing a fabulous job. That might help them to be a little bit closer to the competition and hope for some mistakes from their nearest rivals. I think that's the only scenario now for the Match 1 kart racing team at this moment being, if they want to finish up in the podium places. Otherwise, they are really far behind from P3.
How many issues others have gotten into, them included. So I wouldn't rule out something happening, and with 15 hours to go and us just getting into the nighttime, it's gonna be a long brawl to the finish for everyone here. We've lost a couple of cars down to 33 out on track, and the race keeps on going. With still more than half of the race to go. Clearly, a lot of things can change. On your screens, GT4 leader, and remember they were far back, but have gotten in front, managed to overtake, and Dressel is behind the wheel of the car behind the Sean Clark racing car. We haven't seen Jan Nims back behind the wheel of it, so interesting to see that.
Yep, that's Dressel now who took over the wheel. So 5 drivers team the Sean Clark racing car. They don't want to get too tired. Jan Nims is just enjoying the show. It's been a while since we've seen Jan Nims participating on the World Sim Series events. I've kind of missed that guy, and well, he's back with a team currently running second, 50 seconds behind Zampedri. They lack a little bit of pace to match the speed of the 2 pilots team, oh actually 3 drivers team. Tatum Restek, Zampedri, Cardinale, and Yetzi. And looks like Yetzi hasn't driven any laps yet, but he is there with Zampedri at this time being, and I think he'll be the driver who will take over the wheel. By the way, by the end of this lap, if there's gonna be a driver's change, Zampedri and Dressel, they will head over to the pit lane as soon as they reach it. Jaromski is in and out seeing strategy. 42 minutes of stint time remaining. Blumke and Kobosnidze, they will be heading over to the pit lane by the end of their laps also. Blumke currently quite close to Jaromski, 18 seconds behind, 19 seconds behind.
Is that the closest gap on track? Probably.
Probably. So, yeah, this is the ATAC versus RaceSpot Sim Racing Team. Car number 14 versus car number 15. They have been in that third place battle for quite a lot of time. Jaromski currently third in the GT4 Pro class. What about Nika Kobosnidze is already about 2 minutes behind Blumke, and he is a GT4 Pro M leader.
Sure, something's happening to him. Yellow for P9. That was P9 overall.
And something happened with Dressel again. Picture going slow. I'm more interested in Dressel.
Dressel as well, yellow for Krikstolitis, and he's stationary, I think. He lost a lot of time there.
Yep.
Is there a replay for...
Yep, indeed there is, and we're gonna take a look at car number 16. They also had a moment. So These moments come in batches, in packs. If one driver on the racetrack has issues, you can expect more issues from other drivers. This is
and
a
that's
big
a
one.
smack. That's gonna have to be repaired, I'm sure. And not a perfect situation. This is Dressel, GT4 second place, and they've gone into the pits.
Oh, there's a very slow
no.
car. They just had to slow down drastically. That's why they had that yellow flag, but it's all good just before entering the pit lane. So they move on as they still find themselves stationary in the pit lane, but let's hop on board with Kristolaitis. He's driving past the pit lane. That means the contact might have not been too big, but they are already 117 seconds behind Spawn. Running in P3, not the best news. They have a very safe gap, so they kind of can begin concentrating on P3 overall, and then just having some expectations for their rivals, just to have a slightly more relaxed session now for the remaining 15.5 hours. In this event on pure pace, there's nothing that you can do, so you can basically just be ideal on your own race. Avoid mistakes like these. You don't have to be as fast as before. Looks like the night time took a bit of skills away from Gediminas Krikštolaitis. It's really difficult to drive on the limits when you are not that clearly seeing your apexes or breakpoints. Well, you can see quite a lot with this lightning, but it's still not the same as you'd be driving during the daytime. And sometimes it catches up the drivers off guard. It takes just a moment of time to focus on something else, and then you can find yourself running into a mistake. So these are the, well, very difficult hours for the drivers to keep on the racetrack. Again, running a little bit too fast down the hill into the old Nordschleife circuit, sending the car a little bit wide, nothing too much, just a small tiny mistake. Gediminas Krikštolaitis still stays on his route in this event, and you never know what can happen. At one point you can battle for P3, at the next one you can find yourself as a race leader. So they will stay on the track, just keep on going. As in the GT4 class we have that driver change of Yetzi.
Yep, I think first time?
Yep.
The race?
Yep, first time.
So maybe he had something to do, but I'm sure then he'll be put on more serious night duty here. It's not that late yet. It's 8:30 in Italy at the moment. But with the sun going down, it immediately feels much later than it actually is. And 10:38 right now, virtual time on the virtual Nürburgring. It's dark, and with the track having almost no artificial lighting, it's only really on the front straightaway that, well, on the GP track, you have those artificial lights. You do have lights around with all the campsites around the circuit, but they don't provide that much lighting on the tarmac. It's more about just the ambience and the beautiful sights around the track. But on the actual circuit, it is pretty dark, and the drivers have to contend with that. Another extra difficulty for them. We'll see if we do get any rain. It's still not forecast, even though in the session settings that we saw, we did see some rain being forecast, but nothing's changed. We do have cloud cover, I think, for the first time in this race. Right now, It does say it's heavily cloudy out on track. We obviously don't see that because it's dark. Maybe that's why it is so dark, because it's really, really pitch black right now.
I remember, I think, was it this time, was it this year or last year while we had a Nordschleife event? And I cannot recall if it was on ACC, but I think it was. And during the nighttime, we were very happy with you to look at the campsites around the racetrack. I think it's the same track. So remember the dude who was campfiring by the side of the racetrack will be.
Yep, and
he'll be
that
here.
Was I think he's back this year probably somewhere. It was somewhere around the carousel, so could be. We could still find him. I'm watching on my screen. There is a guy with a campfire outside the carousel for sure.
Nice. It would be nice to greet the same guys, the same people enjoying the race again. Was it this year or last year we had an event on the Nordschleife?
I think last year. I don't think we've had anything this year.
Time flies. I can tell one. I'll go check it out. We have to find something that's not happening on the racetrack. We should find something off the racetrack. Looks like we didn't have an event this year. We had a 12 hours event. Oh, we did have... Did we in January maybe?
This year? I don't think we had a Nordschleife event this year.
No, maybe not. It's just the date on my computer.
I think we had it last year.
No, we didn't have this year. It's
We had, well, this year we had Daytona, we had Imola, we had Mount Panorama, and now we have Nürburgring.
Yep, we had the Nordschleife 24 hours event last year in November. So.
Yeah, so same time. Pretty much.
Yes, similar time. It was at the beginning of November. This time it's the end of November, but yeah, 1 year of separation. And as soon as I remembered that camper with the fire, it struck me that it was so recent. And actually 1 full year has passed. Wow.
And last year's winners were Dream to Drive. That was Tadas Ignatius, who returns this year. And we had Doros Tunila and Grantas Karatskas running in that race. Second was International Racing Team. That was Miguel Silverio, Gustas Malkauskas, Papanastasio and Kashoni and Spon. And third was Beaver Grease Racing with Katkus and Krikstolaitis. So they're running in third again. For GT4, let's have a look. It was Tadam Restek with the exact same lineup. Zampedri, Yetzi, and Cardinale. Also in a AMG GT4. And second, that was Sean Clark Racing. Leaf, Nims, Speff, and Urbanus, and they were in a Chevy Camaro. And Race Spot Sim Racing Team came third in that race. But big gaps last year. So between first and second GT4, it was a lap. Then another 2 laps back was P3. The winners of the race overall, Dream to Drive, were 2 laps ahead of International Racing Team. Oh!
Yep,
crash.
that's Siderskis having a moment. This is a replay. I think he has a damaged car now, and he's just limping back to the pit lane. Again, the suspension model, the damage model of ACC. Whenever you crash the car, you have a badly bent suspension with really difficult to steer the car. And
I like that the windscreen, how the windscreen is damaged. That looks very funny.
Very.
It's like it looks like it's lit up from the front somehow.
Yes.
Can you lose your lights in ACC? I don't think you can.
Didn't we have a moment in some of the past races where one of the cars was not lighting up? But maybe it was in AC.
I think that was just a car that was running without lights.
Oh, no, but
I don't think that wasn't damaged. I do remember somebody running without lights, but they were Well, I don't think it was on purpose, but they were just running with no lights on. And here, well, it does look funny with the windscreen. You can really see every single crack on the windscreen. Even though the windscreen is not getting lit up from the sun or anything.
Look how the right side of the windscreen is vibrating. Making it difficult to see, or is it a speed effect? I'm not sure what's that about. The center is focused,
but motion. Maybe the driver got a big hit
on the right eye, on his right eye. Left eye is perfect.
Exactly. The left eye is fine, but the right eye is knocked out of alignment. Still continuing at a pretty, decent pace, considering that the wheel is turned 90 degrees the whole way around. More than 90 degrees, actually, to the right.
He's definitely faster than a GT4 car, but he's being waved that, how do you call that flag? I always forget it. The black with the orange dot. The
meatball flag.
Yeah, meatball flag. He's being shown the meatball flag. Look at how much of a steering input he was able to put.
But 180 degrees to the other side.
Oh,
wow.
Yep. So he doesn't have a lot to the right side. He has a lot, plenty of rotation to the left side. Now, it's a different balance. Now we've had a car which was turning perfectly to the right but didn't turn to the left. Now it's vice versa. Yep, meatball flags.
I wonder if it wasn't the same car that had that.
It's possible. It is possible to be.
This car has been in quite a few incidents throughout the race, so I wouldn't put it past them.
Oh, Adomaic is having a moment. Adomaic is having a big moment here again. Oh, Adomaic is having a tough race this afternoon and started out so well.
This is on the exit of Mordkurve, so this would have been very, very high speed.
Let's take a look. We have a replay for every crash happening on the racetrack for a short moment of time. And let's see how it looked from and on board. Ooh.
Oh, I think he turned in too early and too tight. He didn't use the outside, and he turned in, put the power down, and the front just washed away. He now has a broken windscreen as well.
Oh, and does he have a nice steering angle? They'll have to pit. I think the steering wheel is damaged. Yep. This is definitely a trip to the pit lane.
But yep, they're going to go back to the pits, and that might promote Crackton up into P7.
Again, the better news, 16 minutes of stint time on the clock for Adomaic, so that would have been, if not the last lap for Adomaic, it would have been the penultimate lap, so didn't lose much here, but, well, riding with such a damaged car for a little bit less than half a lap, that's gonna cost them quite a lot. About 2 minutes in front of Crackton, as soon as the timing tower will settle down. Having a moment here. We'll figure this out. That might mean Crackton moving up to P6. So, well, again, showing that you don't have to have the phenomenal pace that a lot of teams have here. You just have to be very stable and avoid mistakes like these, small mistakes. But yes, Gustas already expressed just a tiny bit early entry into the corner, making it tight and not fitting on the whole width of the racetrack. Adomaic was greeted by the barrier, and the car just knocked off the barrier like a ball, having a very huge impact on the left side of the track. Again, another knock, even more seconds to stand in the pit lane, and we have two cars on the track that are trying to limp back to the pit lane. That's car number 4 and car number 9. Remember, the numbers of the cars are in the same order as the teams finished the pre-qualifying session, meaning that this car was 4th fastest in the pre-qualifying session and had all hopes to finish 2nd. Looking at how it is now, I think that's job done. They are 6th, and their battle will be a little bit different. They had to avoid mistakes, they had to avoid contacts like these. It didn't happen, and more time lost is gonna take place now, as Julius Adomaitis will reach the end of the Dottingerö straight. Oh man, I think he's frustrated. I wonder what the driver will say about the mistake, about what he did. Will he blame the track? We had a little discussion with Gustas before, and Gustas is the opinion that the real race driver should never blame himself. If something goes wrong, what do you think? What should the Adomaitis do here?
I think it's the setup or the lights. I think the lights were angled wrong, and he couldn't see the edge of the track. So.
Okay, maybe the track changed a bit.
No. That's ridiculous. But the lights were set up wrong. They were shining in the wrong direction, and he just couldn't see where the edge of the track was. So no fault of his own. It's
okay.
Clearly the setup of the lights, and just couldn't see. So it was a miracle he even made it that far around the lap. That was just. His driving skill, and then you know, in a fast turn like that, there's nothing you can do. If the lights are angled wrong, you cannot see the edge of the track. So
okay, I think I think
it's a light issue. I think he would agree with me.
I think he wanted to pit a bit earlier. He still would have had a one full lap to finish his stint. I think he had enough of this Nordschleife, and this was the best way to tell your team that that's it, I want to relax a bit. Jokes aside, Justinas Saldukas is doing a fabulous job now, being almost the fastest car on the racetrack again. Gediminas Krikštolaitis found a little bit more pace. Daniel Špon cannot match the pace of Saldukas, but not by much. A bit less than 1 second. His lap time was slower the last time they crossed the line. That's good news for the Dream to Drive team. They still have that best card in the pocket. Tadas Juknevičius is sitting tight and waiting for his turn to come as Krakten moves up to P6 while Julius Adomaitis is still standing in the pit lane. What do you think? Is there going to be a driver's change in the Match 1 racing team? Kniva, I see him online on the server somewhere in the pit lane, so maybe he's getting into the car. This is a nice angle. It's still stationary, engines off, front end still damaged, and there you go. It was damaged, and it took only a moment of time. It went down up from heaven like a new car. Justinas Saldukas off the racetrack. Oh,
big issue. Where is he out on track? He's right after the carousel.
Looks like
that might have been at the carousel. So let's see if we, well, not too much damage.
Yeah, we can look at the replay, and as we do that during the nighttime, let's do it from the onboard camera. It was the carousel. Onto the concrete, jump around, and oh, in the middle. He was too slow. How?
I've never seen somebody spin in the carousel. I didn't even know that was possible, to be honest.
That's ACC physics, I believe. and yeah.
And he didn't even touch anything, so he's got away with that one. But that looked very funny.
How can you spin? Okay, let's figure this out. You have huge banking. He was right on the banking, so the right wheels had lots of compression. So did he lift like too much, or what could have gone wrong there? A little bit too much of speed? Didn't look like it. It looked like the car turned quite nicely.
If you have too much speed, you'll go off.
Yeah,
you'll go over the carousel.
Oh, again.
Maybe there's some tire issue or something.
Yeah, that looked definitely odd. That would look definitely strange. Anyways, Justinas Aldukas kept it together. Another brown moment for this electric car. How do you call this color? Tunila would definitely tell us the name. Peel? No, it's
turquoise. No,
turquoise. Yeah, it's close to turquoise. I believe you're right. I'd say it's electric color. Shines nice in the dark, and they have those those yellow stripes on the roof. And guess what? Justinas Aldukas is on his way to the pit lane. So will be Daniel Spohn, will he? I think Daniel Spohn will be heading into the pit lane. 10 minutes of seat time for Daniel Spohn, and he's yet to reach the big carousel. I think Daniel Spohn will also be heading into the pit lane. Justinas Aldukas, which stint is this for the driver? He've already completed 20 laps. That's the first stint for Justinas Aldukas at the second part of his drive time. That's 20 laps completed. He's on 21st lap for himself, getting into the pit lane. And I think he'll stay in the race car unless he'll ask Juknavicius to take over, because Juknavicius is with us. Well, not with us. He's on the racetrack. With his team, as Rivas finds himself across the track, and it just became dark. There's still plenty of hours left on the clock to race in the darkness. The drivers have to adapt themselves. I definitely get it. It's much more difficult to drive in the nighttime to hit your apexes. Oh, that's tight. Oh, wow, that's tight. That's just
He's touched the gravel. Yep, and spins round, but survives, and that's the most important thing.
Yep, so it definitely in those faster parts of the racetrack, it looks like it's much more difficult to hit those apexes or correct lines, and then you have just a bit of road to correct yourself when you find on the wrong part of the racetrack. It was definitely simply too tight for was it Rivas? Yep, it was Rivas to make it safely through the corner. Good news for him.
Juknavicius, yep, out on track right now. So gets back in the car after a while. So they've actually done Juknavicius, Mendelis, Aldukas, Juknavicius. So they've reversed it. So a long rest for Juknavicius after that brilliant first stint of the race. Let's see what he can do now. Temperatures dropped, so should be a quicker run.
11 degrees outside, 11 degrees of the heat of the tarmac, so it's basically cold. But that's the best news for your race tires. You can use them quite a lot. They don't wear that fast. And you can definitely carry more speed around the racetrack. It's dark, so it's a little bit more difficult. I don't think there's anything difficult for Tadas Juknavicius. The fastest lap time of the race so far is an 8 minute and 7 seconds lap time. Nobody could come even close. The fastest lap time of the international racing team is 8 minutes 10 seconds and 9 tenths, and they are the second fastest car on the racetrack. I think the fastest lap time belongs actually to Miguel Silverio, the driver who started the race. Papanastasio was really fast, but his fastest lap time was 8 minutes 11.4. There you go. This Tadas Juknavicius is a very fast driver indeed. Let's see what he can do during the nighttime. The qualifying winning time was an 8 minutes 4 seconds. Let's give Tadas Juknavicius a go, even though it says Justinas Aldukas. That should change as soon as the driver reaches the end of the first sector. It's really odd that the Nordschleife track has only 3 sectors. In reality, it should have closer to at least 10 sectors on the track. That's how
9 in the 24-hour configuration.
Yeah, that's
exactly, but I think we've got 9 or so sectors.
So maybe this is a limitation of ACC, or
probably, and then the sectors are very weird because they're not really representative of anything. The real-life sectors you really see even then, there are long stretches of tracks which are considered a single sector, but here, really, the sector is so long and so many different corners in it that really you can't tell if where somebody's gaining time. You pretty much have to follow them to really see what's going on.
Yep, so the first sector completed. Tadas Juknevičius is representing the Dream to Drive team. You said last year Dream to Drive also won.
Yep.
Oh my, 2 cars off the racetrack going backwards. That's Julius Adomavičius and Leo Jota.
Wow, did you see that car? Over the grass. He went flat out. He said, I ain't breaking for this.
I would like to find the car.
And he got away with it.
I think that's Guillermo Rivas. Was it Guillermo Rivas? Let's try and catch up with that. I think it should have been Guillermo Rivas. This is... Yep, it was.
Oh my god. Wow. Well, you didn't have... I don't see any other option here. I thought he was crazy by doing that, but when you look at his onboard, where else could he have gone? He took the correct decision, and I think for the first and only time in this race, a car has touched the curb and touched the grass and hasn't been spun out, didn't fly off into the air.
It just
nothing happened. I think it was probably quicker than his other laps.
But he could... Well, he risked to get a drive-through penalty for cutting the track.
I wonder why did the Mouches crash? I think we want to see it, and this is, I guess, the replay,
yep,
right?
It is the replay.
So he goes to the inside here. Oh, he went on the brakes.
No, he was clipped by that 37.
No, but I think he was passed. Can we have a replay of that and have a look at the rear lights? Oh, more trouble.
Yep, more trouble for... This is live views. This is live views
for... this is live, and yep, more issues, and I think he's going straight back to the pits. So completed, I think, only 1 lap after that other damage, but...
Wrong replay, sorry. This... No, this is the wrong
Maybe some more action?
Or is it like... It's the same situation. It's the same moment, just from a different camera. Yep, different angles. This is...
I'd like to maybe see the other car, the GT4 that clipped him. I'd like to see the onboard of that car. I'd be very interested to see what actually happened. So Leo Jota.
Yep, this is the replay. We are on board with Leo Jota. Blue flags waving. Oh yeah, the rear view mirror shows live action, so we cannot see where Adomavičius is. He should go past him now.
Approaching soon.
Okay.
No, that replay I think was too far back.
Okay, let's try again. This is.
Okay, so he opens. Oh, touches the curb. So opens up the inside. Nope. I guess he just ran into him. I thought I saw the rear brake lights come on, but nope, just ran into him. Something happened to Tomas Janušaitis, I think, as well. I saw yellows for him. Here we go.
Your wish is my command.
Coming, well, if he crashed here, because this is a straight. Oh, he's going to go in tight. Oh, no. Oh, no. Well, the lights weren't calibrated, that's for sure, because he turned in from the inside pretty much. More issues. Helpert.
Yeah.
Yellow flag here, and looks like a slow running. Oh, that's GT3. Oh, he just touched the GT4. Or the GT4 just let him through. Gave up that BMW. Oh, flash of the lights. Clearly not very happy.
This is what happened to Hilfert. Let's look with the onboard. It's better at night to figure out what to blame here.
Oh no, touch the curb and then the car becomes uncontrollable. It
broke and it got fixed again. Nice, that's...
Wow, that's the new nanotechnology of windshields. They fix themselves. But the funny thing was he hit the wall, then he was going to the other wall. The windshield broke after. So the windshield broke on the straight, then he hit the wall again, and then the windshield fixed itself. So, okay, and Helfert's decided that he's had enough, and that's probably the right decision to go back to the pits. Solkauskas issue for him. I saw a yellow for that car as well. P20.
Yep, this is...
Oh, but that would have been, he was just, I think, in a yellow sector.
Yep, maybe.
Is he going down the inside on the straight? He was. Wow, so many uncalibrated lights here. Everybody's driving in the middle of the track for some reason.
We should bring over these features to the real event, definitely. The organizers should look at it. It's much more interesting, like, to run everything like this. New lines. Find your drivers simply stationary. Yeah, Leon Helfert, I believe I cannot put him on live. I think he's out of the server, so that might be job done.
I think that car has gone back to the pits, and it's had issues previously because it was running in the GT4 field pretty much as a GT3 car, and more issues for them, and that was a big smack. Interesting to see if they'll come back into the race, but race leader, he's not concerned with any of that. His lights are calibrated perfectly, and he's going as quick as he was in the daytime, but obviously he doesn't really need to, just because he's so quick that he can just keep on his own pace.
Yep, the fast drivers, they look to be fast, you know, when you compare to the other drivers on the server. Then you might think, why is this driver being fast? Why he's flying? He's risking it all. But actually, he's on his own pace. He knows the lines. He's calm and relaxed. He's not overdriving the car, and he's just fast. And yeah, it might seem dangerous, but it's actually safer this way, I believe.
I think if he went slower, that would be dangerous. Because he wouldn't be used to driving the car at those speeds. He's used to driving the car super fast. It's all muscle memory here, and he could do it with his eyes closed. So if he started to go slower, he'd crash. I'm almost sure of it. So it's better to keep pushing, and also it makes the job on his teammates, they're quick, but a little bit of a slide. His teammates are quick, but this guy's on a different planet, so really, for him, it's all about trying to look on the World Sim Series timing page, and I'm seeing something very strange.
I love it. I love it when we see something strange. That means drama coming in.
No drama. I was looking at last year's results. Like, they're two laps ahead of everyone. That was interesting. Oh, that's last year's result. Because it's it's Dream to Drive ahead of International Racing Team and ahead of Beaver Grease Racing. That's your last year's top three, exactly the same. So I was looking at last year's results, and I saw Dream to Drive 2 laps ahead of International Racing Team. And I was like, that doesn't look like the correct gap. Really? 2 laps? It's 100, it's 3 minutes they're ahead, but not 2 laps. But that's what happens. That's what happens when these established teams are running in the exact same order they did last year. You see these interesting results, because I still had last year's results up. Are they with the same car number? No, that's the only thing that's different. And car selection is different, because, Dream to Drive are in the same car, but International Racing Team are running the Lexus this year. Last year they ran the BMW, and Beaver Grease Racing ran the McLaren, and this year they're running the Ferrari. So that's the only difference. Now, if International Racing Team number 2 were to overtake Sim Racing Team Serbia, then the top 4 would be identical to last year. That would be something.
Could you repeat that? Sorry, I misheard you. Who should...
if International Racing Team number 2, so they're running in 5th right now.
They should be
If
4th.
they were to, if they would overtake Sim Racing Team Serbia, it would be the exact same top 4 that we had last year.
Should we cheer for Tomas Janušaitis?
Yes, I would. I would like the result to be the same as last year.
It's pretty close. They are 45 seconds apart. Tomas Janušaitis will be the first of the 2 cars to go and enter the pit lane.
At least if you look at fastest laps, they're running about 4 seconds quicker. So it is a possibility we might see that. If we do see that, then really there was no point in even running this race. They could have given out the prizes from last year and would have been the same result. So, but no, because last year we didn't have a Pro-Am standing. Because actually that's a battle for P1 in Pro-Am, Sim Racing Team Serbia and IRT number 2. That's a battle for P1 in GT3 Pro-Am. So important position there. And that's a difference, big difference in prizes. If you're looking on WorldSimSeries.com and trying to figure out the results from there, it's still wrong in terms of GT4. It's still the wrong gap there, and where is it? We'll wait for Sean Clark Racing to cross the line. We'll check in then. But I think also Young Driver are out of position, or are they? No. Hish issue in P22. That car is stopped somewhere out on track. Oh, Janušaitis. I think Janušaitis just hit the wall.
Oh, come on. Yeah, he did quite badly.
Did.
That was bad timing.
He did. Wow, those lights are really uncalibrated there. Nice spin around, though. Let's see what happened. I think he smacked the wall on the outside on entry. So onboard view, because we don't see much at night. Here we go. Into Mutkurva once again.
Oh, yep.
Oh. He did smack the wall on the outside. He fell asleep. I don't know what happened there. And really, it didn't look like he was trying to save the car. Windshield broken this time, and no nanotechnology to fix it while driving.
There's gonna be pit technology to fix it. He should stay out for yet another lap regarding the strategy, but I think he'll be heading over to the pit lane by the end of this lap. Oh yeah, that would be a nightmare during the nighttime to drive a car with the steering like this, and he's now having trouble just keeping the car on the road. He doesn't want to lose pace, but I think we did our job here again, cheering for the car number 8 to finish 4th. And that's going to be a much more difficult job now for the team to achieve that. But hey, we are still only a little bit less than 14 hours left to go on the clock. So it's even not halfway through the race yet. A lot of things can happen. It's a little bit better this year. Well, you said Dream to Drive team won by 2 laps over the second placed car last year. At this point, it doesn't look too bad. As soon as Tadas Juknavicius gets behind the wheel, he opens up the gap against his closest rivals. And say when Mendelis and Saldukas are in the car, the International Racing Team drivers, they either keep the same distance or sometimes gain just a little bit. So maybe we will not see that 2-lap lead this year, which would definitely make the race even more interesting. Look at how many yellow flags we have on the racetrack. That's Marko Nuber this time facing the wrong side of the racetrack. Still cars approaching. You have to be really careful, and Hish is somewhere on the racetrack also. Is he at the same spot? I think he's somewhere near this. Yeah, that's... I think they had a moment. We can have a replay for this. Would you believe on that?
Oh, Marko Nuber and Hish, more issues for that car as well. Oh no. Oh no.
Oh, what?
Oh, lights out. Wow, that was a big flash there. Oh no! Oh, no! Oh, he survived it. No. Ah, it's spoke too soon.
But he didn't. Oh, Julius Adomaitis troubles again.
Oh no!
Oh my
Oh
god.
no! And that's at the start of the lap. Where is he? Oh, that's the track. Oh, I thought it looked like he was somewhere very far away from any sort of racetrack.
Oh,
I think at this point you have to take him out of the car. Januszaitis, or is he? Oh no!
This
Oh,
is live views.
Lord.
This is live views.
And Januszaitis is still struggling, but I think he's just going slow down the straightaway.
Yep, he is.
Yep.
Oh, was it one light
Where
out? It's one light out. Give me the front
Really?
view, please. I think.
Oh,
Yeah, look.
Oh, yep, it is. So you can break a light. Swiderski's issues for him now as well.
Come on, guys.
I
You
just
always.
saw that show up as yellow.
Let's look at the replay of what happened to you. Oh no, he's already stationary. Oh, the replay camera. So this is already the aftermath of what happened to him. Plenty of. Oh
no,
yeah.
it's not over yet. Oh
It's
no.
a replay. It's a replay. Yep, it's still a replay. I would like to find.
Parked it up.
Where is it?
Oh no, he's not parked it up. I thought he had parked it up, but no, he's still continuing. Zagarat, there was a yellow for him, but no.
There you go. This is how it happened. This is the correct replay. Still a healthy car for Julius Adomaitis. Yep, opening corners of the Nordschleife circuit, and is it cold tires?
No,
this
it's
is the second. This is the
Assetto
second
Corsa
lap.
Competizione curb physics. The car just starts jumping.
This is live.
It's like a pogo
This
stick.
is live
this
now.
Is live.
Yep.
Oh no. Oh no. I
He's-
think that he's gonna pull it back to the pits. I can't see that car driving back. Yep, and probably the team should have made the decision to take him out a little bit earlier. He had 2 incidents in a row. And,
Yep, that's a huge sign for the team. Just give the guy a moment, let him relax, and somebody should have taken over. You're definitely right. They kept him a little bit for too long. Maybe the driver is too tired already sitting in his simulator, but that's not going to plan, and that's not how you finish races. This is basically a scenario for you to not finish races, especially 24-hour races. I don't know, maybe he was just lost trying to go a bit slower, which creates those other problems and issues that the drivers face when they try to be a little bit more careful. It's nighttime. Vision is definitely important. Experience is very important while driving in the nighttime. You have to know the track in and out. And sometimes you can be good during the daytime, but bad during the nighttime just because you have too less of experience on that racetrack. And to have experience on Nordschleife, man, you have to have a lot of laps to your account completed around this track, no matter what title in you're driving, but you have to know this track. And it takes time, and it takes a lot of time. Adomaitis is still being towed back to the pit lane, even though the virtual car is already there, but the time to tow back the car counts, and they had that incident at the basically the beginning of the racetrack, and that's gonna take time. Tadas Juknevičius, I think he went through a double yellow situation, did he? Or did he cost a double, did he cost a yellow flag situation? This is a replay. We have something captured on the logboard. Yep, white flag, someone's going slow, let's... Oh, there's a car running slow. Guys, this is too dangerous. It all ended good for Juknevičius. And a high-speed section of the racetrack, he noticed the white flag, which means somebody is very slow in front. And, well, this is how you react to anything that is happening on the racetrack, especially during the night on the Nordschleife. You just follow the signs. And he was ready to back out of it, and I mean, shouldn't there be a rule that if you have a badly damaged car, you should tow that back to the garage, not crawl around the racetrack, creating more dangerous situations. What do you think? Should we get back to the World Sim Series, giving them more thoughts?
I think there's a limit to it. We like to see cars come back to the pits and fix themselves, but at night, if you're going that slow, either drive off the track, or if you're that slow, really pull back that thing into the pits and then tow it back. You're losing so much time anyway. It's not gonna happen. Approaching GT4 and slow again. So many slow cars out on track, and it's hard to predict, really, when they're going off the track, moving off the line somewhere, especially with cars approaching at high speed. At some point, you gotta say stop and let's rethink this. So, yeah, difficult situations for everyone involved here, but that's why the experience is so important, as Tadeusz Ignatius is able to navigate those difficult moments. But yeah, we had our big batch of incidents going on one after the other. It has calmed down, at least for a moment. We'll see if for how long it does calm down. Because it looks like as nighttime fell, so many mistakes crept in for many of the cars here. And really silly mistakes as well. Cars that were running well, just having silly incidents. Hitting the barriers on corner entry. Driving into walls, it's not what you want to see at the biggest, let's say, event of the year.
Yep, at the moment it's just still, to my understanding, being towed
Van
back to
Espen?
the pit lane.
Yellow for Van Espen.
I'm looking at Swiderskis now. Yep, he had a moment.
Oh.
This is a replay. Managed to save it.
Oh,
almost. No. It's almost like on ice. It looks like, well, the car almost stops and then it begins spinning like it hit ice or something. That looks so strange. I mean, it looks like he almost got it, and then the crazy rotation of the car starts. It looks very crazy sometimes how the cars behave on the racetrack. That's why you cannot go too slow here. I believe the car starts spinning like we've seen with Justynas Soldukas on the carousel. It looked like he slowed down just a bit too much, and the car went away out from him. Similarly, it looked similarly to Swiderskis, and you said we had yellow flags for Van Espen. That's car number 27. We have plenty of yellow flags, trust me. We could go through the replays now all day, or all night, as you say, because, well, the yellow flags keep coming in, and yeah, look, the car stopped.
Just keep the wheel straight. I mean, in that case, just get the wheel straight. You know that the grass is so slippery. Just go straight. Yep, but the mine are still being towed, I think.
Yep.
Fabio Crivino in P28. Why are we looking at that? Just giving them some airtime, or was there another incident out on track?
The camera jumped here. Just simply.
Canberra. Yellow flag for Canberra in P32, and yellow. Oh no, Solkauskas was pitting.
Oh, that's slow without headlights. That's slow without head.
Does he have tail lights?
I don't think so.
Let's see. So headlights off.
Nope. No, nothing. It's. Oh no, he does.
No, he's got taillights. He's got the blinkers on. Wow, but is anybody approaching? No, there's not a car approaching.
He had
down the straight. Oh no! Oh no! Oh, they've turned back on. He smashed the wall and the lights went back on. Great. Well, fix the car, I guess. We saw somebody smashing the wall and having the windshield repair itself. Now you smash the wall and the lights come back on.
It gets better and better. Hopefully the steering wheel is also fixed. He's accelerating and braking.
Like
He's accelerating and braking. What's happening here? That's well, actually that shouldn't happen.
Oh, he got the wipers on. Why has he got the wipers on?
Maybe that's how the car steering. This
With
is
the
a joke.
wipers?
Yeah, anyways, but this is the joke. That's.
Oh no, he's gonna smack it. Yuknavicius off the road. I just saw that. Yuknavicius has crashed. I don't know how big of a hit that was, but I saw that car in the wall. Here we go. Replay. Race leader in trouble. We said he was doing a great job. Oh, touch the curb. Oh no.
There was a smack.
There was a smack, probably not as big as it could have been. But yeah, race leader makes a mistake. A rare one at that as well. Now, the car that was running without lights, without steering, and with the wipers on for some reason, how did it even get into that situation? Do we have a replay for that car?
I mean, there is 1,655 notifications for the number 36, so I don't know even where to search. Let's try with this one. I'm not sure if no, it's already damaged. So it happened much earlier. So I'll try to catch up with the first notification.
How far did he get without lights?
8 minutes 43, and it's now 9 minutes 18. So at least for around 1 minute out of the replay. And this is the oldest that I have. Something happened here.
There's still lights. Oh, no.
Yep, this is where it happened, at least where it started. But the lights are still there.
Lights are still on. Maybe he turned them off himself.
There was another action a bit later on. This is another replay, so the lights are still on. Let's give it an onboard. Don't mind the rear view mirror. This is ACC type of thing. You are watching the replay and live view through the mirror. Lights are still there.
So how did he lose the lights?
We'll figure this out. Bear with me. We'll figure this out. What else do we have? This is third time's the charm. Let's hope that the third time is the charm. Still headlights.
Coming in with lights. Oh no. Oh, that's way too quick. Oh, but still lights on.
Maybe this is a glitch of the replay. Maybe you never lose your lights in the replay. And then it started badly, and there are 1,000 incidents in a row. So maybe this is gonna be the moment where he'll lose the lights, and then it just started pouring with incidents.
Zeifert's had an incident.
I mean, the guy is unable to keep the car on the racetrack, and that's also not the case where he lost his lights. How they... I don't want to say that, but, well, you need to fit in into a lap time to be... Well, to be able to race in an event like this. So how are they able to achieve a valid lap time, and then not being able to keep the car on the racetrack? Look, he's going off of...
Well, his car is so damaged, I'm not surprised he's going off.
But is it damaged?
Yeah, he hit the wall so many times. Maybe he knew how to drive the track in the day, but clearly at night, a lot more struggles, but all the way throughout the field. Yep, it's become very, very difficult, and I'm sure we'll lose quite a few cars here during the night with the way things are going. But the problem is sometimes it might involve the leaders of the race, and that is what I think they don't want, and we don't want either. Because once the leaders are involved, then you're well, anybody else that's involved in those incidents, you're putting an innocent car into your troubles. So let's hope we don't see any of that, and that if there are crashes, it's just one car with one car. This is your race leader completing 67 laps now. And 14 hours and 37 minutes to go in the Ringfreaks 24 Hours of Nürburgring.
Is it the lap time? Is it this lap where Yuknavich just made that mistake? Because it's still a 8 minutes 20 seconds lap time.
Well, I think he actually, when he made that mistake, it didn't go that bad. When he made the mistake, he just managed to get the car to slide and slow down early. Trouble brewing, but he managed to make the car slide on the grass, and he went from one side to the other to lose as much momentum as he could, because all the other cars that had issues throughout the race, and especially at that point, they would straighten the wheel out and smack the barrier at maximum speed. Yuknavich just managed to slow his car down, and I think because he hit with the rear, it wasn't as bad.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the car is in one piece. No problems, no troubles for Yuknavich, who's driving it now around the racetrack as the GT4 cars are getting ready for their last laps in this stint. And again, look at the gap. It's already 86 seconds between P1 and P2 in the GT4 class. Yeah, this is a good pace by the GT4 class leaders. You cannot ask more for the drivers. They've been down into P6 after that connection issue. They lost a lot of time. It was like 3 minutes or so. The cost of that incident. That's Guillermo Rivas, Customs GTAC team, having a moment. Everyone is definitely having a lot of moments here, and the nighttime basically just barely started as we ride on board with Guillermo. Whoa! Car jumping up and down. Well, again, a little bit too fast, too wide, and it was not enough of that tarmac for the wheels of Guillermo Rivas. And he's now being chased down by Galunis, or is he? No. That's... Yep, it is. So that's Galunis. And he's 3.5 seconds behind Guillermo Rivas. This is a battle for P5 in the GT3 class. What about the class standings? Galunis and Rivas both are in different classes. Currently, the GT3 Pro M class is being led by Sim Racing Team Serbia, driven by Zagorac. The car number 10, Galunis, is second, but sixth overall. He's way, well, not too much behind of Zagorac. And remember, they had that moment also, the IRT number 2 International Racing Team. They were running fifth, so looks like they didn't lose too much here. They still have a chance in that battle for P4 overall or P1 in the GT3 Pro M class. Just need to stick it to the tarmac. Looks like Rivas lost a little bit of pace after that incident. Galunis after the pit stop. I think this is the second lap, followed by the pit stops for Galunis. They had a very long stop, 143 seconds stationary. They spent, wow, half a lifetime in the pit lane while fixing the damage. It was Januszaitis driving at that moment. He lost the car. It was a big impact, but the car is fine now. And it feels very nice in the hands of Galunis. It's 1.8 seconds between Rivas and Galunis. This is not a battle for position. We are still uncertain about the gap between P4 and P5. It extends and grows to a very huge gap, but we should figure out what's the real gap between P5 and P4. And I'm looking at the stint times. Guillermo Rivas, he'll stay on the track for one more lap as they approach the final corners of the Nordschleife circuit. And Rivas will continue to stay on the road. What's gonna be his next and final lap of the stint? He's being chased down by Vlasis Galunis, and I think there's not gonna be a huge of a battle here when you have such a pace difference. It should be smart for Guillermo Rivas to not get involved, and that's not even a battle for position in class. So Guillermo Rivas is 4th in the GT3 Pro class. Galunis is 2nd in the Pro-Am, trying to chase down Zagoraj. They were once way closer to their main rivals. They made that mistake. They are now, looks like, around 3 minutes behind. That would be the case, yeah, because they spent almost 2.5 minutes in the pit lane stationary.
Yep, so another car with issues. We'll see if, well, it's a long night anyway. So there's opportunities for things to change, but right now we're looking at a big gap there. Shouldn't be too big of an issue. Galunis has been quick, but Rivas has been quick as well. So yeah, maybe a nice battle incoming. But obviously at night, it just becomes so much more difficult. Galunis tries the outside, not gonna work. Gonna try the inside now, not gonna work either. Oh, but very wide from Rivas, and this might be the opportunity that Galunis needs. And, well, he's still on the outside there. Rivas goes in tight, but holds on to that position. So stays in P5 for now, but this looks like a matter of time before we see that position switch. Kniva back behind the wheel of the number 4 machine, but that car has dropped so far back. I think they're about 3 laps from the lead now, and they were running 2nd at one point. They were running 3rd. You go, I think, 4 hours back or so. So that's how quickly a race like this can turn around, and turn around to the wrong side. Some of them, sometimes it turns around to the right side. And still Crackton. That's a car I've enjoyed following. They've, well, they've had some trouble, but very, very light trouble. And up into P7. And doing a good job there. It's a podium position in Pro-Am. We'll see if they can try and get further up. And maybe capitalize on issues for others. And their pace isn't the best, but it's not bad either. So, opportunities there.
Someone's approaching quite fast. It looks like a Ferrari. Oh, and there goes the battle.
Yep, that was actually didn't fight it, did Rivas?
Was that a mistake, or he simply let him through?
I think he felt the pressure from behind and probably didn't want to fight that. Maybe his teammates said, look, it's 14 and a half hours to go. Why fight somebody? So probably the smart move there.
It's so hard to catch up with the numbers on the cars, and that's the Ferrari from behind. Do you happen to see what car is that? It's really fast. At least much faster than these two.
Try to have a look. Rivas Lunas. That is Eller. In 18th overall. That's the super delayed GT3 car.
He's on a nice fly. He's on a nice fly, definitely.
He's caught up to these guys and looks to be quicker. Where has this pace come from? I don't know. I think actually it's more everybody else slowing down. If you look at even the leader is 8:15.8 for the overall race leader. And everybody's down in the 8:18s, 8:20s. So everybody's dropped pace, which is strange because normally at night you start to go quicker just the way the conditions are. Now, stop and go for car 26. That's Ravichus, and I think that's the leader in GT4M. So minus Eller. Wow, he's got the pace here. He can unlap himself. Not that that's going to help too much as they're running, well, behind the GT4M leader. And I think a lap behind GT4 Pro, the GT4 Pro leader. But they've found some magic pace here tonight.
Yep, bringing on some traffic. So this is not for position. Ahead of him, Rivas and Galunis were battling for track position, but not class position. Galunis went through into P5, and there's gonna be a huge challenge ahead of the IRT number 2 car to try and chase down car number 10, McLaren going sideways, the one that you loved so much. As we have a BMW spun around. That's just before the small carousel. Car number 24. Let's take a look at the replay as we've joined Solkauskas.
Is he gonna get driven into? Oh, what is that? Maybe
I think he blinked for a second. I think he blinked for a second and then he missed the corner. That's what might have happened.
He fell asleep. I mean, did he get hit there? Could we have a replay?
I don't know. I don't
camera?
think. I don't.
I saw a car going past immediately after. So
maybe.
I've never seen anything like that. Blue flag, especially in the endurance race, doesn't mean you have to drive your car off the road.
Oh yeah, he was trying to let through that car, and it was.
Yeah, but you don't need to drive on the grass.
He just didn't find the grip on the outer side of the racetrack. Again, letting through the faster car. This is, by the way, lost the names.
That's the end.
Rivas. It was Rivas and Ellis.
Oh, Rivas.
Eller.
Rivas into the pits, and Eller stays out, but obviously that's not a battle for position. That's a battle for, well, that's not a battle. It's just him trying to unlap himself. Vlasis, oh, spin! Oh no. Find the space. Don't do anything crazy. Just spun on his own. No
Yeah,
help at all. He got past the traffic and he spun. Does he have traction control off? I've never seen a GT3 car just spin like that all by himself.
maybe we have a...
Cracked then, by the way, up into P6 as a result of that stop for Gearbo. So what happens here? First gear, he just spins.
Looks like these cars don't have grip at very low speeds. Temperature is 10 degrees, so still makes me wonder how it spins so easily at these low speeds.
It should be, I mean, tires shouldn't be overheating. Aero works well. Obviously, aero doesn't work at that low speed, but aero's working well. And generally, you should have good grip. The track's nicely rubbered in. Yeah, just drivers making silly mistakes. We don't see that during the day, or at least not as much of it. It turns into nighttime, and everybody seemingly forgets how to drive, almost.
Even Yuknavich just made mistakes. So even the fastest drivers.
Even the race leader made a mistake, which is so uncharacteristic of him. He's run a fantastic race up until then. And, yeah, just, I mean, that mistake didn't cost him as much as mistakes have cost to others, but still, that can, you can have a hit on your confidence from that.
I'm still unable to spot the campsite with the cozy fireplace. Let's stick with Galunis here, and you said it's more towards the carousel corner part of the racetrack, so still quite a long way to go, but all the gaps now are quite big here to have some sort of an action on the racetrack. We've recently had a nice battle between Rivas and Galunis. Galunis took that spot but then made that spin, so he definitely lost quite a lot of time. Even Eller managed to get in front of him. Yeah, and he's quite not too far ahead, but still that means Galunis lost some precious seconds, and well, he was trying to gain on Zagorac, and it became even more harder to achieve. Yuknavich is 8 minutes 13, Daniel Spon 8 minutes 20. 7 seconds in an 8 minutes lap time. When Zagorac returned from the pit lane recently, he's on the second lap after his pit stop. Still 180 seconds ahead of Galunis. Seems a little bit too much.
Princess, calm down. Katkos, well, I think he's probably not going actually slow, because you can see the gap not increasing, so maybe he's just in a zone with somebody else going slow. But yeah, action on track has calmed down. Not many battles remaining. Not many issues either. Right now, we had a probably half-hour period where everybody was crashing. It's calmed down a bit. Now, we'll see once we have a driver change if anything changes then. Yeah, you can see the campfire right
Yep.
there.
It was coming a little bit more, much nicer last year on the screens.
Maybe we noticed more. Maybe a different camera angle.
Oh, again.
Oh no. Oh no.
Car got snappy on that concrete.
I think there's also an effect of, like I said, it's cloudy. It's overcast here, so a lot of clouds, big cloud cover, and no moonlight coming in. It's really dark out. I don't remember it ever being this properly dark. I think that's also affecting the drivers somewhat. Because if it's a clear night, then it's much... you can still see something in the distance. Here, it's just pure darkness. So, I think there may be some issues. If we had rain, well, I can't even imagine what would be happening. Oh, Lunas almost drove himself off the road. Getting on board with him.
Ooh.
Movement. A lot of movement as the car went downhill there. Not a stable platform that they have, that's for sure.
He's heading into traffic. Remember, Eller is somewhere there out in front as Pircher has another moment.
Issue and Kvedaravic as well. Oh, lights off.
Yep, it was lights off.
Something big there. I think Kvedaravic might be involved there as well, or could be completely unrelated. Here's Daniel Pircher. This is... Schwebenkreuz? Oh. Oh, no. Oh, that's a big smack. Yep, lights off, everything off. Now, what happened to Kvedaravic? Just because that was another yellow as well at the exact same time. That's car 26. And we saw a yellow at the exact same time, but I guess completely unrelated incidents. Was there even an incident for this car? Because we saw yellow, but could have been...
Oh no, it was just an exit from the pit lane.
Pit lane.
They completed their penalty, stop and go penalty.
This car still leads GT4 AM. A big margin as well.
Yeah, Nimtz got behind the wheel of car number 16 as NC had a moment. Yes, he's still having a moment. Wow, this is Nimtz trying to chase down Simone Yetzi, but still, these are the second fast laps after they swapped for their seats. So that's gonna be the first proper laps for both Nimtz and Yetzi. On the outlap, Yetzi has been almost 3 seconds faster than Jan Nimtz. So he still managed to open up the gap a bit against the second placed GT4 Pro car.
Yep, well, Nim's back out in that car. We haven't seen him for a while. And now that he's back, I'm sure, yep, he was, well, it was two seconds slower. But that's still much closer to matching the pace. So, issue for the Porsche.
Oh, it's already damaged.
Yep. going very, very slow. Fifth gear only, max this thing can reach. Slowing down up the hill as well. That car takes it into the pits. Now, Domantas back behind the wheel. Will try to recover, but the next car, Polonio, is 2 laps in front of him. And this car that was once fighting for a podium, well, now I think they'll be lucky to be in the top 5. Galunas, though, issue. He definitely was slow.
I think he had a spin. I think he had a spin.
Oh, there's no such thing as a spin at Glückplatz. Oh no. Oh no. Yeah, I really don't get it. And these guys were doing fine in the day. I mean, sure, at night it's obviously more dark, but you should know the circuit. You could drive it blind pretty much with how many laps all of these guys have done. And you get into the race and it's fallen apart for so many of them just as it hit nighttime. It's really, really gone downhill for a lot of them. I don't get it. Race leader completes another pit stop, and it's just another thing ticked off. So another pit stop done. This is their closest rival, Daniel Spon in the International Racing Team car, running in second, and shouldn't be pitting this lap as well, I think.
Yep,
right?
Yep. By the end of this lap, they'll be heading into the pit lane. And it's gonna be another stint done as we approached the 10 hours completion mark.
Now just contact with someone, I think.
I think that mark means that they were very close to having a contact. No, there was an accident. There was an accident actually.
Oh, big dive. Oh, and he lost it. Okay, he had a little bit of contact. That's something. We've seen worse, so.
Looks like the whole international racing team is in the garage, so there might be a driver's change here. And looks like every other driver in the team is ready to get in, but that doesn't mean that there will be a driver's change. We're about to figure this out.
Could be that that's just the whole team supporting each other.
Yeah.
In the server together, watching the race, helping to spot, because clearly you need it. You need to watch a couple of cars ahead of you to help your teammate not run into those accidents. So that car is still stationary, and it is a driver change there, and Adam Kashoni behind the wheel now of the car in second place. Here's Jan Nims, second place in GT4, but 1.5 minutes now behind Yetzi. Massive, massive gap.
Another moment for Bircher. Let's see what happened here again to car number 6. So whether they were pretty fast in the pre-qualifying session, it looks like they don't find the pace or the rhythm during the race.
What curve has been really catching a lot of cars out? They touch the curb and straight into that wall, or they touch the outside wall in entry. A lot of issues here.
Car number 3 in a slightly outsynced strategy against their rivals. 30 minutes of drive time remain for Katkus. 1 hour and 3 minutes remain for Spahn or Kajoni. As you said, there was a driver's change. 82 seconds, definitely doable. Something can go wrong, something can happen. So the Beaver Grease Racing team guys will be trying to pick at least one spot. There was a driver change in the Dream to Drive car. Ignavich is out, Saldukas in. So we've seen Ignavich make mistakes. We definitely can expect at least small mistakes from the other drivers. That means this race became more of an accident avoiding race rather than a race each other race. If that makes sense at all. As Nelas Burevicius has something to show you on live TV. This is a replay of what happened to that Alpine. Oh, same corner,
Again,
same accident.
Yep. Curva, and well, this one didn't touch the curb, but he just went off the road.
Everyone learns from each other. I think they learn from each other how to do it, and they master it.
I really don't get it. Did nobody practice driving at night? It's been really bad from the moment we went into nighttime. There have been crashes all the way around the track. So here's Thierry here. What? How that was brave. And, well, he has contact. I'm not really surprised. You don't overtake around the outside there. Unless you're overtaking a much slower car. Remember, this is both of these cars are actually quick race cars. You're looking at GT3 and GT4. If you look at the real Nürburgring 24 hours, in terms of speed hierarchy, you'll have the... oh! That was a pretty slow GT4. You'll have GT3s and GT4s who are essentially equal on the straights, on the long straightaways. The GT4s reach somewhere close to 280 kilometers an hour. So pretty much you have GT3s, cup cars, and then GT4s. So it's not a slow car compared to what you have in the rest of the field, which are just production-based cars, 2-liter BMWs, and many other things out on track that are so much slower, where you can make those moves around the outside, because by the time you start overtaking that car, you're done. So even if it washes out, you're not there anymore. You're overtaking a car here that's pretty similar in pace, at least on a track like this. So yeah, should try and go quicker, these guys, because I should try to be more careful and not make these crazy moves in traffic. I know it seems like the GT4s are slow, but compared to the real life 24, there are many more slower things moving out on track, and those slower things see GT4s as very fast race cars, and GT3s as even crazier fast race cars. Here's Adam Kashoni, still in P2. This car had some issues early on, but after getting up into P2, they've been decent. I wouldn't say faultless. They've been pretty decent up there, and holding on to P2 for now. Katkus, maybe he'll try and get that gap down, but that's going to be a difficult task for them, and I don't expect them to catch up onto your pace, but maybe. We'll see. We'll see what the pace of everyone is overnight here at the Nürburgring. Gir issue once again, and Eller issue as well. It's in a yellow zone. This is a replay. Yep. Oh no. Let's see what happens here. Don't have much hope for this. Well, I put a bit of blame on the GT4 for that, because he moved out to the left to kind of let the GT3 through. You don't need to do that. Oh, that was for position, actually.
Yep. That was not a blue flag. That was on the same lap.
That was a proper fight for position. Here's the...
Bad replay. That's again, sorry.
Okay, that's the same thing. So look at the GT4. It's going to move to the left instead of following the racing line. And that's, I think, what scared Linus there. We'll see the other replay, which was Thierry Gir.
He had a couple of moments. Not sure if that's the right one. He had a couple of moments 3 seconds apart, so that should be the part of it.
Well, this one we saw. We've watched this replay already. I'm guessing there's a new one for the latest yellow that he had.
This should be it.
Yep, much. Well, this is the start of another lap, I think.
Oh.
Oh, no. Just got involved into that one. He was committed through the right-hander there, and just had that GT4 car in front of him having an accident, and he ran into that accident and just participated in it. So unfortunate. So here is P2 on your screens. Now, another hour done in this, the 24 Hours of Nürburgring, presented by Ringfreaks, and we're looking at 14 to go. And I think we can run through what our standings are right now, with Dream to Drive at the top of the field, ahead of International Racing Team and Beaver Grease Racing. That's the GT3 Pro field. Then in Pro-Am, Sim Racing Team Serbia, ahead of IRT number 2 and Cragton Racing. GT4 Pro, Tatum Restek ahead of Sean Clark Racing, ahead of Race Spot Sim Racing Team. GT4 Pro-Am, it's AOR Racing Team ahead of Team Blue Flag Racing and Muffler Shop Racing. And GT4M, Grikuvege ahead of SRT Fanje, who have gone up in the field and are ahead of Olos Itrasa. They've just moved ahead of them. So those are your results with 14 hours to go. And we're going to leave you with the broadcast pictures, and we'll be back tomorrow morning to take you through into the checkered flag, and hopefully a much cleaner night awaits our competitors. It's been hectic, so let's hope during the night everything settles down and we'll see a great finish with cars battling for position as well, hopefully. So see you tomorrow, and good night.
Have a good night.